Section 14 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 2, Part 3. The low state of Mary's finances this year obliged her to make the following representation to Cromwell by letter. It hath pleased the King's Majesty, my most gracious father, of his great goodness, to send me every quarter of this year 40 as you best know who are the means of it, as, I thank you, you be for all my other suits. And seeing this quarter of Christmas must needs be more changeable than the rest, specially considering the house I am in, I would desire you, if your wisdom thought it most convenient, to be a suitor to the King's said Highness, somewhat to increase the sum. She adds, she is ashamed to be a beggar, but the occasion is such she cannot choose. The King, in consequence of this application, sent her £100 by Mr. Heneage that month. In a preceding letter she wrote to Cromwell, she said, My lord, your servant hath brought me the well-favoured horse that you have given me, with a very goodly saddle. For the which I do thank you with all my heart, for he seemeth to be indeed as good as I heard reported of him, which was, that he had all qualities belonging to a good horse. Wherefore I trust, in time to come, the riding on him shall do me very much good concerning my health. She usually wrote in very affectionate terms to Cromwell, and took a rating from him now and then, without much indignation. She had been used, from her infancy, when he was Wolsey's factotum and universal man of business, to receive all her supplies from his hands, and to regard him as a person in practical authority. Towards the close of the year 1539, the Privy Councillor, Wriothesley, came to Hertford Castle, for the purpose of informing Mary that it was her father's pleasure she should instantly receive as a suitor Duke Philip of Bavaria, who was at that time in England, announcing the approach of his kinswoman Anne of Cleves, the betrothed wife of Henry VIII. Wriothesley mentions the mode of his admission to the Princess Mary in the following letter, as if she were sedulously guarded, if not under restraint. T. Wriothesley to Cromwell. Pleaseth your lord to understand that arriving here at Hertford Castle this afternoon, about 2 of the clock, upon knowledge given of my coming and desire to speak with my Lady Mary's grace, I had immediate access to the same, to whom, after the delivery of the King's Majesty's token, with his grace's most hearty commendation, I opened the cause and purpose of my coming, in as good a sort as my poor wit had conceived the same. Whereunto she made me answer, that albeit the matter were towards her of great importance, and besides, of such sort and nature as, the King's Majesty not offended, she would wish and desire never to enter that kind of religion, but to continue still a maid during her life. Yet remembering how, by the laws of God and nature, she was bound to be in this, and all other things, obedient to the King's Highness, and how, by her own bond and obligation, she had heretofore, of her free will, according to her said bond and duty, obliged herself to the same, though she might by frailty be induced in this so weighty a thing to cast many doubts, and to take great stay with herself, yet wholly and entirely, without qualification, she committed herself to his Majesty, as her most benign and merciful Father and most sovereign Lord, trusting and most assuredly knowing that his goodness and wisdom would so provide in all things for her, as should much exceed her simple capacity, and redound to his grace's honour and her own quiet. Which thing she will this night write with her grace's own hand, to be sent by me to-morrow on my return. I assure your lordship here can be no more desired, than with all humility and obedience is offered, and because I must tarry all night for these letters, I thought meet to signify how far I had proceeded, to the intent the King's Majesty, knowing the same, may further in all things determine, as to his grace's high wisdom shall be thought meet and expedient. The expression that Mary used to Wriothesley, that, the king's majesty not offended, she would wish and desire never to enter that kind of religion, but to continue still a maid, has occasioned some difference of opinion between two historians, one taking it, that she declined religious vows; another, that she termed matrimony a species of religion. But, if this letter really refers to the courtship of Duke Philip of Bavaria, it is a plain representation that she would prefer remaining single, to marrying and owning, as her lord, one who was a supporter of the Protestant religion, and her words can bear no other meaning. Mary might venture this remonstrance to her father, who had committed such enormities in persecuting the tenets of the very prince, to whom he was now disposing of her hand. A few days after the date of Wriothesley's letter, the French ambassador, Marillac, in a letter dated December 27, 1539, says, "I have heard from the same source, touching the marriage of the eldest daughter of the king, the lady Mary, with this duke of the house of Bavaria. 3 or 4 days ago, in the most secret manner which could be, he went to salute and visit her in a house of the abbot of Westminster, in the gardens of the abbey, 1 mile from this city, where the said lady had been brought privately, and after having kissed her, which is considered here as a declaration of marriage, or of near kindred, and, considering also that, since the death of the late marquess, no lord, however great he may be in this kingdom, has presumed to do so, this seems to imply much. The said duke had a long discourse with her, partly in German, with an interpreter, and partly in Latin, of which she is not ignorant, and, in conclusion, he declared to the king his resolution to take her to wife, provided that his person be agreeable to the said lady." The day after Anne of Cleves made her public entry, King Henry invested Mary's German wooer with the Order of the Garter, an honour which he well deserved, on account of his gallant defence of Vienna against the Turks, in 1529, when he won the cognomen of Bellicosus, or the Warlike. He was the first Protestant prince invested with the Order of the Garter, but neither his renown in arms, nor his eloquent wooing in High Dutch and Latin, could atone, in the eyes of Mary, for his Lutheranism, or his league against the emperor her relative. Philip the Warlike had many opportunities of seeing Mary, during the festivities which celebrated the ill-omened marriage of Anne of Cleves and Henry VIII. He departed from the court of England, January 27th, with the intention of returning and claiming Mary as his bride, to whom he presented at his departure the love token of a diamond cross. The important preliminaries of dote or portion and jointure were at that time already settled. Poor indeed they were, for the brave Bavarian was but a younger brother, and, being an opponent of the Catholics, received Mary of course as a person of stigmatized birth. Henry VIII named as her portion less than £7,000, and Duke Philip could offer her a jointure of but £800 or £900 per annum. The insults and injuries that were inflicted on the unoffending Anne of Cleves by Henry VIII broke the troth between Mary of England and Philip the Warlike. By her father's orders, Mary returned the diamond cross to the Lord Chancellor, who duly transmitted it to Philip. And Mary perhaps whispered, like Portia, "A gentle riddance." Yet the brave German appears to have been sincerely attached to her, for he remained single, and renewed his suit 6 years afterwards, and, being repulsed, died a bachelor, as became a true knight and lover. Well had it been for Mary if her hand had been given to the brave and true-hearted German Philip, instead of his cruel Spanish namesake. The interrupted accounts of the princess commence again with the new year of 1540. Mary received many New Year's gifts, and was very liberal in her distribution of presents, especially to her sister Elisabeth, to whom she gave a yellow satin kirtle, made with 5 yards of satin at 7s. 6d. the yard. The Princess Mary, in her own hand, has marked against the item, "For a kirtle for my lady Elisabeth's grace." 7 yards of yellow damask, at the same price, is presented by Mary to the nurse of her brother Edward, for a kirtle. Mrs. Cavendish, the woman of the Princess Elizabeth, and Raff, her chaplain, are given New Year's gifts of 10 shillings each, and Mary twice supplied her sister's pocket with money to play withal, the sums being 10 shillings and 20 shillings. The New Year's gifts she presented to her brother Edward was a crimson satin coat, embroidered with gold by the king's broiderers, and further ornamented with pansies, formed of pearls, the sleeves of tinsel, with 4 gold aglets, or hooks and eyes. An inconvenient garment, stiff and cumbersome, it must have been for an infant little more than 2 years old, but young children are habited in garments modeled into miniature resemblances of costumes worn by grown persons, a practice which certainly continued till late in the last century with far more ridiculous effect. The princess spent some weeks at her father's court, and many items of high play, and even wagers lost by her, mark the manner in which she passed her time. She lost a frontlet, in a wager with her cousin, Lady Margaret Douglas, for which she paid £4. These frontlets were the ornamented edges of coifs or caps, similar to, or modifications of, the costume familiar to the eye in the headdress of Ann Boulais. Some were edged with gold lace, and this, by the price, appears to have been of that class, and others with pearls and diamonds. The Princess Mary not only pledged caps, but lost breakfasts at bowls, which were among the games played by ladies on the greensward. To counterbalance these items, she paid this quarter for the education of a poor child, and binding him apprentice. In the summer of 1540, Mary's privy purse expenses suddenly ceased, and she was laid on a bed of sickness at her brother's residence at Tittenhanger. The last items recorded are her payments to the king's surgeon of 1 sovereign for coming from London to bleed her, and 15 shillings to her old apothecary, John, for stuff, likewise alms to the poor of 40 shillings, and a gift of pocket money to her sister Elisabeth. The diary of her expenses ceased a few weeks before the marriage of her father with Katharine Howard, and was not resumed for more than 2 years. The disturbed state of England at this period gives reason to suppose that Mary's household was broken up, and that she, though passive and unoffending, was placed where her person could be in more security than in her own dwellings. Among other indications of change in her establishment, her young favourite, the fair Geraldine, was taken from her service, and transferred to that of the newly married queen at Hampton Court. It was here that Surrey first admired her, as may be ascertained by his interesting biographical sonnet, which traces, with singular clearness, her origin and the events of her young life. From Tuscany came my lady's worthy race. Fair Florence was sometime her, or their, ancient seat. The western isle, whose pleasant shore doth face, wild Camber's cliffs did give her lively heat. Fostered she was with milk of Irish breast, her sire an earl, her dame of prince's blood. From tender years in Britain she did rest with king's child, where she tasted costly food. Hunsdon did first present her to mine eye. Bright is her hue and Geraldine her height. Hampton me taught to wish her first for mine. Windsor, alas, doth chase me from her sight. Her beauty of kind, her virtue from above, happy is he that can obtain her love. Dreadful events took place in England in the years 1540 and 1541, events which must have produced a fearful effect on the mind of the Princess Mary, and prepared the way for most of the vengeful persecutions which disgraced her reign. This woeful epoch saw the destruction of all her early friends. Her old schoolmaster, Dr. Featherstone, suffered the horrid death of treason, in company with Abel, her mother's chaplain, and another zealous Catholic. They were dragged to Smithfield, with fiendish impartiality, on the same hurdles that conveyed the pious Protestant martyr, Dr. Barnes, and 2 of his fellow sufferers, to the flaming pile. Scarcely could the princess have recovered the shock of this butchery, when the frightful execution of her beloved friend and venerable relative, the Countess of Salisbury, took place. She was hacked to pieces on a scaffold, in a manner that must have curdled Mary's blood with horror, and stiffened her heart to stone. The connection of these victims with Mary has never been clearly pointed out, nor the consequent effect of their horrid deaths on her mind properly defined, nor her feelings analyzed, which were naturally excited against those who were in power at the time of their destruction. Her murdered friends were persons of unblemished lives and unswerving integrity, against whom no crime was imputed, excepting their fidelity to the cause of her mother and their disapproval of Henry VIII's spiritual supremacy. When the explosion regarding the conduct of Katharine Howard took place, it will be found, by the state papers, that Mary was resident at Sion with her cousin Margaret Douglas, and the young Duchess of Richmond, widow of Henry VIII's natural son. The princess and her companions were removed from Sion to make way for the wretched queen and her guards. They were escorted to the nursery palace of Prince Edward by Sir John Dudley, and some of Katharine Howard's servants were appointed to attend on them. The derelictions of Henry VIII's young queen gave Mary's partisans hopes that she would remain second in the succession, for so she was usually regarded, notwithstanding the acts of Parliament still in force against her title. This improved prospect brought on an earnest negotiation for her hand, which was demanded by Francis I. for his second son Charles, Duke of Orleans. This treaty was conducted at Chablis in Burgundy, and the most important dispatches regarding it are dated April 22, 1542. The privy councillor, Paget, a man of low origin, but deep in all the intrigues of Henry VIII's cabinet, was the ambassador from England. He was, it seems, a person who made his way by his facetious conversation, for his dispatches are a diplomatic comedy, and he gives the dialogue with the High Admiral of France respecting the princess and the Duke of Orleans in a droll, quaint style, calling the princess "our daughter," namely, daughter of England, while Bonnivet calls the Duke of Orleans "our son." On the matter of dote or dowry, these two worthies were by no means likely to come to terms, and when Paget unfolded to the admiral that Henry VIII only offered 200,000 crowns with Mary, while Francis I required a portion of 1,000,000, the French admiral, says Paget, heaved 20 sighs, and cast up his eyes as many times, besides crossing himself, for I marked him when he was not aware of it. Then, sending forth one great sigh, he spoke his mind pathetically on the smallness of the Lady Mary's dote. Paget declared, "It was a fair offer, since the Duke of Orleans was but a second son. Had King Louis XII any more than 300 crowns with the Princess Mary, her aunt, though a sovereign prince? And as for the King of Scots, he got only 100,000 with Margaret." Next day, the Duke of Longueville, governor to the French prince, took Paget by the hand, and led him to the apartments of his royal charge, where he was treated with an exceeding great feast and good cheer. About 2 o'clock, this was certainly after dinner, the admiral sent for Paget, and every man avoided out of the chamber. "Monsieur l'ambassadeur," quoth he, "let us devise some means of joining the Lady Mary and our prince together. We ask your daughter," quoth he. "For her you shall have our son, a genty prince," quoth he, "and set him out to sail. We ask you a dote with her, and after the sum you will give, she shall have an assignment, or jointure, in our country." "By my faith," continued he, "the dote you have offered is as nothing, and if the Duke of Orleans were independent as Louis XII and the King of Scots, he would rather take the Lady Mary in her kirtle than with the mean portion of 200,000 crowns." The treaty ended futilely, like all the preceding ones. It had the effect, however, of paving the way for a recognition, though an imperfect one, in Parliament of Mary's rights in the succession. It may be gathered from a letter, hitherto unedited, at the State Paper Office, written throughout in Mary's hand, that she was made the medium of pacification between her father and the Emperor Charles V, when she was residing with her brother Edward and her sister Elisabeth at Havering Bower. In all probability, the princesses occupied together the neighbouring palace of Pergo. It will be observed that she mentions her sister as present with her at the audience she gave the Spanish ambassadors. Letter of the Lady Mary. My lord, after my most hearty commendations to you, these shall be to advertise you that this day, before dinner, the emperor's ambassadors came to Havering, where Here a provoking hiatus occurs from injury to the paper, but the lost words have reference to the little prince her brother, and she goes on to say, "And after they had done their duty to him, they came to my sister and me, and showed me how they had taken their leave of the king's highness, my father, and by his license came for the same purpose, declaring unto me, what great amity they trusted should increase between the king and the emperor, and how glad he would be to do me good. Upon occasion whereof, as much as I could, I spoke unto them the whole effect of your last letter, whereunto they answered, that they were sorry to enter in such communications with me, seeing they came but to take leave of me, and that the one of them, now going to the emperor's court, might instead of thanks tell complaints, and that it grieved them the more considering my modesty in so long time I had showed. They took it to be great wisdom in me, that seeing the matter of so long success, and the jeopardy that slowness causeth in such business, I would help myself, for they said that the help of God was won as well with diligence as with prayer. Moreover, desiring me to give them leave to speak, they said, that if they had time to understand the least part of the goodwill that the emperor hath shown and beareth to the king's grace, my father, and to me also, because I am the daughter unto—" Here the words are gone, and whether the ambassadors mean Henry VIII or Catherine of Aragon is uncertain. "To whom he oweth the love and obedience of a son. They could somewhat blame me for the unkindness laid to their master's charge, but they attributed all the negligence and little care that I had been informed in that matter, and they took my diligence now for virtue, and because that in coming to particularize the fault and coldness that I put in them I might lay to persons to whom I owe reverence, and ministers to whom I owe goodwill, which they would not because the emperor's desire is that I should be always in the goodwill and obedience of the most noble king my father, as I am now." Leaving to dispute on their parts, they said, that the will which their master beareth me was, and is, and ever shall be, entire, as shall be seen by the effect that he shall ever offer, and shall always continue both in this and the friendship, which he hath ever borne to the king, as they said before, as well as in the matter before said, as in all things that a good and a just friendship and alliance ought. They said, that was the thing they most desired in this world, and would think it great felicity and good gain to be ministers and intercessors, that this good and pure friendship may always continue for the desire that they have to serve both parties, and the good will they bear me. This was our whole communication, as far as I remember, before dinner, and after dinner, when they came to take leave, I gave them as gentle words as my wit would serve me, according to your counsel, and they varied in nothing from the effect above said. And so I write this letter, for I could not be satisfied till I had fulfilled your desire in sending you word of all these things, as God knoweth, who keep you for evermore. From Portgrove, this Tuesday at 9 of the clock at night. Your assured loving friend during my life, Mary. The very guarded language Mary uses in this letter injures its perspicuity, but its object is evidently to impress cautiously on the minds of her father and his ministers the importance of her position as a bond of union between the English government and her kinsman, the Emperor Charles V. This curious epistle affords the first instance of a daughter of the royal family of England taking any part as a diplomatist. Mary came at Christmas 1542 direct from young Edward's residence to her father at Westminster, as may be gathered from the recommencement of her privy purse journal. To the care of Mistress Finch were given her funds, and likewise her jewels. The New Year's gifts sent to the princess for 1543 are noticed in the renewed accounts. Some of them possess biographical interest, others mark improvements in inventions, and in the state of female costume and occupations at that era. The Princess Elisabeth sent her sister a little chain, and a pair of hose made of silk and gold. The Lady Margaret Douglas, a gown of carnation satin of the Venice fashion. The Duchess of Suffolk, Katharine Willoughby, a pair of work sleeves and pullers out for an Italian gown. Lady Calthrop, 2 pair of sleeves, whereof one pair was worked with silver, and the other with gold and parchment lace. This article occurs more than once, and was the first indication of Brussels lace. 3 Venetians sent the princess a fair steel glass. If this had been a mirror of polished steel, they would not have called it glass. But as Venice was the birthplace of looking glasses, the accountant has supposed the quicksilver was polished steel but under glass. Another article occurs of the same kind directly after. My young lady of Norfolk, 2 pair of worked sleeves, half a dozen handkerchiefs, and a steel glass. Lady Anne Grey presented 2 artificial flowers, and her aunt, Lady Kildare, mother of the fair Geraldine, a comb case set with pearls. The fair Geraldine herself, under the designation of Lady Brown, of London, sent a New Year's gift to her patroness. Its nature this year is not mentioned, but next year it was a fuming box of silver. Sir Anthony Brown, the ancient bridegroom of this young lady, drew the princess for his Valentine, 1543, and received from her a gift of a brooch, set with 4 rock rubies round an agate, enamelled black, with the story of Abraham. There is a previous instance of the princess being drawn as a Valentine by George Montjoy, one of the gentlemen of her household, who received in consequence a present of money. The high collars with little ruffs, often seen in the portraits of this time, are described as being set on capes, and are called partlets. Partlets were often presented as New Year's gifts. Likewise, work chemises, probably similar to the modern chemisette, are sent to the princess from many of her female friends. They are, however, registered by an old English word which looks homely enough everywhere, excepting in Shakespeare's enchanting spring lyric. But who objects to ladies' smocks all silvery white? Several domestic animals are mentioned. Boxley, a yeoman of the king's chamber, was given by the princess 15s. For bringing her a present of a little spaniel. Previously, Sir Brian Tuck had sent her a couple of little fair hounds. A woman of London had 5s. For bringing her a brid or a bird in a cage, and the woodman of Hampton Court took charge of a white lark the princess had left there, and he received 3d. For bringing it to her at Westminster in April 1543. Mary was present at her father's marriage with Katharine Parr. This fact and the circumstances connected therewith have already been narrated in the biography of that queen. She accompanied her father and his bride on a summer progress to Woodstock, Grafton, and Dunstable. But, being seized with a violent return of her chronic illness, she was carried in the queen's litter to her mother's former abiding place, the Honour of Ampthill. From thence, after several removes, she was finally carried to Ashridge, where her brother and sister were sojourning, and with them she spent the autumn. Many of her attendants were at this time suffering under the influence of a sickly season, and were as ill as their mistress, for her slender income was taxed for lodging, nursing, and medicine for them, at a distance from the bustle of the royal residences. Her faithful old servant, Randall Dodd, was very sick, and one of her women, called Bess Cressy, was long chargeable during illness. Jane the Fool was indisposed in health, and on recovery was taken with a fit of industry, since a solitary article appears in the accounts of the Princess Mary of 1d. expended for needles for Jane the Fool. A chair was worked for King Henry in the autumn by Mary and her maidens as a New Year's gift for the king. It was of such ample dimensions that the materials cost £20. When King Henry and his bride returned to Westminster, the Princess Mary joined them there at Christmas. She must have been greatly distressed for money, owing to her bounty to her sick servants, and the expenses of her own long affliction, for she sold a pair of gilt silver pots for £37, 19s. 4d, and a fur of budge for £19 15s. Soon after she received a very seasonable token of her stepmother's kindness, in the substantial form of a gift of £40. The income of Mary was so small and precarious that every one of her numerous benefactions must have been attended with some degree of self-sacrifice. Her early dignity as the sole offspring of the sovereign, and the great expenses lavished on her household and establishment in her infancy and girlhood, rendered the subsequent privations of a limited and precarious income more embarrassing. Those who sued for her bounty expected her to bestow as munificently as if she were the eldest princess of England. Those who supplied her income apportioned it according to the law which had ranked her as an illegitimate and cast-off scion of the royal family. This harassing uncertainty of station, however, ceased in the close of 1543, and the ensuing year brought a favourable change to the prospects of the disinherited princess. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 3, Part 1. An auspicious change took place in the situation of Mary a few months after the sixth marriage of her father. Although her restoration to her natural place in the succession was not complete, yet the crown was entailed on her after Prince Edward, or any son or daughter which Henry might have by his wife Katharine Parr, or any succeeding wives, by Act of Parliament, passed February 7, 1544. Mary assisted, 10 days afterwards, at a grand court held by the queen, her stepmother, for the reception of the Duke de Nájera, a Spanish grandee of the highest rank, whose secretary has preserved minute particulars of the ceremonial. When the noble Spaniard had been presented to the queen, he essayed to perform his homage to the Princess Mary by kissing her hand, but she prevented him, and very graciously offered him her lips, a proof that he was her relative, and privileged thus to salute her. Mary danced at a court ball given on the same occasion. Her dress was extremely splendid, being a kirtle or a close-fitting undergown made of cloth of gold, over which was worn an open robe of three-piled violet velvet. A coronal of large precious stones completed this brilliant costume. Her magnificence of attire, and her public appearance at the reception of a grandee, who was the accredited agent of Charles V, may be considered as the effects of her restoration to royal rank. The Spanish secretary of the Duke de Nájera wrote that Mary was pleasing in person and so popular in England as to be almost adored. Among other praises that I heard of her, adds he, is that she knows how to conceal her acquirements, and surely this is no small proof of wisdom. Either the religious prejudices of Mary were not so invincible as have been supposed, or the influence of Katharine Parr was indeed extraordinary. For, by the entreaty of that queen, she undertook the translation of the Latin paraphrase of St. John by Erasmus. The original, which comprehended all the Gospels, was a work very precious to those who wished for reformation in the Christian Church, founded on a more intimate knowledge of Scripture. But, like Scripture itself, the luminous paraphrases by Erasmus were locked in a learned language from the approach of general readers. It was the erudition and industry of the Princess Mary that rendered into English the whole of the important paraphrase of St. John. She meant to have labored further in the good work, when a recurrence of her chronic illness laid her once more on a bed of sickness, and her chaplain, Dr. Francis Mallet, revised and prepared for the press the manuscript she had completed. It was comprised in the same volume with the other paraphrases of Erasmus, which were rendered into English by several celebrated reformers. Those who mistake Henry VIII for a patron of the Reformation instead of what he really was, and still continues to be, its impediment, its shame, and its sorrow, have supposed that Mary undertook this task to please and propitiate her father. But that such a course was not the way to his good graces is apparent from the anger which was excited in his mind against Katharine Parr, on account of the theological works patronized by her, anger which had nearly been fatal to that queen soon after the publication of these paraphrases. Mary's translation, therefore, must have been undertaken wholly to please Katharine Parr, who, in her letter from Hanworth, September 1544, entreated her to get her translation of St. John with all care and diligence, revised, and then with speed, to send this, her most fair and useful work, to her, that she might with the rest, namely, the translations of Kay, Cox, Udall, Old, and Allen, commit it to the press, desiring withal to know of her, whether it should be published in her name or anonymously. Katharine Parr added on this point, that in her opinion she would do a wrong to the work if she should refuse to send it to posterity with the advantage of her name, because in her accurate translation she had gone through much pains for the public good, and would have undertaken more, had her health permitted. I see not why you should reject the praise which all deservedly would give you, yet I leave all to your own prudence, and will approve of that which seems best to you. Mary did not append her name to her translation, but she permitted Dr. Udall to say what he pleased concerning her labors, in his preface, which was to the following effect. England, he said, can never be able to render thanks sufficient, so it will never be able, as her deserts require, enough to praise the most noble, the most virtuous, and the most studious Lady Mary's Grace, for taking such pains and travail in translating this paraphrase of Erasmus on the Gospel of St. John. Dr. Mallet, who superintended the progress of this work through the press, could not have been long in the service of the Princess Mary, having been chaplain to the late unfortunate Queen Catherine Howard. He was highly esteemed by Katharine Parr for his deep learning. His principles appear to have been mild and liberal, if he may be judged by his co-operation with some of the fathers of the Reformation in a work of general Christian utility. The persecution and severe imprisonment he met with in the succeeding reign did not, perhaps, encourage him in this happy frame of mind, since his name occurs in Fox's list of persecutors, a solitary instance among the personal friends of Mary, who are almost all excluded from that black catalogue. The manuscript, which has been preserved, of the Princess Mary's privy purse expenditure, closes in the year 1544. It has afforded a curious insight into her real manner of spending her time, her tastes and pursuits. Among other remarkable points, it shows how small a portion of her means was bestowed on any of the prevalent devotional observances of the times. If she had been inclined to spend her income on attentions to the dead, instead of active charity to the living, she might have done so with impunity, as the masses for the soul of her friend, Queen Jane Seymour, indubitably prove that such rites still form part of the then established church. But no other expenditure of the kind occurs, and, with the exception of a yearly trifle offered at Candlemas, the expenses of Mary might have passed for those of a Protestant princess. Many items occur in the course of this diary, which bespeak her love of flowers, rare seeds, and roots. She was a horticulturist and an importer of foreign plants, for her father gave her £10 in reward to a person, because he had brought safely to England many trees from Spain, commissioned by his daughter, the Lady Mary's Grace. She had a decided taste for clocks, like her illustrious relative Charles V, for they form a prominent article in her yearly expenditure. Sometimes she had as many as 4 repaired and regulated at once. Sometimes she gave and received presents of clocks. Gloves were sent from Spain as presents. She gave a gentleman in the suite of the Lord Admiral 30 shillings for bringing her, from a duchess in Spain, a coffer containing 12 pair of Spanish gloves. Gloves of this kind bore a great price, as late as the middle of the last century, and were probably some of the relics of Moorish industry. They were made of exquisite leather, and embroidered with silk, gold, silver, and even with gems, and highly perfumed. The wicked suspicions of that age of crime often supposed that the perfumes of Spanish gloves were poisoned. Painting was not one of the arts encouraged by Mary while princess, owing to her slender finances, but she paid John Hayes handsomely for drawing her work patterns, and gave one John £4, who drew her likeness, on a table, that is, it was a portrait painted on wood. There is a good portrait by Holbein in the collection at Hampton Court, representing a princess about the age of 24, supposed, rather too hastily, to be Elizabeth. The outline of the face is wholly different from the pear-shaped form of Elizabeth's visage, instead of which it is short and round, and though sufficiently regular to excuse the praises of Mary's person, which formed the constant theme of her contemporaries in her youth, shows a slight indication of the squareness of her upper lip, which was afterwards so violently caricatured in the prints executed in the reign of her successor. If other tokens were wanting to identify it, the costume is sufficient, which had materially changed before Elizabeth had attained the age of the person represented. The color of the hair was occasioned the mistake, which is of a red cast of auburn, when it is probable that Mary had the dark hair, as well as the dark eyes, of her Spanish mother. But most of the portraits of that era are embellished with red or sandy hair. It is supposed that, out of compliment to the rufous complexion of Henry VIII., the locks of his dutiful courtiers were sprinkled with gold dust or red powder, in order that those who had not been gifted by nature with the warm hue fashionable at court might at least have the appearance of possessing that enviable tint. Holbein's genuine works have a very deceptive quality, leading the beholder into much false criticism on his stiffness and hardness. The laborious finish of the flesh and draperies induces those who look at his pictures to examine them as near as possible, and the closer they are surveyed the flatter they appear. But let the spectator walk into the middle of the room, and the picture assumes a marvelous effect of roundness and vraisemblance. Thus it is with the famous group of Henry VIII and family, which is one of the treasures of Hampton Court. On a close inspection it seems as flat as a map, and as highly finished as an enameled teacup, but as the spectator retreats from it, and looks at it from the center of the room, the pillars move into panoramic perspective, the recess deepens, the glorious roof glows with lozenges of ruby and gold, the canopy juts out, and the royal group beneath assume lifelike semblance. Thus it is with the young portrait of Mary. If it is viewed from the window seat to the right, its effect is full of nature and reality. The face is delicate and pleasing, the complexion pale and pure. The fragile figure shows the ravages of recent illness. The expression of the features is mild and reflective, and the whole design gives the idea of a lady student engaged in peaceful meditation. A book, with vellum leaves, is on a stand to the right, and the princess holds another, velvet bound, and clasped with gold, in her hands. The fluted curtains partially open from the background. These accessories Holbein has finished with Flemish patience. The book on the stand appears as if the studious princess had recently been writing therein. Her dress is in form, color, and texture exactly resembling that of Queen Anne Boleyn at the Louvre. It is square at the bust, tapered in the waist, girded with the cordeliere of gems, and made of rose-colored damask. The headdress is of the round hood form. Mary, according to the Italian of Pollino, was small, fragile, and of a singular beautiful complexion, but of a very different tint from that of her father. When a girl she was much celebrated for her beauty, but the troubles she underwent in her father's reign faded her charms prematurely, though she was very far from being ugly. Her face was short, her forehead very large, her eyes dark and lustrous, and remarkably touching when she fixed them on any one. The portrait engraved by Houbraken, with an axe, fasces, and a mourning Cupid, entitled Queen Katharine Howard, is indubitably the Princess Mary, about the age of 30. It is nearly a facsimile in features, dress, and attitude, with her portrait in the family group at Hampton Court, only at a more advanced age. The tone of the Privy Purse Journal of the princess altered considerably when Katharine Parr presided over the English court. All card-playing and betting vanished from the pages of this document, but in the preceding year Mary had lost the sum of £10 in a bet with Dr. Bill. A divine so called was distinguished among the fathers of the Protestant Church of England in the reign of Edward VI, but whether he is the same to whom the Princess Mary had lost the wager is a curious question. Such an incident is much at variance with all preconceived ideas of the gloom and unbending sternness of Mary's routine of life, as it would have been in the primitive simplicity of that of Dr. Bill. If one could see a grand inquisitor playing at dice, or betting at a horse race, with Calvin or John Knox, the sight would scarcely be more startling and anomalous than the plain item in the account book of Mary, noting cash thus won and lost. Strange indeed are the revelations when a sudden flash of light affords a transitory view into the realities of life, just at the commencement of the great religious warfare, which has raged since this period. The mind is tantalized with an earnest wish to know more of the private life and daily mode of conduct of those who are only known to the world as persecutors on one side, or as martyrs or theological champions on the other. Vain is the wish. The struggles of rival creeds for supremacy take the place of all other information, either personal or statistical. Individual character, arts, science, and even the historian's absorbing theme, arms, are alike a blank in the annals of the reigns of Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Mary. Yet all were undergoing changes as striking as those of religion. In this dearth of general information, assiduous examination of the documents which time and accident have spared becomes a more imperative duty. The remaining leaves of the book, containing the accounts of the Princess Mary, are filled up with the list of her jewels. Many interesting marginal notices, in her own hand, are added to it. The jewels were placed in the care of Mary Finch, and at the bottom of every page is the signature of the princess, and on each side of it 4 long scratches, to prevent any more writing being added. Among these jewels was a book of gold with the king's face and that of her grace's mother, Katharine of Aragon. This is retained in Mary's possession, but the next article, a round tablet, black enamelled, with the king's picture and that of Queen Jane, was given by Mary as a present to Mrs. Ryder at her marriage with Judge Brown. A pomander of gold, having a dial in it, was given to the Lady Elisabeth's grace. This must have been a watch. Another item occurs, of a plain tablet of gold with a dial in it, given to Lady Kingston. Among Mary's valuables were miniature paintings, set in brooches and tablets, evidently meant to be worn on the person. Their subjects were mostly from scripture history, but one given to the Princess Elisabeth had on it the history of Pyramus and Thisbe. The king presented his daughter with a considerable number of jewels, the 1st of January, 1543, and 6 months before his death, the 20th of July, he presented her with so many that it may be supposed they were her mother's jewels. Among them occurs another miniature of Katharine of Aragon, set with one of the king, opening like a book of gold. Against one gold necklace set with pearls, Mary has written, "Given to my cousin, Jane Grey," little thinking, when she gave her young kinswoman a share of her ornaments, that the fair neck would be mangled by her order, round which these pearls were clasped. Many rich presents were distributed by Mary among her female relations. The names of Lady Frances, mother of Lady Jane Grey, Lady Eleanor Clifford, and Lady Margaret Douglas, married to Matthew Stewart, Earl of Lennox, frequently occur, familiarly named as "my cousin Frances," Eleanor, or Margaret. Mary had been suffering with severe illness in the early part of 1546, and was, in the spring, at the court of her stepmother. A letter is extant from her brother, Prince Edward, dated from Hunsdon, February 29, 1546, in which he congratulates her affectionately on her recovery, affirming that God had given her the wisdom of Esther, and that he looked up to her virtues with admiration. He desires her to give his love to Lady Tyrwhitt, Lady Lane, and to Lady Herbert. These were ladies of Queen Catharine's household, and the last her sister, circumstances which prove that Mary was then resident at court. Mary retained her father's favour to the close of his existence, though, just as he was on the verge of the grave, her name was strangely implicated in the mysterious offences for which the accomplished Surrey was hurried to the block. General history repeats perpetually that Surrey's principal crime was an intention of aspiring to the hand of the Princess Mary, His own family history, however, proves that this was impossible, for his hand was already given to a wife whom he tenderly loved, and who survived him many years. Henry VIII in his will confirmed Mary in her reversionary rights of succession, and bequeathed to her the sum of £10,000 towards her marriage portion, if she married with the consent of the Council of Regency. While she continued unmarried, she was to enjoy an income of £3,000 per annum, which it appears arose from the rents of her manors of Newhall or Beaulieu, Hunsdon, and Kenning Hall. This last was part of the illegal plunder of the noble houses of Howard, which she honestly returned, on her accession, to its rightful owner. The silence of all English writers regarding any communication between Henry VIII and his eldest daughter, when he was on his deathbed, obliges us to have recourse to the testimony of continental historians, and to translate the following passage from the Italian Apollino. One day, when the king felt convinced that his death was approaching, he ordered his daughter Mary to be sent for. He addressed her with great tenderness and affection, and said, "I know well, my daughter, that fortune has been most adverse to you, that I have caused you infinite sorrow, and that I have not given you in marriage, as I desired to do. This was, however, according to the will of God, or to the unhappy state of my affairs, or to your own ill luck. But I pray you take it all in good part, and promise me to remain as a kind and loving mother to your brother, whom I shall leave a little helpless child." It is very probable that Mary actually made her father such promise, because in all the stormy movements of the succeeding reign, though it will be presently shown that snares and temptations were not wanting to induce her to seize the reins of government, she never gave, either secretly or openly, the least encouragement to any rebellion against the successive regents, who governed in her brother's name. Happy if she could preserve her own home from molestation, which was not always the case. Her brother's first employment on his accession was to write her, from the Tower, a Latin letter of condolence on their father's death, replete with as much personal affection to herself as the stiffness of a scholastic composition would permit. The princess lived in retirement at her country seats in the ensuing spring. The great changes which took place in religion immediately after the decease of Henry VIII had as yet produced no collision between her and the protector Somerset. The following letters bespeak her terms of great familiarity and friendship both with him and his wife. The Princess Mary to my Lady of Somerset. April, 1547. My good gossip, after my very hearty commendations to you, with like desire to hear of amendment and increase of your good health, these shall be to put you in remembrance of mine old suit concerning Richard Wood, who was my mother's servant when you were one of her grace's maids. As you know, by his application, he hath sustained great loss, almost to his utter undoing, without any recompense hitherto, which forced me to trouble you with his suit before, whereof, I thank you, I had a very good answer, and desire you now to renew the same to my lord your husband, for I consider it impossible for him to remember such matters, having such a heap of business as he hath. Wherefore I heartily require you to go forward in this suit till you have brought it to an honest end, for the poor man is not able to abide long in the city. And thus, my good Nan, I trouble you with myself and all mine, thanking you with all my heart for your earnest gentleness towards me in all my suits hitherto, reckoning myself out of doubt of the continuance of the same. Wherefore, once again, I must trouble you with my poor George Brickhouse, who was an officer of my mother's wardrobe and beds, from the time of the king my father's coronation, whose only desire is to be one of the knights of Windsor, if all the rooms be not filled, and, if they be, to have the next reversion in obtaining, whereof, in mine opinion, you shall do a charitable deed, as knoweth Almighty God, who sent you good health and us shortly, meet to his pleasure. From St. John's, this Sunday in the afternoon, being the 24th of April. Your loving friend during my life, Mary. Mary's requests for provision for her mother's aged servants were duly remembered by her good Nan, For, some months later, a letter of thanks in her hand occurs to the Protector. The Princess Mary to the Protector. My lord, I heartily thank you for your gentleness showed touching my requests late made unto you, whereof I have been advertised by my comptroller, and though I shall leave, or omit, to trouble you at present with the whole number of my said requests, yet I thought it good to signify to you my desire for those persons who have served me a very long time, and have no kind of living certain. Praying you, my lord, according to your gentle promise, that they may have pensions, as my other servants have, during their lives. For their years be so far past that I fear they shall not enjoy them long. Thus, with my hearty commendations, as well to yourself as to my gossip, your wife, I bid you both farewell. Praying Almighty God to send you both as much health and comfort of soul and body as I would wish myself. From Beaulieu, the 28th of December. Your assured friend to my power, Mary. In June, Lord Thomas Seymour wrote to her, requesting her sanction to his marriage with her friend and stepmother, Katharine Parr. Her letter has already been given. It is sensibly written, though somewhat prudishly worded, disowning all knowledge in wooing matters, and she evidently insinuates that a 6 months' widowhood is rather too short for the widow of a king of England, though perhaps Mary knew, as well as the parties themselves, that they were already married. The princess dated her letter from Wanstead, and soon after she notified to Katharine Parr that she was about to try the heir of Norfolk for the restoration of her infirm health, and from that time she sojourned frequently at her manor of Kenninghall. She required the attendance of her chamberwoman, Jane, during an attack of illness that seized her in the autumn. This damsel had given her hand to William Russell, a servant in the household of her sister, on which occasion Mary received the following familiar letter from the Princess Elisabeth. We find, by its contents, that it is one of a numerous and affectionate series, which passed between the royal sisters at this period of their lives. From the Princess Elisabeth to the Princess Mary. To my well-beloved sister Mary. Good sister, as to hear of your sickness is unpleasant to me, so it is nothing fearful, for that I understand it is your old guest, that is wont oft to visit you, whose coming, though it be oft, yet it is never welcome, but notwithstanding it is comfortable, for that Jacula provisa minus feriunt. As I do understand your need of Jane Russell's service, so I am sorry that it is by my man's occasion letted or hindered, which, if I had known afore, I would have caused his will to give place to need of your service. For, as it is her duty to obey his commandment, so it is his part to attend your pleasure, and as I confess it were meet for him to go to her, since she attends upon you, so indeed he required the same, but for divers of his fellows had business abroad that made his tarrying at home. Good sister, though I have good cause to thank you for your oft sending to me, yet I have more occasion to thank you for your oft gentle writing, and you may see by my writing so oft how pleasant it is to me. And thus I end to trouble you, desiring God to send you as well to do as you can think or wish, or I desire or pray. From Ashridge, scribbled this 27th of October, your loving sister, Elisabeth. The will of Henry VIII was as replete with seeds of strife for his subjects as the capricious acts of his life had been. This monarch, who had, on the suppression of the monasteries, desecrated so many altars, and scattered the funds of so many mortuary chapels, and endowed chantries, in utter disregard of the intentions of the founders, whose very tombs were often violated, left by his will £600 per annum for masses to be said for his soul. He had likewise enjoined his executors to bring up his son in the Catholic faith, but this he probably meant the cruel church of the 6 Articles, which he had founded. This will was a serious impediment to the Protestant Church of England, for the establishment of which Somerset and Cranmer took decided steps directly Henry expired. Before the Parliament met in November, Bishop Gardiner, the chief supporter of Henry's anti-papal Catholic Church, was deprived of his see and imprisoned in the Fleet. Sometime in the same autumn a controversy, by letter, took place between the princess Mary and Somerset, which appears to have been commenced by her earnest entreaties for the performance of her father's will, especially that part which related to the education of her brother. Somerset's answer to the princess is alone preserved. It contains assertions regarding the Protestant principles and intentions of Henry VIII., wholly contradicted by facts. Far wiser would it have been for the Protestant protector to have boldly founded his opposition on the obvious truth, and argued on the inconsistency of Henry's testimony and his deeds. But Somerset, like most politicians, sacrificed the majesty of truth to expediency, which conduct, of course, involved him in a labyrinth of disputation and self-contradiction. In the course of the correspondence that ensued between Somerset and Bishop Gardiner on the same subject, a remarkable fact appears, which is, that the paraphrases of Erasmus, among which the translation by the Princess Mary held so conspicuous a place, was reprinted by the founders of our Protestant Church, and was provided in all churches throughout England as a companion to the Bible, being considered next in efficacy to the sacred volume itself, for the promotion of the Reformed faith. It likewise appears that Gardiner's attack on this very work was the ultimate cause of his imprisonment. Mary's connection with this publication forms a singular incident in the history of this controversy, and indeed in her own career. Thus did Mary's opposition to the Protestant Church of England commence at the very moment that the Church was taking for one of its bulwarks the work of her own pen. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 3, Part 2. The princess was invited to court by an affectionate letter from the young king, her brother, who was, before the religious controversy occasioned variance, exceedingly fond of her. The royal family passed the Christmas, succeeding their father's death, in each other's society, on the most affectionate terms. From that time, however, the visits of Mary to court were few, as she could not agree with the tenets of the Protestants. She held herself as much in retirement as possible. The country was, the succeeding summer, in a state of insurgency, from east to west, and from north to south, chiefly on account of the utter misery into which the tyrant of the latter years of Henry VIII's government had thrown it. It ought to be noted that not one of these insurgents implicated Mary's name in their proceedings, though if she had given them the slightest encouragement, there cannot be a doubt but that they would joyfully have done so. Mary certainly limited her religious zeal, whilst she was a subject, to the narrow circle of her own chapel and household, for which she claimed only toleration. This she was the less likely afterwards to practice, since no example was afforded her that it formed a principle of any creed established in Christendom. Notwithstanding all Mary's caution, the protector addressed to her some communication, accusing her servants of encouraging the rebels in Devonshire. She answered him by a letter, in which, after proving that her servants were not near the scene of action, she concludes with these words: "My lord, it troubleth me to hear such reports, especially where there is no cause given, trusting my household shall try or prove themselves true subjects to the king's majesty, and honest, quiet persons, or else I would be loath to keep them. And whereas you charge me that my proceedings in matters of religion should give no small courage to many of these men, to require and do as they do, that thing appeareth most evidently to be untrue, for all the rising about this part, for example Norfolk, is touching no point of religion. But even as ye ungently and without desert charge me, so I, omitting so fully to answer it as the case doth require, do and will pray God, that your new alterations and unlawful liberties be not rather the occasion of these assemblies than my doings, who am, God I take to witness, disquieted therewith. And as for Devonshire, no indifferent or impartial person can lay the doings to my charge, for I have neither land nor acquaintance in that country, as knoweth Almighty God, whom I humbly beseech to send you all as much plenty of his grace as I would wish to myself. So with my hearty commendations I bid you farewell. From my house at Kenninghall, the 20th of July. Your friend to my power, Mary. Mary came to London in the autumn of 1548 and paid a visit to her brother at his private residence of St. James's Palace. Here she must have occupied a regular suite of reception rooms, for she had a great concourse of friends to visit her, and made a special good cheer for their entertainment. The comforts and luxuries of the table were not, it is evident, forbidden at court, but the sound of musical instruments was wholly banished from the royal residences. Nor did the first lady in the realm venture to indulge her favourite taste, by touching virginals, lutes, or regals, while sojourning under the roof of the young sovereign of England. The widower of Katharine Parr, Lord Thomas Seymour, was among the guests of Mary. This is apparent by a letter he addressed to her, in which he returned thanks for her hospitality. At the same time, he required her testimony, as related in the preceding biography, respecting the rich jewels her father had given to the late Queen Katharine Parr. He, in the conclusion, alluded to Mary's total deprivation of music while she abode at St. James's, and insinuated that she must wholly have lost her practice. In order to obviate such a misfortune, he offered the services of his man, Walter Earle, to give her lessons, this person being well skilled on her favourite instrument, the virginals. The inquisitors of the Star Chamber, who soon after carefully sifted all the proceedings of the unfortunate Seymour, found that he had had a long consultation with his man, Walter Earle, the night before he set out on his errand to Mary. They shrewdly suspected that Walter was directed to intersperse, with his musical lessons, some words calculated to raise the ambitious widower in the good graces of the princess. Great jealousy was excited in the mind of the protector, that his brother, if he failed in his matrimonial projects regarding Elisabeth or Lady Jane Grey, meant to offer his hand to the Princess Mary. Nor were these suspicions wholly unfounded. The Lord Admiral Seymour to the Lady Mary. After my humble commendations to your grace, with most hearty thanks for the great good cheer I, amongst others, had with you, at your grace's late being here, it may hereof please you to understand, that had it not been that the little time of your late abode did rather require to be absented from suits, or not troubled with applications, than to be at any time impeached or impeded of the entertainment of so many of your grace's friends, which then came to visit you, I had even then, by mouth, desired knowledge of the thing, which now I am suitor for by writing. I have sent your grace this bearer to wait on you this Christmas, and to renew and bring to your remembrance such lessons as I think you have forgotten, because at my late being at St. James's, I never saw a pair of virginals stirring in all the whole house, wishing I had some other thing that might be more pleasant and acceptable to your grace, whom for this present I commit to the good governance of God. From Seymour Place, this 17th of December. But one little month intervened between the penning of this letter and the impeachment of the hapless writer, and in still less time he was hurried, without trial, to the block, by virtue of a warrant signed with the hand of his fraternal foe. He employed his last moments in writing to the royal sisters, Mary and Elisabeth, one of whom regarded him with feelings of friendship, the other with those of love. Mary's health was so very infirm in the spring of 1550 that her death was generally expected. She herself felt convinced that her end was near. Had she died at this time, how deeply venerated would her name have been to all posterity, how fondly would her learning, her charities, her spotless purity of life, her inflexible honesty of word and deed, and her fidelity to her friends, have been quoted and remembered by her country! Even her constancy to the ancient church would have been forgiven, as she was as yet innocent of the greatest offense a human being can commit against God and man, persecution for religion's sake. If she had never reigned, the envenomed hatred between Protestants and Catholics would have been less, and many horrid years of persecution and counter-persecution would have been spared. She wrote a meditation on her severe illness in 1549, and sent it to her kinswoman, Lady Capel, with these words: "Good cousin Capel, I pray you, as often as you be disposed to read this writing, to remember me and pray for me, your loving friend, Marie." This cousin, whose relationship the princess claimed so frankly, was daughter to the Lady Manners, descended from Anne, Duchess of Exeter, sister to Edward IV, by her second husband, St. Leger, and of course a descendant of the royal line of York. The sickness Mary alluded to laid long and heavily on her at Kenninghall, and it seems to have been greatly aggravated by the arduous letters she had almost daily to write to the Protector, respecting her required conformity with the recently established Church of England. In the course of this correspondence, she frequently alluded to her sinking health. The point of contest was her refusal to deliver up her chaplain, Dr. Hopton, her officer, Sir Francis Inglefield, and her comptroller, Rochester, for the examination of the Privy Council, regarding her domestic worship. In her letter, she rather appealed to the former friendship between her and Somerset than used harsh language. "I intend, with God's grace, to trouble you little with any worldly suits, but to bestow the short time I think or expect to live in quietness, praying for the king's majesty and all of you. Moreover, your desire seems that I should send my comptroller, Rochester, and Dr. Hopton the chaplain to you. It is not unknown to you that the chief charge of my house resteth only on the travails of my said comptroller, who hath not been absent from my house 3 whole days since the setting up of the same, unless it were for my letters patent, so that, if it were not for his continual diligence, I think my little portion or income would not have stretched so far. My chaplain, by occasion of sickness, hath been long absent, and is not yet able to ride. Therefore, as I cannot forbear or spare my comptroller, and my priest is not able to journey, I desire you, my lord, if you have anything to declare to me, except matters of religion, to send me some trusty person with whom I shall be contented to talk, but assuring you, that if any servant of mine, man, woman, or chaplain, should move me contrary to my conscience, I would not give ear to them, nor suffer the like to be used in my house. And thus, my lord, with my hearty commendations, I wish unto you, and the rest of the council, as well to do as myself. From my house at Kenninghall, the 22nd of June, 1549. Your assured friend to my power, Mary." The dispute gathered strength as it proceeded, and, in a letter written a few days after, she says, "Her poor sick priest, Hopton, has set out in obedience to their orders, though the weather was cold and stormy, and he likely to fail by the way." This controversial correspondence with Somerset was suddenly interrupted by his deposition from the protectorship. The faction which had deposed him, the leaders of which were Dudley, Cranmer, and Northampton, addressed an extraordinary memorial to Mary, giving their own version of the transaction, written with natural partiality to their own cause and conduct. From this singular document we abstract the following particulars. To my Lady Mary's grace and my Lady Elisabeth's grace. It may please your grace, with our most humble and hearty commendations, to understand, that whereas some trouble hath chanced between us of the King's Majesty's council and the Duke of Somerset, and because the same may be diversely reported, we have thought it our parts to signify to your grace briefly how the matter hath grown, and by what means it hath now come to this extremity. Many sentences then occur accusing Somerset indefinitely of pride, ambition, and impracticability in business, and at last, with flying into violent courses, because he suspected a cabal against him. as addressed to the Princess Mary, the following narrative of the only misdemeanor that could be alleged against the hapless Somerset, is very curious. We, resume his accusers, had not dined together above twice, but immediately he took the Tower, and raised all the country about Hampton Court, brooding and crying out, that certain lords had determined to destroy the king's majesty, whom we pray to God on our knees to make as old a king as any of his progenitors. And when he had thus gathered the people together at Hampton Court, he brought his majesty into the base court there, and to the gate, causing him, the good prince, to say to the people crowded round the gate, I pray you be good to us and our uncle. The scene of this stirring historical drama, we consider, is that antique quadrangle in Hampton Court which opens on the river, the bridge and offices. This, we think, agrees with the term base court. It is little injured by the hand of innovation, and here imagination can picture the royal boy, with his noble-looking uncle, supplicating through the grate the motley crowd, assembled from the banks of the river and the adjacent hamlets, to be good to them. But this did not form the whole of the protector's harangue, which chiefly turned on a political intrigue he suspected his rivals meant to agitate with the Princess Mary. The document proceeds. When he, Somerset, began his oration to the people, and among his other untrue and idle sayings, declared, that we wanted to remove him from his office, because we were minded to have your grace, the Princess Mary, to be regent of the realm, dilating on what danger it would prove to his majesty to have your grace, who are next in succession and title, to be in that place, and that therein was meant a great treason, which, as God knoweth, we never intended, and consider all laws touching the government provide to the contrary. Neither have any of us all at any time, by word or writing, opened any such matter to your grace as your honor knoweth. This singular communication bears every appearance of a snare laid for Mary by Dudley. It opened to her a prospect which she had never previously contemplated of governing England as princess regent by the aid of his faction after the deposition of Somerset. Had she given way for one instant to the temptation of ambitious vanity, and encouraged Dudley by replying, that as next in succession and title, her appointment as regent was by no means an unreasonable step, she had been lost, for the same party afterwards conspired to invalidate her title and right of succession to the throne. She knew them well, and gave no encouragement to the subtle hint. The whole transaction has, till very recently, slept in the dim twilight of the state paper office. Most wisely does Mr. Tytler observe, that historical truth is progressive, of slow attainment, and to be found, if anywhere, in the original letters of the times. To this may we add, that history, separated from the companionship of her sister biography, is an inexplicable riddle, for in the individual characters of rulers and princes, in their passions, interests, and good or bad principles, can alone be traced the springs of the outward and visible actions which history records. Dudley's dispatch, after detailing many curious particulars relative to Edward VI and Somerset, irrelevant here, concludes with the following strong canvass to enlist Mary on their side. We trust your grace, in our just and faithful quarrel, will stand with us, and thus shall we pray to Almighty God for the preservation of your grace's health. It may be inferred from Mary's kindness on her accession to Somerset's downtrodden and persecuted family, after his enemies had wreaked their final vengeance on him, that she by no means approved of his ruin and execution. And it is certain, from the immediate renewal of aggravated severities against her, for the practice of her domestic worship, that her grace did not stand with his enemies according to their earnest request. Indeed, Mary's utter retreat from all political agitation, in her brother's stormy minority, was a respectable trait in her character, and coincides entirely with Paulino's narrative regarding her father's deathbed charge. Whenever she was at issue with the ministers of Edward VI, Her disagreement was wholly personal, and never of a public nature. It was passive and defensive, and limited to repelling their interference with her domestic altar and worship. And, when she resisted their attacks, she neither meddled with their intrigues, fomented their factions, nor encouraged their enemies. When the Dudley Regency arrested her chaplains for officiating in her chapel, she appealed to the emperor on the subject, and his ambassador, April 19, 1550, demanded of the privy council that the Lady Mary might have her mass, which was denied, says her royal brother in his journal. The denial was in ambiguous terms, since the imperial ambassador understood that permission had been granted. Yet molestation to the princess continued during the whole year, and towards the autumn assumed a serious aspect. Meantime, the Duke of Brunswick became a suitor for her hand, but was informed by her brother that Don Luis, the infant of Portugal, was engaged in a marriage treaty for the Princess Mary, and when that was determined, he should be answered. The Duke of Brunswick was the second illustrious wooer Mary had had from among the champions of the Protestant faith, and the Marquess of Brandenburg soon after offered her his hand. There seems, during the reign of Edward, to have been as many overtures for her marriage as when her father was alive. She gave her consent to the alliance with Don Luis of Portugal, but the match was never concluded. The emperor threatened England with war if the Lady Mary was not exempted from all penal law against nonconformity, which was at this time severe, and when the young king positively refused to permit mass to be said in her chapel, the Emperor Charles sent ships, commanded by one of his Flemings, named Scippurus, to hover off the east coast, to receive Mary on board, and carry her to the protection of his sister, the Queen of Hungary. King Edward ordered Sir John Gates to watch that his recusant sister was not stolen away from Newhall, which is situated near the mouth of the Blackwater in Essex, to Antwerp. This measure was expected, because it was said at court that more than one of her gentlemen had been to the coast, and examined the best places for her embarkation. Thus it appears her favourite seat of Newhall was regarded with jealousy by the court. The privy council endeavoured to entice Mary from the forbidden ground of Newhall, by amiable representations that the air of Essex was bad for her health, and the cause of a fit of illness which attacked her in the November of 1550. In answer, she wrote the following letter, which is pleasantly worded, and from which may be gathered information regarding her health and residences. It was probably addressed to the Lord Privy Seal, Bedford, with whom she was always on friendly terms. My lord, I most heartily thank you for your gentle and kind words. And, whereas it should seem to you, and others my friends, that the soil and air of this house might be the reason of my sickness, for recovery whereof you think it good I should remove from the same. My lord, the truth is, neither the house or the air is herein to be suspected, but the time of the year, being the fall of the leaf, at which time I have seldom escaped the same disease these many years, and the rather, to prove the air is not the evil, I have not at present, thanks be to God, any of my household sick. Notwithstanding, I had made my provisions at Wainstead and St. John's these 2 months past, where I intended to have been all this winter, but by reason of my one departed at Wainstead of the plague, who was buried in the churchyard, very near to my gate, I was driven from that house, and then my disease coming on me so sore, hearing also that the air of St. John's was not clear, I durst not venture to take so far a journey. The stay or delay whereof was a grief to me, because the chief intent of the same was to see the king's majesty. So having no house of my own near hand, I thought it not meet to make more provision in any other, but determined to rest here till Christmas was past, and caused mine officers to provide accordingly. Moreover, for the better amendment of my health, you so gently offered me the choice of any of the king's majesty's houses, or any other man's house being meet to be had. You would give order for the same. My lord, your gentleness in this, or in any other of my causes, doth appear so unfeignedly, that I had just occasion to think you my very friend, and not being otherwise able to recompense you, I shall pray for you. Hereafter, if I shall espy any house meet for my purpose, I shall make bold to require your favor therein. For I mean, if strength and health will suffer me, to change the air and house here for the cleansing of the same, and borrow my lord chancellor's house for 10 or 12 days, who very gently hath offered me the same. And thus, with my most hearty commendations, I wish you well to do, as myself. From Beaulieu, or Newhall, the 23rd of November. Your assured friend to my power, Mary. This letter was so represented, that it produced the observation from the young king, in his journal, that the Lady Mary refused to come to him. Throughout the winter the controversy continued, regarding the ritual used in her chapel, which at last became so serious, that she resolved to appeal to her brother in person. The offense given by Mary was, that she did not have her service celebrated with closed doors, but permitted her neighbors to come in crowds, to share in her worship. All ecclesiastics agree in the opinion that no Christian congregation can thrust members of the same faith from the door of their place of worship, while divine service is celebrating, if there is room within for their presence. Yet in the frightful system of antagonism which has only abated within the last 100 years, the struggle of each party as it rose to power was to suppress the resort of the people to rival places of worship. Mary could no more lock herself into her chapel as a Catholic than we, as Protestants, can bar the door of a church in sermon time. She was accused of usurping the parish churches near her residences, occupying them with her chaplains, and causing mass to be celebrated therein. But that this is a false statement, Bishop Ridley himself implied, for, in his subsequent discussion with her, on the subject of preaching to her, she referred him to the parish church at Hunsdon as the proper place for his ministry. Early in the following spring she was resident at Wanstead, close to London. A contemporary thus describes her manner of going to court. She mounted her horse, and attended by a noble cavalcade of ladies and gentlemen, rode through Fleet Street to Westminster. Her intention was to make a personal appeal to her brother, on the interruption his ministers were then offering to her domestic worship. Every one of her numerous retinue wore a black rosary and cross hanging at the girdle, a display which naturally gave rise to irritation, and caused infinite offense to the Protestant court of the young king. At the great gate of the palace she alighted, and Mr. Wingfield, comptroller of the king's household, and many lords, attended her there. And so she was brought through the hall unto the chamber of presence, and so she tarried there 2 hours, and ate a goodly banquet. Succeeding years have drawn the veil from the 2 hours' conference, which was Mary's concern at court, rather than the goodly banquet. The Lady Mary, my sister, says young Edward in his journal, came to me at Westminster, where, after salutations, she was called with my council into chamber, where was declared how long I had suffered her mass against my will, in the hope of her reconciliation, and how, now being no hope which I perceived by her letters, except I saw some short amendment, I could not bear it. He told her, moreover, she was to obey as a subject, not rule as a sovereign. She answered, that her soul was God's, and her faith she could not change, nor dissemble her opinion with contrary words. She likewise offered to lay her head on the block in testimony of the same. To which it appears the young king answered with some tender and gracious words. They are, however, recorded by his sister, and not by himself. It is singular that the same historians, who have loaded young Edward with undeserved praise, have here accused him of designs on his sister's life. The truth is, no one talked of cutting off her head but herself, and there exists her own evidence that her brother received her ardent proposals of martyrdom with gentle and soothing expressions. Some alarm was evidently felt for the princess by the populace, whose idol she then was. But she seems to have parted on friendly terms with the king, whatever resentment she bore to the council, since she obtained leave to visit her favourite seat of Beaulieu or Newhall in Essex. The chronicler before quoted continues, that, after the goodly banquet, the same afternoon, she took horse and rode back to St. John's, and there she lay all night, and on the morrow her grace rode to Newhall in Essex, and there bides with grace and honour, thanks to God and the king her brother." The king, it may be perceived by his journal, was personally aggrieved by the reluctance of his sister Mary manifested at visiting his court. Yet, had there existed no religious differences, the ceremonial imposed upon every one who approached the Tudor sovereigns must have been difficult for an invalid to support. "When one of the king's sisters eats with him," says the Florentine ambassador Umbaldini, "she may not sit on a chair, but a mere bench, and so far distant from the head of the table and the king, that the canopy does not overhang her." The ceremonies observed before sitting down to table are truly laughable. I have seen, for example, the Princess Elisabeth drop on one knee 5 times before her brother ere she took her place. The king was answered on the knee every time he addressed any one, even of the highest rank. Laughable it was, that the representatives of Owen Tudor should exact from their court almost oriental prostration, when it is evident, from the minute descriptions of Froissart, that the mightiest of the majestic Plantagenets, Edward III., required no such servility. But the law had been so altered, by the slavish parliaments of Henry VIII., that the national high spirit of the English was crushed in the dust. The very day after Mary's visit, the emperor's ambassador declared, that if his master's kinswoman was any further molested in her religious rites, he should quit the country, preparatory to a declaration of war. The ministers, and even the bishops, of the young king assured him that war with the Low Countries would be utter ruin to England, and that he must wink at his sister's mass for a while, whereat he wept. And the enforced toleration did not last long, for Francis Mallet, the head chaplain of the princess's household, was seized and confined rigidly in the Tower. A person was placed in his cell, night and day, to watch what he said and did. This was the more to be deplored, since Mallet had shown, by aiding Mary in the translation of Erasmus, a tendency to liberality of principles. And when such a person meets persecution, the mischief done to the general cause of Christianity is great, since all the tendencies to kindliness and mutual forbearance are changed into polemic fury. Mallet was esteemed by Queen Katharine Parr, and was a retiring character, but a man of great learning and sincerity. He had been long in the service of the Princess Mary, and it was to him she addressed the following words, at the end of a prayer she composed: "Good Francis, pray that I may have grace to obtain the petitions contained in this prayer above written. Your assured loving mistress during life, Marie." When this old and tired friend was dragged from under her roof to prison, Mary wrote earnest letters of remonstrance to her brother in his council, but in vain. She continued, however, to have her religious service celebrated by her remaining chaplains, although, in the following August, another attempt was made to prevent it. She was at Copt Hall, Waltham, Essex, when the king and council sent for the comptroller of her household, Mr. Robert Rochester, with Mr. Walgrave and Sir Francis Inglefield, her 2 other principal officers, and, after using many menaces and persuasions, charged them to return to their mistress, and informed her and her remaining chaplains that mass should not be continued. In short, these officers were charged to control the princess in her own house by altogether putting a stop to her religious service, and if, in consequence, she discharged them from her service, they were to stay nevertheless, and enforce the king's orders. Most unwillingly, and with heavy hearts, did Mary's officers depart on this errand. How they sped in their attempts to control their mistress, their own words will best testify. We arrived at Copt Hall, August 15th, late in the evening, but as the following day was Sunday, and her grace was to receive the sacrament, we abstained from delivering the letters before noon, lest she should be disquieted. After dinner they presented the letters, delivered to them at Hampton Court, on the 14th. And when the princess had read them, they prayed her to be contented to hear the commission they had received of the council. To which her grace made answer, that she knew right well that their commission agreed with the letters before her, therefore they need not rehearse it. They implored her to permit them to obey the counsel, and at last she consented to hear their message, but was marvelously offended when she heard it, and forbade them to declare the same to her chaplains and household. If they did, they must no longer consider her as their mistress. Moreover, she would leave the house directly. As during this interview they all observed that her color often altered, and she seemed passioned and unquiet, they forbore to trouble her farther, fearing that the troubling her might bring on an attack of her old disease. They therefore begged her to consider the matter within herself, and pause upon her answer to the council till the next Wednesday, when they would wait upon her grace again to hear further her pleasure, adding that they did this, hoping to find her more conformable. On Wednesday they found her anything but conformable, for she would not permit them to declare their charge, from the council, to her chaplains and family, saying, her household were enjoying the completest peace and quiet, and if they chose to disturb her and them, and any ill should arise, they, the said Rochester, Inglefield, and Walgrave, must answer for the blame of it. On this they preferred returning to the council without performing their commission, contenting themselves with bringing to Windsor for his majesty letters from the Lady Mary's grace, as followeth. My duty most humbly remembered to your majesty. It may please you to be advertised, that I have by my servants received your most honourable letter, the contents whereof do not a little trouble me, and so much the more, for that any of my servants should move or trouble me, in matters touching my soul, which I think the meanest subject in your realm could evil bear at their servant's hand, having for my part utterly refused heretofore to talk with them in such matters, and of other persons less regarded them therein. To them I have declared what I think, as she, which trusteth your majesty, would have suffered me, your poor humble sister and bedeswoman, to have used the accustomed mass, which the king your father and mine, with all his predecessors, evermore used, wherein also I have been brought up from my youth. And thereunto my conscience doth not only bind me, which will by no means suffer me to think one thing and do another, but also the promise made to the emperor by your majesty's council was an assurance to me, that in so doing I should not break the laws, although they seem now to qualify and deny the thing. And at my last waiting on your highness, I was so bold as to declare my mind and conscience, and desired your highness, rather than constrain it, to take my life, whereunto your majesty made me a very gentle answer. And now I beseech your highness to give me leave to write what I think, touching your majesty's letters. Indeed, they may be signed with your own hand, and nevertheless, in my opinion, not your majesty's in effect, because it is well known that heretofore I have declared in the presence of your highness that, though, our Lord be praised, your majesty hath far more knowledge and greater gifts than others of your years, yet it is not possible that your highness can at these years be a judge in matters of religion, and therefore I take it, that the matter proceedeth from such as do wish those things to take place, which be most agreeable to themselves, by whose doings your majesty not offended, I mean not to rule my conscience. And thus, without molesting your highness any further, I humbly beseech the same ever, for God's sake, to bear with me, as you have done, and not to think that by my doings or example any inconvenience might grow to your majesty or to your realm, for I use it not after any such sort, putting, or having, no doubt but in time to come. Whether I live or die, your majesty shall perceive mine intent is grounded upon a true love towards you, whose royal estate I beseech Almighty God long to continue, which is and shall be my prayer, according to my duty. And after your pardon craved of your majesty for this rude and bold letter, if neither at my humble suit nor for the regard of the promise made to the emperor, you will suffer and bear with me as you have done, till your majesty may be a judge herein yourself, and right understand their proceedings, of which I yet despair not. Rather than to offend God and my conscience, I offer my body at your will, and death shall be more welcome than life with a troubled conscience. Most humbly beseeching your majesty to pardon my slowness in answering your letters, for my old disease would not suffer me to write any sooner. And thus I pray Almighty God to keep your majesty in all virtue and honor and long life, at his pleasure. From my poor house at Cop Hill, Essex, the 19th of August. Your majesty's most humble sister, Mary. Edward VI and his council took 4 days for the consideration of this letter, nor could they devise a more rational scheme of reducing the recusant princess to conformity, than by continuing to excite her own servants to control her, who, being accustomed to render her implicit obedience, were, as she shrewdly remarked, the last persons likely to enforce it. And so it proved, for when Robert Rochester, her principal officer, was brought before the king in council, in order to receive a second code of instructions, on his return to his vocation in the household of the princess, he flatly refused to carry any more messages, vowing, he had had enough of his first commission, they might send him to prison if they liked, but as to face his mistress on any such errands, he would not. Sir Francis Inglefield and Mr. Walgrave were precisely in the same mind, refusing to intermeddle with the religious rites in the household of their lady, saying it was against their consciences. In this dilemma the council found they must carry their own messages themselves. Accordingly, a deputation of their body set off, for the purpose of reducing the princess to obedience. The persons composing it were the Lord Chancellor Rich, Sir Anthony Wingfield, comptroller of the king's household, and Mr. Peter. They likewise brought a gentleman who meant to favour Mary with his service, in place of the impracticable Robert Rochester, who was forthwith conveyed prisoner, first to the Fleet and then to the Tower. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 3, Part 3. The proceedings of the privy councillors at Copt Hall cannot be better narrated than in the words of the Lord Chancellor himself, who, in a very tragic tone, thus relates the scene, which, contrasted with the sad and tearful events of those times of terror, positively ends with a tinge of comedy. I, the Lord Chancellor, delivered his Majesty's letters to the Lady Mary, who received them on her knees, saying, that she would kiss the letter because the king had signed it, and not for the matter contained therein, which was merely the doings of the council. Reading it to herself, she said these words in our hearing: "Ah, good Mr. Cecil took much pains here." When they began to exhort her on the business they came on, she prayed them to be brief. "For," said she, "I am ill at ease in health, and I shall, mayhap, make you a short answer, having written my mind to his Majesty with mine own hand." Nevertheless, they proceeded in their exhortation, and offered to show her the names of all the council, who had resolved she should not have the private mass in her house. She cared not, she said, for the rehearsal of their names, for she knew they were all of one mind therein. And, added she, rather than use any other service than that ordained during the life of my father, I will lay my head on the block. But, she continued, I am unworthy to suffer death in so good a cause. And though his Majesty, good sweet king, have more knowledge than any other of his years, yet it is not possible for him, at present, to be a judge of all things. For instance, if ships were to be sent to sea, I am sure you would not think him able to decide what should be done, and much less can he, at his age, judge in questions of divinity. Howbeit, if my chaplains do say no mass, I can hear none, no more can my poor servants. As to my priests, they know what they have to do. If they refuse to say mass for fear of imprisonment, they may act therein as they will, but none of your service shall be said in any house of mine, and if any be said in it, I will not tarry in it an hour." They then told her how the king had commanded her comptroller, Mr. Robert Rochester, to enforce his council's orders, and how ill and inefficiently he and his colleagues had done the errand, and of their flat disobedience when commanded to return with a second message. As might be expected, this information gave the Princess Mary extreme satisfaction. Friendless and oppressed she might be, but it was evident she was still absolute mistress in her own domicile, and her servants preferred gainsaying a king and his council to the task of contradicting her under her own roof. With true woman's wit, she rejoined, "It was not the wisest of all counsels that sent her own servants to control her in her own house, for of all persons she was least likely to obey those who had been always used to obey her implicitly. As for their punishment, the lords must use them as they thought fit. But if they refused to do your message," added she, "they were the honester men, I wis." Then the chancellor opened at length, regarding the message of Charles V in her behalf to the privy council, to which she replied, "I have the emperor's letter in his own handwriting, testifying that an actual promise was made by the council that the mass should be permitted me, nor can you marvel that I credit the emperor's writing more than your words, and, though you esteem the emperor so little, yet should ye show me more favor than ye do, even for my father's sake, who made the most of ye what ye be now, almost out of nothing." This observation must have been peculiarly cutting to those in her presence, since Henry VIII had, really, raised them from the lowest rank of English gentry, and they were remarkable for no talent, excepting the art of skillful compliance, with every persecuting whim of the sovereign that happened to be reigning, whether directed against Protestants or Catholics. "As for the emperor," continued the princess, "were he dead, I would do just as I do now. Notwithstanding, to be plain with you, his ambassador shall know how I am used." After this, resumes Lord Chancellor Rich, she was told that the king had appointed a person to supply the place of her impracticable comptroller, Rochester, who was sent to prison for refusing to carry the messages of the council. "I shall appoint mine own officers," quoth she, "for my years are sufficient for the purpose, and if ye leave your new comptroller within my gates, out of them I go forthwith, for we twain will not abide in the same house. And," added she, "I am sickly, yet will I not die willingly, but, if I chance to die, I will protest openly that ye of the council be the cause of my death." And, having said this, she on her knees delivered a ring, as a token to the king, saying, "That she would die his true subject and sister, and obey him in all things, except matters of religion. But this," she added, "will never be told his majesty." And having said this, she departed into her bedchamber. Then the lord chancellor called the chaplains of her household before him, and commanded and threatened them if they said aught but the service contained in the common prayer book. The chaplains, after some take, promised to obey. When departing, the lord chancellor and his company went down into the courtyard and waited a few minutes, while search was made of one of the chaplains, who had got out of the way of the exhortation. Just then, the princess, who, perhaps, was willing to divert their attention, opened a little window close by them, and though they offered to return to the house to hear what she had to say, she would needs, says my lord chancellor, speak out of the window. "I pray you," quoth she, "ask the lords of the council that my comptroller, Rochester, may shortly return, for since his departing I take the accounts myself, and lo, have I learned how many loaves of bread be made of a bushel of wheat. I wis, my father and mother never brought me up to brewing and baking. And to be plain with you, I am aweary of mine office. If my lords will send mine officer home again, they shall do me a pleasure. Otherwise, if they will send him to prison, beshrew me, if he go not to it merrily and with a good will. And I pray God to send you well in your souls, and in your bodies too, for some of you have but weak ones." It cannot excite surprise that the deputation waited not to hear any more of this address, to which the princess certainly gave a comic turn, that few will expect from her. Thus she remained victor in the whole discussion, for it is not mentioned that the absentee chaplain was found. Therefore, when the unwelcome visitors departed, this chaplain, doubtless, came out of his hiding place, and performed the forbidden service as usual in the chapel. These events took place just before the arrest and condemnation of the Duke of Somerset to the scaffold. He had previously lost every shadow of power. Among other accusations, he was charged with having proclaimed to the people that the Dudley faction had sown strife between the king and the Princess Mary. In the succeeding April, the united attacks of the smallpox and measles left a blight on the constitution of the young king, which too truly prognosticated his early death. Projects in consequence began to be formed for excluding Mary from the throne. The long fits of illness which afflicted her gave probability to the reports the Dudley faction raised, representing her, according to the Italian of Pollino, as a poor miserable invalid, fit for nothing but to be shut up in her palace. Nevertheless, many of the principal lords of the kingdom were anxious for their daughters to serve her and be her companions, to whom she replied, "Do not marvel that I am obliged to decline receiving them, for my fortunes are such, that I could neither benefit their prospects in life, or give them pleasure, and though you kindly offer them, I could not receive services without rewarding them." The visits of the Princess Mary to her brother in the last year of his life had become few and far between, and when they took place, were conducted according to the solemnest etiquette. One of these visits took place in June 1552. She previously spent some days in London, at her palace of St. John's, Clerkenwell, from whence she rode with a goodly company of ladies and gentlemen, June 11th, to the Tower Wharf. There she took her barge, and was rowed to Greenwich Palace. Her interview with the king was to take leave of him, previously to his progress to Guildford. The mad ambition of John Dudley, who had lately created himself Duke of Northumberland, destined the English crown for his youngest son, Lord Guildford Dudley, by means of marriage with one of the ladies of the blood royal, descended from the Protestant branch of Suffolk. At first, Lady Margaret Clifford, the grandchild of Mary Tudor, the sister of Henry VIII., by descent from her youngest daughter, was the mate chosen for Northumberland's favourite boy. Subsequently, the faction became more daring and more desperate, as the king's illness took the form of consumption, and Guildford Dudley was matched 3 degrees nearer the throne with the fair and learned Lady Jane Grey, eldest daughter of Frances, Duchess of Suffolk, who was heiress to the sister of Henry VIII. And Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk. A few months before this union, the Princess Mary received Lady Jane Grey as her guest at Newhall, during the progress the king made, alluded to above, in July 1552. An anecdote connected with this visit proves that the religious rites of Catholicism were, notwithstanding all opposition, still celebrated in Mary's domestic chapel. For Lady Wharton, passing through the chapel at Newhall, in company with Lady Jane Grey, at a time when service was not proceeding, curtsied to the host, which was in its usual place on the altar. Lady Jane asked, "If the Lady Mary was present in the chapel?" Lady Wharton said, "No." "Why then do you curtsy?" asked Lady Jane Grey. "I curtsy to him that made me," replied Lady Wharton. "Nay," said Lady Jane Grey, "but did not the baker make him?" Lady Wharton reported this dialogue to the Princess Mary, who never after loved Lady Jane as she had done before. The princess had previously presented Lady Jane Grey with a rich dress, and her observations on the sinfulness of wearing it, mentioning Mary as one who left God's word, probably found their way to the princess's ear, as well as into the narrative that recorded them. It is possible that these incidents caused Lady Jane Grey to be nominated as the successor of Edward VI., a choice so replete with calamity to her. The ensuing September was spent by the Princess Mary at Hunsdon, and to this place, on the 8th of that month, the eloquent and zealous Ridley, then Bishop of London, went from his seat of Haddam close by, to pay her a pastoral visit. He was courteously entertained by Sir Thomas Wharton and the other officers of the princess till about 11 o'clock, when she came forth into her presence chamber. He saluted her grace, and said he was come to pay his duty to her. She received the bishop courteously, and conversed with him right pleasantly for a quarter of an hour. She told him, she remembered him when he was chaplain to her father, that she recollected a sermon he preached before the king, on occasion of the marriage of my lady Clinton to Sir Anthony Brown. The princess then invited him to dinner. After dinner, he told her he came to do his duty by her as her diocesan, and to preach before her next Sunday. She blushed when she answered, for emotion, it has been before noticed, always brought a lively color to her cheeks, and bade him make the answer to that himself. Upon which he became more urgent, and she answered, that the parish church would be open to him, if he had a mind to preach in it, but that neither she nor any of her household would be present. He said, he hoped she would not refuse to hear God's word. She replied, she did not know what they called God's word now, but she was sure it was not the same as in her father's time. God's word, replied Ridley, was the same at all times, but hath been better understood and practised in some ages than in other. She answered, he durst not have avowed his present faith in her father's lifetime, and asked, if he were of the council? He said he was not. When he retired, she said, she thanked him for coming to see her, but not at all for his intention of preaching before her. Before he left Hunsdon, Sir Thomas Wharton, steward of the household, according to the custom of the times, took him to the cellar or to the buttery hatch, and presented him with the usual stirrup cup. After Ridley had taken it, he said, he had done amiss to drink under a roof where God's word was rejected, for he ought to have shaken the dust off his feet, for a testimony against the house, and departed instantly. With these words he went his way, leaving all that heard him in the utmost consternation at his manner. Heylin, in his version of the story, affirms that they declared their hair stood on end at his denunciations. The sincerity of both these opponents was unquestionable. Mary, pure in life and unswerving in principle, was ready to lay her head on the block to testify her love for the faith in which she had been reared. Ridley was ardent in piety, and as poor, though Bishop of London, as the apostles, to whom he compared himself, so bountiful was he in charitable distribution. In a milder age, such persons would have respected each other's virtues, and tolerated difference of belief. But the mainspring of all the horrors of that dismal era was the fact, that if the word toleration was in use, it only served, on both sides, to nominate a crime. Nor was it till after as much Catholic blood had been shed by Elisabeth as would have fairly extinguished the hideous fires of the Marian persecution, that one glorious light of the Church of England discovered the great Christian truth, that odious comparisons, bitter sarcasms, and other fruits of polemic argument, excite combative anger rather than feelings of Christian benevolence or veneration. It was holy George Herbert, the mild beams of whose tolerant faith were only diffused over one rural parish, who thus addressed his countrymen just preparing, after a short breathing time, to rush into another religious civil war. Be calm in arguing, for fierceness makes error a crime, and truth discourtesy. Why should I blame another man's mistakes, more than his sickness or his poverty? In love I may, but anger is not love, nor reason neither, therefore gently move. As the young king's health declined, the homage offered to the Princess Mary increased, and when she paid one of her state visits to him at Westminster on the occasion of the new year of 1553, her cortege was crowded with the principal nobility. She retired, however, to her favourite seat of Newhall, where, in May, she received false intelligence that the king was better, and addressed to him, in consequence, the following letter of congratulation. The Princess Mary to Edward VI. My duty most humbly presented to your majesty. It may please the same to be advertised, that as hearing of your highness's late rheum and cough was as much grief as ever was any worldly thing, even so that the hope which I have conceived since I received your majesty's last token by my servant hath not been a little to my comfort, praying Almighty God, according to my most bounden duty, to give your majesty perfect health and strength, with long continuance in prosperity to reign, beseeching your highness to pardon my bold and rude writing, and if, in the same I do trouble your majesty at this present, which I hope I do not, that my humble duty and nature, or natural feeling, which enforceth me thereunto, may excuse my default. Thus most humbly taking my leave of your majesty, I do and shall daily pray for the prosperous preservation of your royal estate, as of all others I am most bound. From Beaulieu or Newhall, the 16th of May, scribbled with a rude hand. No yearly date. Your majesty's most humble sister, Mary. This was the last communication that passed between the Princess Mary and her dying brother. His real situation was sedulously concealed from both his sisters, who, in distrust of the prevalent court faction, kept at some distance from the metropolis. At the end of May, a splendid bridal festival was held at Durham House Strand, while the king was extremely ill. His accomplished kinswoman, Lady Jane Grey, was married to Lord Guildford Dudley, and her sister, Lady Katharine Grey, to the heir of the Earl of Pembroke. King Edward expired at Greenwich Palace, little more than a month afterwards. He disinherited, by an illegal will, not only the sister whose religion he hated, but his Protestant sister, Elisabeth, in order to bestow the crown on Lady Jane Grey. It is a point that will admit strong historical controversy, whether, in this transaction, Edward was Northumberland's dupe or his victim. The dominant faction, by means of doubling the guards round the royal apartments, contrived to keep Edward's death a secret from the public for 2 days, for the purpose of inveigling the rightful heiress of the crown into their power. Accordingly, the council wrote Mary a deceitful letter, saying, that her brother, who was very ill, prayed her to come to him, as he earnestly desired the comfort of her presence, and likewise wished her to see all well ordered about him. Mary, who had watched over his infancy, appears to have been melted by this appeal. She returned a tender message, expressive of her pleasure, that he should have thought she could be of any comfort to him. She set out immediately from Hunsdon, and got as far as Hoddesden, when a mysterious messenger met her, sent, some historians say, by the Earl of Arundel, some by Sir Nicholas Throckmorton. She learned, however, her sisterly affection had been imposed on, that the king was dead, and that she was destined to imprisonment in the Tower. The private memorials of the Throckmorton family describe how this was effected. When King Edward expired, Sir Nicholas Throckmorton, who was present at his death, came in great grief to Throckmorton House, in the city, where his 3 brothers were assembled, to whom he revealed the king's death, and the intended proclamation of Northumberland's daughter-in-law as queen. The brothers, agreeing in a strong detestation of the house of Dudley, resolved that timely notice should be given to the Princess Mary, and, therefore, called into consultation her goldsmith, who undertook to carry the important message. He set out accordingly to meet her, and was undoubtedly the man who intercepted her at Hoddesden, and revealed the real state of affairs. This information threw Mary into the greatest perplexity. She asked her goldsmith, how he knew for a certainty the king was dead? He answered, Sir Nicholas knew it verily. This authority was exceedingly mistrusted by Mary, for as Sir Nicholas Throckmorton had assumed the phraseology of the most violent Calvinists at the court of Edward VI, she could not believe that his intentions were friendly to her cause. She dreaded that a trap was laid to seduce her into an overt act of treason by proclaiming herself the sovereign of England while her brother was living. After musing some time, she said to her informant, the goldsmith, if Robert had been at Greenwich, I would have hazarded all things, and gauged my life on the leap. She meant the elder brother of Sir Nicholas, Sir Robert Throckmorton, for whom she had always the greatest esteem. She would not, however, despise the warning, though she did not fully confide in it, but diverged from the London road, towards Suffolk, with all her train. These events must have occurred on the afternoon of the 7th of July. The fugitive heiress of England bent her flight in the direction of Cambridgeshire, as the nearest way to her seat of Kenninghall, through Bury St. Edmunds. as the soft shades of a July night fell round her hasty course over those desolate plains, which are intersected by the eastern road, once so familiar to the pilgrims bound to the Lady Shrine of Walsingham, and since as much traversed by the frequenters of Newmarket, the ladies and cavaliers of her faithful retinue began to discuss the recent death of the young king. They were all Catholics of the ancient ritual, and, of course, viewed the changes of the eventful times wholly according to their prejudices. They recalled with awe that the only heir male of the line of Henry VIII had expired on the very anniversary of the lawless execution of Sir Thomas More. It was in vain that King Henry had overthrown all existing impediments, and set at naught the lives of thousands in his wilfulness, since his frantic desire of continuing his name and sceptre by heirs male was now as much blighted, as if the divorce of Katharine of Aragon, and the awful bloodshed which stained his latter years, had never taken place. Wearied and worn, the whole party arrived at the gate of Sawston Hall, in the neighbourhood of Cambridge, and craved the hospitality of Mr. Huddleston, its owner. That gentleman, like his relative, who watched the royal oak at Boscobel so well, was a zealous Roman Catholic. He knew, though she did not, how inimical his neighbours of the town of Cambridge were to the cause of the lineal heiress. Huddleston was, nevertheless, too true a gentleman to refuse shelter to the way-wearied princess and her harassed retinue, though there can be little doubt but that he must have foreseen the perilous consequences which threatened himself, and his Lares and Penates. Mary lodged that night under the hospitable roof which was never more to shelter a human being. She was astir with her ladies and retinue before sunrise, but commenced not her arduous journey till she had offered up her devotions according to the rites of her religion. Very early in the morning Mary set out on her journey to Kenning Hall. When she and her party gained the rise called the Gogmagog Hills, she drew her bridle rein, and paused to look back at Sawston Hall. At that moment it burst into flames, for a party from Cambridge, adverse to her cause, had heard of her arrival, and had mustered early in the morning to attack the house that harboured her. If they had not amused themselves with plundering and burning Sawston Hall, they might have seized Mary, so close were they on her traces. She gazed on the flaming pile undauntedly. "Let it blaze," she said. "I will build Huddleston a better." She kept her word. The present Sawston Hall was built by her order and at her expense. Mary was received loyally at Bury St. Edmunds, yet she made no further stay there than for the noon refreshment. The news of the death of Edward VI had not yet reached that town, and Mary's retinue accounted for their hurried journey by asserting that one of the household at Hunsdon had died suddenly, suspected of the plague, therefore the fear of communicating that disease prevented them from tarrying in populous neighbourhoods, and caused their retreat into the depths of the country. The same night Mary crossed the river, which separates Suffolk from its sister county, and arrived safely at her seat of Kenning Hall in Norfolk. There was little rest for her, either in mind or body. By that time the news of the death of the king, her brother, was generally known, and it was necessary for her to take immediate steps for the assertion of her title to the throne. She instantly penned a temperate remonstrance to the Privy Council, mentioning her brother's death with feeling, and further declaring that she was aware of their inimical projects, but she concluded with the offer of amnesty and favour, if they relinquished the same, and proclaimed her in London as their sovereign. This dispatch was dated Kenning Hall, July 9th. The council proclaimed Lady Jane Grey queen on the 10th of the same month. Their reply to Mary was peculiarly aggravating. They branded her in gross terms with illegitimacy, and advised her to submit to her sovereign lady, Queen Jane. Mary immediately took prompt measures for maintaining her right, and certainly displayed, in the course she pursued, an admirable union of courage and prudence. She had neither money, soldiers, nor advisers. Sir Thomas Wharton, the steward of her household, and her ladies, were her only assistants in the first bold step she took. Had she been surrounded by the experienced veterans in arms and council that rallied round her sister Elisabeth at Tilbury, more sagacious measures could scarcely have been adopted, and had Elisabeth been the heroine of the enterprise, instead of Mary, it would have been lauded to the skies as one of the grandest efforts of female courage and ability the world had ever known. And so it was, whether it be praised or not. Sir Henry Jerningham and Sir Henry Bedingfeld brought their Norfolk tenantry to her aid, before she left Kenninghall, which she did on the representation that the country was too open, and the house not strong enough to stand a siege. She resolved to fix her headquarters within an easy ride of the eastern coast, whence she could, on emergency, embark for the opposite shores of Holland, and seek the protection of her kinsman, the Emperor Charles V. With this intention she left Kenninghall July 11th, mounted on horseback, and attended by her faithful knights and ladies. She never drew bridle till she reached the town of Framlingham, which is deep embosomed in the Suffolk woodlands, and situated about 20 miles from Kenninghall. The treble circle of moats which girdle the hillside, town, and fortress of Framlingham were then full and efficient, and the whole defences in complete repair. Mary arrived there after nightfall, at the head of a little cavalry force destined to form the nucleus of a mighty army. The picturesque train of knights in warlike harness, and their men-at-arms, guarding equestrian maids of honour, with the heiress of the English crown at their head, wended their way by torchlight up the woodland eminence on which the Saxon town of Framlingham is built. Thus they passed the beautiful church, where the bones of the noble poet Surrey have since found rest, and ascended the mighty causeway, over 2 deep moats, and paused, at length, beneath the embattled gateway, surmounted then as now by the arms of Howard. Directly Mary stood within the magnificent area formed by the circling towers of Framlingham Castle, she felt herself a sovereign. She immediately defied her enemies by displaying her standard over the gate tower, and assumed the title of Queen Regnant of England and Ireland. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 4, Part 1. The royal standard of England had not floated many hours over the towers of Framlingham Castle, before the chivalry of Suffolk mustered gallantly round Queen Mary. Sir John Sulyard, the Knight of Weatherden, was the first to arrive to her assistance, and to him was given the honourable post of guarding her person. Sir Henry Bedingfeld's Suffolk tenants came in, completely armed, to the amount of 140 men, and Mary appointed their zealous master Knight Marshal of her hourly increasing host. The young grandson of the imprisoned Duke of Norfolk, Lord Thomas Howard, then 17, appeared as one of the Queen's defenders, and there is no question but that the adherents of his house crowded round the banner of the disinherited heir of the murdered Surrey. Meantime, Sir Henry Jerningham undertook a most dangerous commission at Yarmouth, the success of which finally turned the scale in Mary's favour. One of the reasons that prompted Mary to raise her standard in Suffolk was the detestation in which the usurper Northumberland was held, on account of the tremendous cruelties he had perpetrated when Kett's rebellion, for the restoration of the ancient ritual, was crushed in blood in the eastern counties. Sir William Drury, Knight of the Shire of Suffolk, and Sir Thomas Cornwallis, High Sheriff, soon joined the Queen's muster at Framlingham, likewise Sir John Shelton and Sir John Tyrrell, both zealous Catholics. According to Fox, they were afterwards bitter persecutors of the Protestants. An extraordinary misapprehension exists that Mary's recognition as queen was chiefly enforced by the Protestants of Suffolk, yet the leaders of the Framlingham force were not only Catholics, but most of their descendants are so to this day. Her army soon amounted to 13,000 men, all voluntarily serving without pay, though the Queen prudently directed that, if any soldier seemed in need of aught, his captain was to supply his wants as if by way of gift, and charge the expense to her. In an incredibly short time a populous camp rose around the ancient walls of the castle, within whose mighty circle the Queen herself sojourned. Framlingham Castle was founded in the Saxon Heptarchy. by King Redwald, it remained a royal demesne till Henry I granted it to Earl Bigod, to whom the present structure is attributed. Subsequently it was given by Edward I to his second son, Thomas of Brotherton, and from him it descended to the Howards, the dukes of which race made it their principal residence. The site of the castle is a high mound, from whence springs the source of the river Orr. This stream supplied the three moats, which are in the summer season gaily enamelled with golden irises. On the edge of the moat is reared a magnificent circle of walls and towers, enclosing an area of more than an acre. These walls remain to this day nearly entire. They are 40 feet in height, and more than 8 feet in thickness, and are studded with 13 square towers. Within the area, surrounded by these bulwarks, once stood the baronial residence occupied by Queen Mary. The fragments existing are small, yet the traces of the state apartments are, as it were, curiously mapped upon the mighty walls which once sustained them. After crossing a walled causeway over the double moat, and passing through the gate tower, the spectator enters the spacious area. To the right, nearly opposite, are seen several chimneys, whose summits are hollow pillars of wreathed brickwork, very elaborately wrought. The chimney of the state bedchamber on the second floor still remains. On one side of it is a recess about the size of a dressing room, with an arched window looking towards the east. This is declared by tradition to have been Mary's chamber, but it is evidently the oriel, or private oratory pertaining to her state chamber, which, of course, was the room to which the chimney belonged. At the time Mary took refuge in the castle, everything was in the same order as when the old Duke of Norfolk surrendered it into the hands of his ungrateful master, Henry VIII. When he found the Seymours bent on the downfall of his house, he requested that the king would be pleased to bestow his possessions on the royal children, because, as he said, it was stately gear. At the same time the experienced statesman calculated shrewdly on its restoration, a result that he actually lived to see. Framlingham appears to have been retained in the hands of Edward VI, but its governor, Thomas Shemming, evidently adhered to the ancient ritual, and was consequently willing to surrender it to Mary as queen. A Catholic priest, named Sir Rowland, still officiated in the private chapel where a lamp perpetually burned. The chapel was hung with tapestry, representing the life of Christ. The size of the gable of the chapel, and the form of its crockets, may be plainly traced on the wall. Likewise a few small windows, belonging to a gallery leading from the state chamber occupied by Mary to the chapel. The tapestry which hung the state apartments was transferred from Framlingham to Audley End by Lord Howard of Walden, and even in the succeeding century was so good and rich that William III sent it to one of his palaces in Holland, where it is, perhaps, at this day. The local traditions of Suffolk affirm that Queen Mary came to Framlingham on the 10th or 11th of July, and remained there till the 31st. Many circumstances prove their correctness. None of her Kenninghall dispatches and state papers are dated later than the 9th of July, and as she was certainly proclaimed queen at Norwich on the 12th of the same month, she naturally retreated to a place of security before that hazardous step was taken. From the steeple of the church of Framlingham, the seaport of Aldborough may be seen. The castle stands at a much greater elevation, and its highest watchtower, when entire, commanded a view of the German Ocean, and all that passed near the coast. Mary meant to retreat, in case of danger, by the nearest road to the sea, and to this day a lane, about 1.5 miles from the castle, leading to the coast, is called Bloody Queen Mary's Lane, because it is reported she used to walk there. That is, like a prudent general, she surveyed the roads by which retreat was to be made, if needed. The close and winding lanes which led through the forest surrounding Framlingham Castle were rendered impassable by trees felled and thrown across them. The crisis of extreme danger occurred about 5 days after Mary had retired to Framlingham, when 6 ships of war were seen to sail past the Suffolk coast, making for Yarmouth roads. Now there were stout hearts and strong hands at Framlingham, but no other artillery or instruments of war than those carried by the cavaliers at their belts or saddle bows, while the infantry had to depend on push of pike, or blow of axe, or brown bill. The ships were dispatched by the Privy Council to carry cannon and warlike stores for the siege of Mary's castle, and likewise to intercept her if she attempted to retreat to the Emperor's dominions. Sir Henry Jerningham was at Yarmouth when the fleet, under pretence of stress of weather, came close to the harbour, and he boldly went out in a boat to hail them. Upon which, says Speed, these sea soldiers demanded what he wanted. Your captains, replied the intrepid knight, who are rebels to our lawful Queen Mary. If they are, replied the men of war, we will throw them into the sea, for we are her true subjects. Upon which the captains surrendered themselves, and Sir Henry and the Yarmouth burgesses took possession of the ships. Another favourable incident to Mary's cause occurred simultaneously with the surrender of the fleet. She had, among her numerous letters written on the 9th of July, before she left Kenninghall, sent one claiming the allegiance of Sir Edward Hastings, who had been commissioned, by the adverse party, to raise 4,000 men for Queen Jane, in Middlesex and Buckinghamshire. Sir Edward was brother to the Earl of Huntingdon, who was closely allied by a marriage, or contract, with a daughter of Northumberland, but they were, at the same time, great-nephews to Cardinal Pole, being grandsons to the murdered Lord Montague, whose heiress had married the late Earl of Huntingdon. When Sir Edward Hastings had raised a large force in the name of Jane, he proclaimed Mary as his rightful queen, and thus placed at her disposal a great body of militia close to London. The defection of the fleet at Yarmouth could scarcely have reached Lady Jane Grey's Privy Council when this revolt, so near to them, struck terror through their hearts. The first indication of goodwill the metropolis showed towards Mary's right of succession was on the morning of the 16th of July, when a placard was found posted at Queenhithe Church, importing that she had been proclaimed Queen of England and Ireland in every town and city therein except London. The same day the Earl of Sussex and the Earl of Bath seceded from the council. They took their way to Framlingham at the head of their armed vassals. The queen had, directly on her arrival, formed a privy council at Framlingham Castle, who were soon in active correspondence with the municipal authorities at Harwich, Thetford, Norwich, and Ipswich. So early as July 16th, Mr. Smith, the clerk of the Framlingham Council, reported a dispatch from Mr. Brand that Sir Edward Hastings and 10,000 of the militia of Oxford, Bucks, Berkshire, and Middlesex had mustered on July 15th at Drayton, Lord Paget's seat, with intention of marching to seize the Palace of Westminster and all it contained, in behalf of the Queen's right and title. The mayor and corporation of Thetford begged for aid from the Queen's headquarters at Framlingham, but were answered by Mary's orders, that the pride of the enemy they would see in short time abated, therefore they of Thetford will be out of all doubt of their conceived fear. The same day, all the ships in the harbour of Harwich declared for the Queen, having deposed Sir Richard Broke and other captains from their command. The Queen commanded stores of ammunition to be instantly forwarded to Framlingham from these ships, and commissioned one of the captains, John Basing, to resume the command of his vessel. The day after, John Hughes, the comptroller of the customs at Yarmouth, and John Grease, captain of a ship of war called the Greyhound, submitted themselves to the Queen's mercy, and were sworn in her service. She ordered all the ordnance and shot from the Greyhound to be brought to Framlingham, that could be possibly spared from their own defence. The same day she sent orders for certain chests, containing church plate and money, at Norwich, to be opened in presence of the mayor, and the treasure convoyed to her at Framlingham by Austin's steward, at whose house the chests had remained. Likewise she demanded a number of bakers to be sent from Norwich, and 300 quarters of malt were brewed at Orford. 3 brass pieces of ordnance, which were at Aldborough, ready mounted, the Queen required to be sent from thence. A proclamation of defiance to Northumberland was issued forth, July 18th, from Framlingham Castle, offering £1,000 in land to any noble, £500 to any gentleman, and £100 to any yeoman who brought him in prisoner to the Queen. 500 men were appointed to guard the Queen within the walls of the fortress, and no persons, whether coming to submit themselves or otherwise, were permitted to approach her without order from the council. She commanded all prisoners in the jails of Suffolk and Norfolk to be freed, a very doubtful policy in an unsettled time. It is, however, pretty certain that they had been crowded with persons who had committed no other crime than expressing themselves favorable to her title while Edward VI was declining. She had the temerity to order, as early as the 22nd of July, Sir Edward Hastings to dismiss his militia and come to her, with Lord Windsor. She seems to have had from the first an extraordinary dislike to standing armies. Perhaps they did not suit her rigid notions of state economy. Northumberland, though at the head of an army at Cambridge, had employed himself rather in polemic than military warfare. He had requested Dr. Edwin Sandys, the vice-chancellor of the university and a very zealous Protestant, to preach a sermon against Mary's title and her religion. Whilst the sermon was proceeding, a yeoman of the guard held up to public scorn a Catholic missal and a grail, which had been captured the preceding night at Mr. Huddlestone's house, where Mary had slept and heard mass, during her late rapid journey into Suffolk. The next day the news arrived of the revolution in London, and Northumberland, struck with terror, made a clumsy attempt to imitate his colleagues by personally proclaiming Queen Mary in Cambridge market-place, tossing up his cap while the tears ran down his cheeks. Dr. Sandys, who stood by him, was a man of indomitable courage, mental and physical. He could scarcely conceal his scorn when the duke said to him, "That Queen Mary was a merciful woman, and that, doubtless, all would receive the benefit of her general pardon." Dr. Sandys bade him not flatter himself, for if the queen were ever so inclined to pardon, those who ruled her would destroy him, whoever else were spared. Then occurred a disgusting scene of treachery. Sir John Gates, one of Northumberland's most guilty agents, arrested his master, when he was personally helpless, with his boots half on and half off. This is a true specimen of the dishonourable spirit of the era. In a few hours Northumberland was again set at liberty. At last, all this anarchy was settled, by the entry into Cambridge of the Earl of Arundel, with a body of the Queen's troops. He arrested Northumberland, Gates, and Dr. Sandys, and sent them to the Tower. Several of Northumberland's party, after the arrest of their chief, hastened on to Framlingham in order to excuse themselves to Queen Mary, under the plea that they were but obeying the orders of the Privy Council. Among these visitors were the Marquess of Northampton and Lord Robert Dudley. Bishop Ridley likewise presented himself at Framlingham, but was evilly received, and sent back, Fox declares, on a halting horse. He was really arrested, and, with Northampton, sent to the Tower, from the Queen's camp, on the 26th of July, on account of a sermon he had recently preached against her title at St. Paul's Cross. The camp broke up at Framlingham the last day of July, when Queen Mary commenced her triumphant march to the metropolis, from whence her sister Elisabeth set out, the same day, to meet her, at the head of a numerous cavalcade of nobility and gentry, amounting to 1,000 persons. Among these were, in all probability, the Privy Council, who, it appears, met their sovereign at Ingatestone. The Queen's approach to her capital was gradual, and in a manner of a peaceful royal progress, receiving the homage of her faithful or penitent subjects at her various resting places on the road. She arrived the first day at Ipswich, where she gave audience to Cecil, who had been dispatched by the council with tidings, after the departure of Arundel and Paget. Here he made such fluent excuses for all his turnings and tricks, and what he called pardonable lies, that the Queen told his sister-in-law, Mrs. Bacon, that she really believed he was a very honest man. It is worthy of notice that Mrs. Bacon, who was a learned Protestant lady, belonged to the Queen's bedchamber, then and afterwards, and had access to her in private conversation. The Queen, however, still required further explanation of some of Cecil's double dealings in the late usurpation. She moved next day to her favourite seat of Newhall, where Cecil presented her with a list of excuses, lately given entire to the world, which will remain an example of the shamelessness of a climbing statesman to all futurity. The Queen next proceeded to the seat of Sir William Petre, at Ingatestone, where the council, who had lately defied and denied her, were presented to her, for the purpose of kissing her hand. Cecil kissed the royal hand, before any other of the councilmen. So far had his apology satisfied the queen, through the intercession of Mrs. Bacon, but his favour went no further, and, notwithstanding his sedulous compliances with Catholicism, Mary never would listen to his ardent aspirations for office. The queen arrived at her seat at Wanstead on the 2nd of August, where she disbanded her army, excepting a body of horse, a bold measure, considering all that had recently been transacted in the metropolis. Nevertheless, it was only a proper observance of the ancient laws and privileges of London. Lord Arundel had previously arrived at the Tower on the 22nd of July, with Northumberland and the other prisoners brought from Cambridge. He received orders to arrest the Duke of Suffolk and his unhappy daughter, Lady Jane Grey, and lodge them in prison rooms in the Tower. Frances, Duchess of Suffolk, directly her husband was taken from her, hastened to meet the queen, and, throwing herself at her feet, she lifted up her voice in piteous lamentation. She told the queen that Suffolk was very ill, and would die if shut up in the Tower. Mary was softened by her plaints, and granted liberation of her husband. A wonderful instance of mercy, Bishop Godwin observes. Thus, unharmed in body or estate, Suffolk paid the penalty of but 3 days' imprisonment for his conspiracy with Northumberland. No pleadings are recorded of the Duchess Frances for her hapless daughter, Lady Jane Grey, who might have been liberated, on her parole, with far less danger than her wrong-headed father. It was notorious that the Duchess Frances was a very active agent in the evanescent regality of her daughter Jane. She had urged her unfortunate marriage, and had carried her train as queen. She must nevertheless have fabricated some tale of coercion, since she was always treated with great distinction by her cousin, Queen Mary, in the worst of times. The ladies who had accompanied the Princess Elizabeth from London were introduced formally to Queen Mary at Wanstead, who kissed every one of them. Such is the tradition in a family whose ancestress attended that antique royal drawing-room. The queen was, on the 3rd of August, escorted from Wanstead by great numbers of nobles and ladies, who came to grace her entrance into her capital. A foreigner, who was an eye-witness, thus describes her appearance on this triumphant occasion. Then came the ladies, married and single, in the midst of whom rode Dame Mary, Queen of England, mounted on a small white ambling nag, the housings of which were fringed with gold. The queen was dressed in violet velvet. She seemed about 40 years of age, and was rather fresh-coloured. The old city portal of Aldgate, at which the queen made her entrance into the metropolis, was hung with gay streamers from top to bottom. Over the gateway was a stage with seats, on which were placed the charity children of the Spittal, singing sweet choruses of welcome to the victorious queen. The street of Leadenhall, and all down to the Tower, through the minorities, were clean swept, and spread with gravel, and was lined with all the crafts of London, in their proper dresses, holding banners and streamers. The Lord Mayor, with the mace, was ready to welcome her, and the Earl of Arundel, with the sword of state. 1,000 gentlemen, in velvet coats and richly embroidered cloaks, preceded Queen Mary. Next the queen rode her sister Elisabeth. Then the Duchess of Norfolk and the Marchioness of Exeter followed, and other noble dames, according to their connection with the crown and precedence. The aldermen brought up the rear, and the city guard, with bows and javelins. The guard which accompanied Mary, being 3,000 horsemen, in uniforms of green and white, red and white, and blue and white, were dismissed by the queen with thanks, and all departed before she passed the city gate. Mary acted according to the intrepidity of her character, entrusting her person wholly to the care of the civic guard, thus implicitly relying on the fidelity of a city where a rival had reigned but a few hours before. She bent her way direct to the Tower, then under the care of Sir Thomas Cheney, warden of the Cinque Ports. Here she meant to sojourn, according to the ancient custom of her predecessors, till the funeral of the late sovereign. When Mary entered the precincts of the Tower, a touching sight presented itself to her. Kneeling on the green, before St. Peter's Church, were the state prisoners, male and female, Catholic and Protestant, who had been detained lawlessly in the fortress during the reigns of Henry VIII. And Edward VI. There was Edward Courtenay, the heir to the Earl of Devonshire, now in the pride of manly beauty, who had grown up a prisoner from his 10th year without education. There was another early friend of the queen, the wretched Duchess of Somerset. There was the aged Duke of Norfolk, still under sentence of death. There were the deprived bishops of Durham and Winchester, the mild Cuthbert Tunstall, and the haughty Stephen Gardiner, which last addressed a congratulation and supplication to the queen, in the name of all. Mary burst into tears as she recognized them, and, extending her hands to them, she exclaimed, "Ye are my prisoners." She raised them one by one, kissed them, and gave them all their liberty. The bishops were instantly restored to their sees. Gardiner was sworn into the queen's privy council, according to the evidence of its journal, so early as the 5th of August. The Duke of Norfolk and Earl of Devonshire were immediately restored to their rank and estates. As the duke had never been attainted, he took his place with so little delay, that he sat as high steward at the trial of the Duke of Northumberland. Gertrude, Marchioness of Exeter, mother of Courtenay, was made lady of the bedchamber, with so high a degree of favour that she shared the bed of her royal kinswoman. The Duchess of Somerset was liberated, and comforted by the preferment of her family, her son, an infant minor, being restored to his rights, and her daughters, Lady Jane, Lady Margaret, and Lady Mary Seymour, which last was one of the queen's numerous godchildren, were appointed maids of honour. They were considered the most learned and accomplished ladies in Europe, excepting the queen herself and her hapless rival in sovereignty, Lady Jane Grey. The heirs of the 3 unfortunate gentlemen, who had suffered with the protector Somerset, were reinstated in their property, and as Somerset's adherents were zealous Protestants, these actions of Mary, which indubitably sprang from her own free will, being at this juncture uncontrolled by council or husband, ought to be appreciated by those who are willing to test her character by facts. The queen remained in privacy, sojourning at the royal apartments of the Tower, till after the funeral of her brother, which was performed with great magnificence. Many historical controversies exist regarding the religious rites of that funeral, but it appears that Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, performed the ceremony for the lamented Edward at Westminster Abbey, according to the ritual of the Church of England. At the same time the queen and her ladies assisted at a solemn dirge and requiem for the repose of his soul, in her private chapel, in the Tower. This arrangement, in which each party showed their respect for the memory of the deceased, according to their different modes of belief, was far too rational a method to suit the furious spirits of that dreadful era, and the religious war recommenced in the Tower chapel. A chaplain of the court, one Walker, approached with a censer to cense the queen, when Dr. Weston thrust him on one side, exclaiming, "Shamest thou not to do this office, being a priest having a wife? I tell thee the queen will not be censed by such as thou." The queen, directly she arrived in London, published a pacific manifesto, exhorting each party to refrain from reviling, by the epithets of idolater and heretic. 2 proclamations of the kind had been published within a short time. The first promised liberty of conscience unconditionally. In the last, a clause was introduced, which declared religion was to be settled by common consent, meaning an act of parliament. Mr. Dobbs presented a petition from the reformers of Ipswich, claiming protection for their religion, on the faith of the queen's first proclamation, but Mr. Dobbs was set in the pillory for his pains, a strange way of answering a petitioner. That and several other deeds of the kind emanated from the violent zeal of the Privy Council, which governed in London in the queen's name. The most nefarious of these actions was the imprisonment of Judge Hales, which brought great obloquy on Mary, though all she had to do with it was righting the wrong, when it became known to her. Judge Hales had positively refused to have any concern in the disinheriting of Mary. He had boldly declared to Northumberland and his faction that it was against English law. With equal conscientiousness he had, at the assizes held at the usual time, in the last days of July, given a charge from the bench to the people of Kent, advising them to observe the laws made in King Edward's time, which were certainly in force while unrepealed. For thus doing his duty, he was committed to the Fleet prison by the officious privy council. Hales, despairing that justice would ever again visit his country, attempted his own life, but ineffectually. The queen's attention was drawn to Hales' unmerited sufferings, and she sent for him to the palace, spoke many words of comfort to him, and ordered him to be set at liberty honourably. He seemed composed and happy, but his mind had received an irremediable wound, for he destroyed himself soon after. The violent party spirit that distinguished this council of interregnum, which governed the metropolis from Mary's proclamation to her arrival at the Tower, is extremely well portrayed by Mr. Edward Underhill, an accomplished Worcestershire gentleman, who, for his zeal in the Calvinist religion, was called the Hot Gospeller. He belonged to the band of gentlemen pensioners. He had penned a satirical ballad against papists, and for this squib was summoned before the council in authority, whilst the queen was in Suffolk. After much browbeating, Edward Underhill was committed to Newgate. He was an elegant lutanist, and was advised by his friends to play much on the lute, while in prison, and eschewed polemics. He probably took this advice, and, being withal a man of family, had no difficulty in obtaining access to the ear of the queen, since he was released from Newgate a few days after her arrival in London, and finally she restored him not only to his place in the band of gentlemen pensioners, but, as he notices with great satisfaction, to his salary, without deduction of the time of his arrest. Mary showed some judgment in acting thus, for this brave man, though he scorned to disavow his principles, was ever in time of danger an intrepid defender of her person. Several instances are to be found of the queen's interference, to save persons from the cruelty of her privy council. Those who were of rank or consequence, sufficient to find access to her, were tolerably sure of her protection. This peculiarity gave a tone to her reign which renders its character singular to English history. For examples of political vengeance were made chiefly on persons whose station seemed too lowly for objects of state punishment, because, being poor and obscure, they were not able to carry their complaints to the foot of the throne. Thus the council sent orders to the town of Bedford for the punishment of a woman, after due examination of her qualities, by the cucking stool, she having been arrested for railing and speaking unseemly words of the queen's majesty. These awards of personal punishment, without regular trial, emanated from a certain junta of the privy council, whose business it was to sit in the Star Chamber in Westminster Palace, and apportion the inflictions which seemed good in their eyes, as vengeance on personal affronts offered to the reigning monarch. Much of the extortions of the reign of Henry VII., and the bloodshed of that of Henry VIII., may be attributed to the operations of this illegal and inquisitorial tribunal, but when it condescended to doom an old scold of a distant provincial town to the cucking stool, it might have been thought that derision would have disarmed its terrors forever. Such would have been the case, had the periodical press of the present day been in operation at the time. In the latter part of Mary's reign, when she was utterly incapacitated by mortal sufferings from interference with their proceedings, her cruel ministers inflicted more tragic punishments on an old woman who railed against the queen's majesty. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 4, Part 2. Mary remained at the Tower till after the 12th of August. This is apparent from the following minute from the Privy Council book. The council delivered to the Lord Mayor and Recorder these words from the Queen's own mouth, yesterday at the Tower, being the 12th of August, on occasion of a riot at St. Paul's Cross, about preaching. Albeit her grace's conscience is stayed or fixed in matters of religion, yet she meaneth graciously not to compel and constrain other men's consciences, otherwise than God shall, as she trusteth, put into their hearts a persuasion of the truth that she is in, through the opening of his word by godly, virtuous, and learned preachers, and she forbade the lord mayor to suffer, in any ward, open reading of the scriptures in the churches, or preaching by the curates, unless licensed by her. Such was the first blow aimed at the Protestant Church of England. Mary was empowered to inflict it, as head of the very church whose ministers she silenced by force of her supremacy. It is an instance of the manner in which that tremendous power worked, and explains the mystery why the great body of the English nation, albeit not composed of the most flexible of elements, changed their ritual with magic celerity, according to the differing opinions of 4 successive sovereigns. But the truth was, in that evil century, each sovereign was empowered, unfettered by parliament or convocation, to change the entire ministration of the clergy throughout the realm, by the simple act of private will. Thus the religious tuition of the parish churches in London, the Sunday before the 12th of August, was according to the Protestant Church established by Edward VI, and the next Sunday according to the anti-papal Catholic Church of Henry VIII. While Queen Mary continued head of the Church in England, a reconciliation with the See of Rome was an impossibility. The trial of Northumberland and his coadjutors took place August 18th. 11 were condemned to die, but 3 only executed, the smallest number ever known, either before or since, of the partisans of a usurpation. Holinshed affirms there was great difficulty in inducing Mary to consent to the death of Northumberland, because of the former friendly intercourse there had been between them, of which friendliness many instances may be proved from her privy purse expenses when princess. Northumberland, with his 2 dependents, Gates and Palmer, were nevertheless put to death on August 22nd. Northumberland professed himself a Catholic at his death, and spoke very earnestly against the Protestant religion, which could receive no injury from lips false as his. An affecting incident occurred on the evening of his death. The Lancaster herald, who had been an old retainer to the duke, begged an audience of Queen Mary, and, respectful to the dead, implored her to grant him the head of his master, that it might be decently interred. The queen told him, "In God's name to take the whole body as well, and give his lord proper burial." Mary was, at the time of his execution, resident at Richmond Palace. Here most of the acts of the Privy Council are dated, during the rest of August and part of September. The imperial ambassadors urged the queen to bring Lady Jane Grey to trial, at the same time with her father-in-law, Northumberland, since she could never reign in security while that lady lived, for the first faction, when strong enough, would set up her claims again. Mary replied, she could not find it in her heart or conscience to put her unfortunate kinswoman to death, who had not been an accomplice of Northumberland, but merely an unresisting instrument in his hands. If there was any crime in being his sister-in-law, even of that her cousin Jane was not guilty, for she had been legally contracted to another, and therefore her marriage with Lord Guildford Dudley was not valid. As for the danger existing from her pretensions, it was but imaginary, and every requisite precaution should be taken before she was set at liberty. These coincide with a letter of explanation sent by that lady from the Tower, which contains an extraordinary narrative of her brief royalty. Lady Jane commenced this narrative with the declaration that she was willing to extenuate her fault, if such great faults may be extenuated, by a full and ingenuous confession. She described her consternation and confusion when her father and mother, her mother-in-law, the Duchess of Northumberland, and the Duke, announced to her the death of Edward VI, and at the same time, doing her homage as queen, informed her that, by virtue of his will, she was left heiress to the crown. She fell to the ground and swooned, as one dead, overcome with grief at tidings she too truly felt to be fatally disastrous to her, and with tears and shuddering, remained the passive victim of their ambition. She declared to her royal cousin, to whom her domestic griefs seemed told almost familiarly, that when she was brought to the Tower as queen, the Marquess of Winchester, Lord Treasurer, brought her the crown, to try on her head, to see how it would fit her, and that he brought it of his own accord, unsent for by her or anyone in her name, and when she scrupled to put it on, the marquess said, she need not do so, for he would have another maid to crown her husband withal. To this exaltation of her husband Jane firmly objected, which drew on her scenes of coarse violence from him and his mother, the Duchess of Northumberland. They appear to have used personal ill treatment to her, for she says, with indignant emphasis, I was maltreated by my husband and his mother. This curious narrative exists in the pages of 3 contemporary Italian writers, with slight variations, which prove they collected the same facts from different sources, all agreeing in essentials. One of our contemporary chroniclers relates an anecdote of the Marquess of Winchester, the time-serving Lord Treasurer, who, with the shamelessness peculiar to the officials of that era, when preparing for the coronation of Queen Mary, came to the unfortunate prisoner, Lady Jane, and told her, that several valuable jewels were missing from the state crown, and that she was accountable for them. On this pretense, all the money and jewels of Lady Jane and her husband were confiscated. The accession of Queen Mary had not altered her affection for the Princess Elizabeth. Whatever were their after jealousies, their first difference had yet to take place, for at the present time, wherever Mary went, she led her sister by the hand, and never dined in public without her. Mary likewise distinguished Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, with great attention. She endeavoured to form his manners, and appointed a nobleman to guide his conduct. He is said to have contracted habits of low profligacy at the Tower, which she was exceedingly desirous of seeing altered, but he was too late in life for any very rapid improvement, being turned of 30. His noble person was not, however, deteriorated by the vices with which he is charged, for his portrait, by Sir Antonio More, presents all the grand outline of our ancient royal race, the commanding Plantagenets. The expression of his face is penetrating and majestic, the features high and exquisitely moulded, the forehead lofty and noble, and decorated withal by a magnificent chevelure of light brown curls. Courtenay inherited sufficient ambition to desire a marriage with the queen, and the English people ardently wished the match. It has been said that Mary loved him, and was refused by him, an assertion contrary to all existing documents. If she ever loved her cousin Courtenay, she must have relinquished him within a very few days of her accession, since in the middle of August she had a private interview with Commendone, the Pope's envoy, in which she told him that she had concluded her league with the emperor, and had entirely resolved on her marriage with his heir, Prince Philip. Commendone had privately entered the kingdom from Flanders. He obtained his first audience with difficulty and in disguise. Mary assured him of her inviolable attachment to the religion in which she had been educated, and of her desire to restore the Pope's supremacy in her kingdom, but she entreated him to act with caution and to conceal his identity. She gave him a letter to Pope Julius III, declaring her wish that her kingdom might be reconciled to Rome, and entreating that Cardinal Pole might be instantly sent to her. Public opinion had already named this attached kinsman as one of the 3 suitors for the hand of the queen, but, if the Pope was willing to dispense with the vows of a prince of the church, it was not probable that the rigid principles of either the queen or Reginald Pole would suffer them to accept such dispensation. The counsel Pole gave to Mary was, to remain single, the counsel which was seconded by another of her friends of tried sincerity, his intimate associate, Friar Pato. This churchman was by birth a gentleman of Devonshire. His bold sermon at Greenwich in defence of Mary's mother had startled Henry VIII in his pitch of pride. Pato had survived Cromwell's proposal of putting him in a sack and throwing him into the Thames, and, unaided by any power save his calm contempt of life, had proved victor in the contest, and lived to be a cardinal. He had resided with Reginald Pole since he had retired from England. He now tendered his advice to Mary, with the same uncompromising integrity which had led him to thunder the principles of moral justice in the ears of her terrific father. "Do not marry," he wrote to the queen, "or you will be the slave of a young husband. Besides, at your age, the chance of bringing heirs to the crown is doubtful, and, moreover, would be dangerous to your life." Unvarnished truths these were, yet it is a respectable point in Mary's character, that she testified no displeasure either to her kinsman or his plain-spoken friend, when counsel was offered so little soothing to female vanity. Violent struggles took place, throughout the month of August, between partisans of the rival rituals, for possession of churches and pulpits, which were frequently decided by the prevalence of personal strength. For the ostensible purpose of putting an end to scenes disgraceful to religion in general, the queen issued another proclamation, forbidding any person to preach without her license, till further order by common consent was taken, meaning by act of parliament. Thus were all preachers silenced, who promulgated doctrine contrary to the royal will. One of the earliest compliments paid to the queen on her accession was the baptism of the great bell at Christ Church, which had been recast by the name of Mary. The learned Jewel, whose office it was to write the congratulatory letter from Oxford on the queen's accession, was reading it to Dr. Tresham, a zealous Catholic, for his approbation, when the newly hung bell set out in an earnest call to the first mass that had been celebrated in Oxford since the establishment of the Protestant Church of England. Dr. Tresham broke into an ecstasy. "Oh, sweet Mary!" he exclaimed. "How musically, how melodiously doth she sound!" That bell then rung, adds Fuller, impressively, the knell of gospel truth, in the city of Oxford, afterwards filled with Protestant tears. However ample her power, as head of the English Church, might be, it was the wish of Queen Mary to resign it, and restore supremacy to the Pope, but Bishop Gardiner, her Lord Chancellor, was opposed to her intentions. So far from wishing any reunion of England with the See of Rome, he was extremely earnest that Queen Mary should retain her title and authority as head of the English Church. Her answer to him was a remarkable one. "Women," she said, "I have read in Scripture, are forbidden to speak in the church. Is it then fitting that your church should have a dumb head?" The witty equivoque of Queen Mary's reply may lead readers to an erroneous appreciation of this dignity, as at present exercised by a queen regnant, but indeed, defined and constitutional as it has been rendered since the Revolution of 1688, it presents, in our times, neither the difficulties nor the anomalies it did when Henry VIII. Bequeathed it, with the regal office, to his children. The power Henry assumed could be likened to nothing in history, excepting that with which the Mahometans invested the caliphs of Bagdat. He prescribed articles of belief, he appointed bishops, and altered their temporalities at his pleasure. He interpreted Scripture according to his exigencies. He actually sat in conclave with the bishops of his creed, and, as visible head of the English Church, examined and condemned to the flames those who dissented from his 6 articles, among others, the meek and faithful Protestant, Lambert. Altogether he united with the crown of England a degree of spiritual despotism, which was the fruitful source of civil and religious warfare, till the accession of the House of Brunswick. Such was the practical exercise of the power Queen Mary was eager to resign, and which the anti-papal Catholics were equally desirous she should retain. Thus, at the accession of Mary, England was divided into 3 parties, each struggling to be recognized as the established church, all equally inimical to each other. These were, first in strength, the anti-papal Catholic Church, established by Henry VIII. Secondly, the Protestant Church of England, established by the regency of Edward VI. And thirdly, the adherents of the ancient Catholic Church, who acknowledged no spiritual supremacy but that of the Pope. Perhaps the latter were the weakest in numbers of the 3. They had endured 20 years severe persecution, yet were now strengthened, by the regal dignity having fallen to one of their faith, who had shared in their sufferings. The principal calamities of Queen Mary's life had been inflicted by the anti-papal Catholics, who were at this era greatly superior in numbers and political power to either of the others. From their ranks had been drawn the vigorous ministry that aided Henry VIII. In his long course of despotic cruelty, in his rapacity, in his bigamies, and in his religious persecutions. The survivors of this junta, who were well versed in the art of government, by long usitude of wielding it, were now the ministers of Queen Mary. It must have caused a bitter pang to her heart when she placed her government in the hands of those who, long before Cranmer emerged from private life, had been active agents in the divorce of her mother, but she had no other choice. Cranmer had, during a large portion of his public life, officiated as the primate of Henry VIII's anti-papal Catholic Church. In the course of this primacy he had made some abortive efforts to oppose, in Parliament, the penal enforcement of the 6 Articles, which Henry VIII and the majority of his bishops had appointed as the English creed, and to which many faithful Protestants fell victims. Directly after the burial of his terrific master, Cranmer aided the Protector Somerset in establishing a Church of England, more practically humane, in which Protestant principles were, for the first time, recognized, and this is, in truth, the earliest period at which Protestants can historically be deemed responsible for any action performed by an English government. Then commenced that hatred between the leaders of the anti-papal Church of Henry VIII and the leaders of the Church of England, such as can only be engendered in the bosoms of those who, from late associates, have become political and polemic opponents. The Protestant bishops inflicted on their enemies but the minor persecution of imprisonment, which lasted the chief part of Edward VI's reign. This was endured by Gardiner with philosophy, by Bonner with irritation amounting to mania. The failure of the Protestants in establishing the regality of the next Protestant heir to the throne, Lady Jane Grey, made the scale of political power preponderant, once more, in favour of the anti-papal Catholics, whose leader, Bishop Gardiner, changed a prison room in the Tower for the seat of Lord Chancellor with astonishing celerity. Till Gardiner received the seals, Cranmer was not only at liberty, but officiating in his high functions as Archbishop of Canterbury. On the 27th of August, he, in obedience to an order from the Queen's Council, delivered a schedule of his effects, and received a command to continue himself to his house at Lambeth. In one opinion alone did all these antagonists agree, which was in the detestation of the Queen's engagement with the Prince of Spain. They were heartily joined in it by Cardinal Pole, whose dislike to the Spanish match was so well known to the Emperor Charles that he intercepted him in his journey to England, and detained him in a German convent till after the marriage had taken place. One class in England alone was desirous of the match. These were the political economists, chiefly belonging to the moneyed and mercantile interest. They were alarmed at the marriage of Mary, Queen of Scotland, with the heir of France, and they earnestly wished the balance of power to be restored by the wedlock of Mary, Queen of England, with the heir of the Low Countries. Charles V had resolved on this marriage, despite his son's reluctance, who, at 26, entreated that his father would give him a wife younger than himself, instead of one 11 years older. But union with England was far too favourable a step towards the emperor's scheme of universal dominion to be given up for notions of mere domestic happiness. Therefore he made a final tender of the hand of the unwilling Philip, in a letter written to Queen Mary on the 20th of September, in which he says, that if his own age and health had rendered him a suitable spouse, he should have had the greatest satisfaction in wedding her himself, but as he could not make such proposal, he had nothing more dear to offer to his beloved kinswoman than his son, Don Philip. When it is remembered that this great emperor had been formerly solemnly betrothed to Mary, and was now a widower, an apology for not marrying her himself was far from superfluous, yet it must be owned that the style in which he proposes his son as his substitute bears an amusing resemblance to the solemn gallantry of his illustrious subject, the Knight of La Mancha. The emperor entreated that Mary would not, at present, communicate her engagement to her ministers. The reason of this request was, that some among them wished her to marry his nephew, the Archduke, whose possessions were not considered formidable to English liberty, and because he knew they were all opposed to Prince Philip. The queen, meantime, bestowed some attention on forming her household and rewarding the personal friends who had remained faithful to her in her long adversity. She found the 3 gentlemen who had incurred the displeasure of the council, rather than gainsay her commands, captive in various prisons. It has been stated that they had been previously liberated by Edward VI., but the total absence of their names from the queen's proceedings, during her struggle for the throne, brings conviction that the above statement is true. Robert Rochester she made comptroller of the royal household, and chancellor of the duchy of Lancaster. She carried her gratitude so far as to make him Knight of the Garter, and one of her privy council. His nephew, Edward Walgrave, she honoured with knighthood, and gave the profitable office of Master of the Great Wardrobe. Sir Francis Inglefield, their fellow sufferer, was given a place at court, and was appointed a privy councillor. The queen's gratitude took a very odd form in the case of the Earl of Sussex. He was a valetudinarian, who had a great fear of uncovering his head, and, considering that the colds he dreaded respected no person, he petitioned Queen Mary for leave to wear his nightcap in her royal presence. The queen, in her abundant grace, not only gave him leave to wear one, but 2 nightcaps, if he pleased. His patent for this privilege is, perhaps, unique in royal annals. Know ye, that we do give to our well-beloved and trusty cousin and counsellor, Henry, Earl of Sussex, Viscount Fitzwater, and Lord of Egremond and Bernal, license and pardon to wear his cap, coif, or nightcap, or any 2 of them, at his pleasure, as well in our presence as in the presence of any other person or persons within this realm, or any other place in our dominions wheresoever, during his life. And these our letters shall be his sufficient warrant in his behalf. The queen's seal, with the garter about it, is affixed to this singular grant. She reinstated the old Duke of Norfolk in his rank, and restored the bulk of his immense possessions, confiscated by the crown, without legal attainder. Indeed, as the offence given by the duke and his murdered son was a mere quibble regarding heraldic bearings, such as an English sovereign, centuries before, would have scorned to consider as a crime, the duke was restored on mere petition to the queen, in which he says, pathetically, "Sovereign lady, the offence wherewith your said subject and supplicant was charged was only for bearing arms, which he and his ancestors had heretofore of long continuance borne, as well as in the presence of the late king, as in the presence of divers of his noble progenitors, kings of England." The grandson of the injured noble, Thomas, heir to the Earl of Surrey, was distinguished by Queen Mary with great favour, and received the appointment of her page of honour, a post his youth and beauty well qualified him to fill. The queen now indulged the musical taste, for which she was so noted, and which extraordinary manifestation of melody in her forehead proves to have been a ruling passion. She established the musicians of her chapel royal with more than usual care. The names of our best English composers are to be found among them. A letter extant from Grace, Lady Shrewsbury, to her husband, who was absent, guarding against an inbreak from the Scottish border, gives some insight regarding the manners of Mary in the early days of her sovereignty, and describes her as in high enjoyment of her taste for sacred music. September, 1553. Yesternight, the Queen's Majesty came from evensong, which was sung in her chapel, by all her singing men of the same, with playing of organs in the solemnest manner. Her Highness called me unto her, and asked me, "When you rode to the north?" And when I told her grace that you were there, she held up her hands and besought God to send you good health, and that she might soon see you again. I perceived her grace to be little doubtful of the quietness of the northern counties. Her Highness was so much my good lady that she told me, that whatsoever I wished I should come to her for, since she would be my husband till your lordship came home. The whole attention of Queen Mary and her court was now fixed on the approaching coronation. Deep were the cogitations of heralds and royal chaplains. They were at a loss regarding precedents, since neither Saxons nor Normans had owned a sovereign regina. Britain had been occasionally governed by female monarchs, and the venerable common law of the land not only recognized their right of succession, but the law itself is traced to a female reign. Yet these fair civilizers had existed in an antiquity so dim that no clear ideas could remain of their coronations, nor was it very certain that they had been crowned. The Norman nobility and their descendants, through evident distaste to female authority, had refused to recognize the rightful heiresses, Matilda the empress, Eleanora of Brittany, and Elizabeth of York, as sovereign ladies. The effects of ferocity, which interminable wars had rendered national, had destroyed the promising heirs male from every branch of the great stem of Plantagenet, and it was now matter of curiosity to note how completely the throne was surrounded by female claimants. If the life of Queen Mary failed, nature and an act of parliament made her sister Elizabeth her successor, on whose failure the young queen of Scotland had undoubted rights to unite the island crowns. For the sceptre of North, as well as that of South Britain, was then swayed by a Queen Mary. If the young queen of Scotland died without heirs, then a procession of female claimants, long as that of Banquo's kings, appeared. There was Lady Margaret Douglas, who had, however, 2 infant sons, but neither she nor her offspring had ever been recognized as claimants. Then Frances, Duchess of Suffolk, and her daughters, Lady Jane Grey, Lady Katharine Grey, and their younger sister, the deformed Lady Mary, and the sister of Francis Brandon, Eleanor, Lady Clifford, and her 2 daughters, were the representatives of the royal line. Thus our combative forefathers, if they meant to preserve the succession of the royal family, had no alternative but to submit to the domination of a female. This they did with the worst grace in the world, and if they did not term their sovereign, as the Hungarians did theirs, King Mary, they insisted on her being encumbered with spurs, and girded with swords, and other implements of the destructiveness in which their souls delighted. For the result of all the cogitations on her coronation was, that their Regina was to be inaugurated, in all particulars like unto the King of England. There was, however, one thing needed, without which a coronation, like most other pomps, must remain a dead letter. There was not 1 penny in the royal purse, and Queen Mary was forced to borrow £20,000 from her loyal London citizens before she could be crowned. When this supply was obtained, the coronation was all the care, and was finally appointed for the 1st of October. Previously to that day, the queen was to pass in great procession through the city, which it was the citizens' province, by old custom, to adorn for the occasion. 3 days before the coronation, the queen removed from St. James's to Whitehall, and took her barge at the stairs, accompanied by her sister, the Princess Elisabeth, and other ladies, and proceeded to the Tower. This was by no means a private transit, but attended with all the gaiety of a city procession by water, the Lord Mayor and companies meeting her, in their barges, with streamers, trumpets, waits, shalms, and regals. At the Tower, the queen was received with discharges of ordnance, which continued some time after her entry. The next day, September 29th, she made 15 knights of the Bath, who did not receive the accolade from her royal hand. They were knighted in her presence by her lord steward, Henry, Earl of Arundel. The most noted among these knights were her cousin Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, and the young Earl of Surrey. About 3 o'clock next day, the queen set forth from the Tower in grand procession through the streets of the city of London, a ceremony which custom imperatively required the sovereign to perform, as a prologue to the coronation. It has now been commuted for a royal dinner at Guildhall, which, it may be observed, always precedes the coronation. Queen Mary's city procession was splendid. She was remarkable for the great number of her own sex, who ever surrounded her. It must be owned that some personal courage was required to be a lady of honour to Queen Mary, for in the dangerous struggles for the crown she was always accompanied by her female attendants. This was, however, one of her halcyon days, and the procession was distinguished by 70 ladies riding after the queen on horseback, clad in crimson velvet. 500 gentlemen, noblemen, and ambassadors preceded her, the lowest in degree leading the way. Each of the ambassadors was accompanied by a great officer of the crown. The French ambassador Noailles, by Lord Paget, and Renaud, the emperor's resident, who took precedence of Noailles, by Lord Cobham. The chief sewer, the Earl of Sussex, wore the queen's hat and cloak, between 2 squires of honour, who had robes of estate rolled, and worn baldric wise over the shoulder, and round the waist, and wore caps of estate of the dukedoms of Normandy and Guienne. The Lord Mayor, on the left of the Garter King at Arms, carried the sceptre. The queen headed the lady procession, seated in a most splendid litter, supported between 6 white horses, covered with housings of cloth of silver. She was dressed in a gown of blue velvet, furred with ermine. On her head was a caul of gold network, beset with pearls and precious stones. The value thereof was inestimable, and the weight so great, says Stowe, that she was fain to bear up her head with her hand. It was evident that she was afflicted with one of her constitutional headaches, which generally attacked her if unusually agitated. The pain was not ameliorated by the weight of her inestimable circlet. Elisabeth followed in an open chariot, richly covered with crimson velvet, and by her was seated Henry VIII's surviving widow, Anne of Cleves. They were dressed in robes and kirtles of cloth of silver, with large hanging sleeves. This car was followed by Sir Edward Hastings, who, in reward for his services, had been made master of the horse, leading Queen Mary's own palfrey. To him succeeded a long train of alternate chariots and equestrian damsels. The ladies of the highest rank rode 4 together in chariots. The ladies of the bedchamber, and those who held office at court, rode on horseback, dressed in kirtles of gold or silver cloth and robes of crimson velvet, their horses trapped with the same. Among the ladies who bore office in the palace, the names of the queen's confidante, Mrs. Clarencieux, and Mary Finch, keeper of the jewels, appear. They were her old and faithful servants. Then rode the queen's chamberers in crimson satin, their horses decked with the like. They were 9 in number, and were guarded by Mrs. Baynham, the mother of the maids. Some of these ladies were married women. Among them might be recognized the virtuous and learned daughters of Sir Anthony Cook, one of whom was the wife of Nicholas Bacon, and another the second wife of Cecil. Mrs. Bacon's intercessions with Queen Mary in behalf of Cecil prove that she had some influence. Among the other distinguished ladies who attended this coronation was Mrs. Bassett, daughter of the illustrious Margaret Roper, and granddaughter of Sir Thomas More. The royal henchmen clad in the Tudor colours of white and green, the royal guard, and their captain, Sir Henry Jerningham, and the gentlemen at arms, brought up the procession. Pageantry, in the old accustomed style, greeted the queen in her progress through the city. In Fenchurch Street, she listened to orations from 4 great saints. In Gracechurch Street, to a solo on the trumpet from a great angel, in green, perched on a triumphal arch prepared by the Florentine merchants. When this angel lifted its gigantic arm, with the trumpet to its mouth, the mob gave a shout of astonishment. The conduits at Cornhill and Cheapside ran with wine, and, at the latter, the aldermen presented the queen with the benevolence of 1,000 marks in a crimson purse. At St. Paul's School, the queen's favourite poet and player, Haywood, sat under a vine, and delivered an oration. By the time the procession, which had started at 3 from the Tower, had proceeded as far as St. Paul's, the shades of an autumn evening must have been closing around, and the violence of the wind somewhat injured a sight only once before exhibited in London. This was the gymnastics of Peter the Dutchman on the weathercock of old St. Paul's. The ball and cross of the cathedral were decorated with flags, and meant to be illuminated, but the wind blew out the torches as fast as they were lighted. It does not appear that Peter flew down on a rope, as he did at the coronation of Edward VI., but he played many antics at that fearful height, for which he was paid £16, 13s. 4d. by the Lord Mayor. The queen was escorted by the Lord Mayor through Temple Bar to the palace of Whitehall, where she took leave of him, giving him great thanks for his pains and the city for their cost. End of Section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 4, Part 3. The seat of English royalty had been transferred from the ancient palace of Westminster to Whitehall after a great fire in the royal apartments in the latter years of Henry VIII. Whitehall was a grand structure, now existing only in name. Its water gate, still bearing the name of Whitehall Stairs, marks its locality. St. James's Palace was chosen by Queen Mary as her private residence, but Whitehall was the scene of all grand state ceremonies and receptions, as St. James's is at present. The monarchs of England having been gradually burnt out of every palace, built on a scale suitable to their dignity. On the coronation morning, October 1st, the queen and her train took their barges and landed at the private stairs of the old palace of Westminster, leading directly to the Parliament chamber, which was richly hung with tapestry. The queen was conducted to the royal privy chamber, where she was robed, and rested there with her ladies till the hour of the procession. Blue cloth was laid from the marble chair in Westminster Hall to the pulpit in Westminster Abbey, and to the stage royal from the choir to the high altar, which was covered with cloth of gold. The choir of Westminster Abbey was hung with rich arras, and well strewn with rushes. A raised boarded pathway for the procession led to the royal stage, which was surmounted by a platform of 7 steps, covered with a striped cloth of gold, called baudekins, and on them the royal chair was set, covered with the same cloth of gold, the chair having pillars at the back, with a turreted canopy and 2 lions of gold. The procession began from Westminster Hall to the Abbey before 11 o'clock. The Queen's Royal Majesty, dressed in her crimson Parliament robes, walked under the usual canopy, borne by the barons of the Cinque Ports. She was supported by the Bishop of Durham on her right hand, and the Earl of Shrewsbury on the left. The ungraceful custom of the royal train being borne by a crowd of ladies is a modern innovation. The train of the first queen regnant was borne by the Duchess of Norfolk, attended by Sir John Gage, the vice-chamberlain. Directly after the queen walked the Princess Elisabeth, the Lady Anne of Cleves following her, as expressly declared by Noel. And here it deserves notice that the queen's sister, in every part of these important ceremonies, received all the honors and took all precedence due to her rank. Moreover, it has been very seldom that either heir or heiress presumptive to the throne occupied a place in a coronation of such distinction. The queen was met in Westminster Hall by Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, and 10 other bishops, with their mitres and crosses and copes of gold cloth, and the officers of the Queen's Chapel singing. The bishops censed her and sprinkled holy water, and then fell into their places in the procession. That day, Gardiner performed all the offices of the coronation, usually pertaining to the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was unhappily, as well as the Archbishop of York, in prison. It may be noted that the times have ever proved most disastrous for England when any convolutions of church or state had prevented an Archbishop of Canterbury from officiating at a coronation. Before 11 o'clock, the queen was conducted by her 2 supporters to St. Edward's chair, prepared on the royal stage, and, having reposed for a while, was then led by them to the 4 sides of the stage, in the view of the whole assembly, where the Bishop of Winchester, standing by her side, declared to the people her free election in the following words, which were fuller and more comprehensive than any similar address. Sirs, here present is Mary, rightful and undoubted inheritrix, by the laws of God and man, to the crown and royal dignity of this realm of England, France, and Ireland. And you will understand that this day is appointed by all the peers of this land for the consecration, unction, and coronation of the said most excellent Princess Mary. Will you serve at this time, and give your wills and assent to the same consecration, unction, and coronation? Whereunto the people answered all in one voice, Yea, 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 God save Queen Mary. The queen was then conducted to a rich chair before the high altar and made her offerings. The cushion of velvet was put before the altar, on which she lay prostrate, while certain orisons were said over her. The sermon followed, preached by the Bishop of Chichester, who was esteemed a most florid preacher, the subject being the obedience due to kings. Gardiner then declared the coronation oaths, and the queen, being led to the high altar, promised and swore upon the host to observe and keep them. Again the queen prostrated herself before the high altar and remained in this attitude, while the bishop, kneeling, sung the hymn of invocation to the Holy Ghost, commencing, Veni Creator Spiritus, the choir and organ joining in the strain. After the litany, the queen was led to her traverse on the left hand of the altar, and there was unarrayed and unclothed by her ladies of the privy chamber. This preparation seems to have consisted of the removal of her royal mantle, and she returned in a corset of purple velvet. After her unction by the Bishop of Winchester, Mrs. Waldegrave laced up the apertures left on the shoulders of the corset where she was anointed, and put on her a pair of linen gloves. The queen then retired to her traverse, and returned in a robe of white taffeta and a mantle of purple velvet, furred with ermine. She offered up the sword she was girt withal, by the Bishop of Winchester and Lord Arundel, who had borne it, redeemed it for a sum of money. The Duke of Norfolk, after she was seated in the chair near the altar, brought her 3 crowns. These were St. Edward's crown, the imperial crown of the realm of England, and a third, very rich crown, made purposely for her. These crowns were set, one after the other, on her head, by the Bishop of Winchester, and betwixt putting on every one, the trumpet sounded. During the singing of Te Deum, a ring was put on the queen's marrying finger by the bishop. Then the various great officers who had carried the remaining regalia brought them to her: the bracelets of gold, by the master of the jewel house; the sceptre, by the Earl of Arundel; St. Edward's staff, by the Earl of Bath; the spurs, by the Earl of Pembroke; the orb, by the Marquess of Winchester; and the regal of gold, by the Bishop of Winchester. And the queen sat apparelled in her royal robes of velvet, a mantle with a train, a surcoat with a kirtle furred with wombs of miniver pure, a riband of Venice gold, a mantle lace or cordon of silk and gold, with buttons and tassels of the same, having the imperial crown on her head, her sceptre in her right hand, and the orb in her left, and a pair of sabatons on her feet, covered with crimson cloth of gold, garnished with riband of Venice gold, delivered to her by her master of the great wardrobe. Thus royally invested, she was brought to St. Edward's chair, and when seated, the Bishop of Winchester kneeled down before her and made his homage for himself and all the bishops. I shall be faithful and true, and faith and truth bear to you, our sovereign lady and queen, and to your heirs, kings and queens of England, France, and Ireland. And I shall do and truly acknowledge the service of the lands which I claim to hold of you, as in the right of your church, as God shall help me and saints. And then kissed every one of the bishops the queen's left cheek. Then kneeling down, the greatest temporal prince, the Duke of Norfolk, and made his homage. I become your liege man of life and limb, and of all earthly worship and faith, and all truly shall bear unto you, to live and die with you against all manner of folk. God so help me and all hallows. Then he kissed the queen's left cheek. The premier noble of every class, the Marquess of Winchester for himself, the Earl of Arundel for the earls, the Viscount Hereford, and Lord Bergavany for the barons, repeated the same homage for their fellows, who, all kneeling, held up their hands meantime in manner of lamenting, or supplication, and the queen's highness held their hands thus between hers, while they by turns kissed her left cheek, and when they had ascended, for example, the steps of the throne, to that homage, they all with a loud voice together cried, God save Queen Mary. Her whole House of Lords then consisted of less than 50 individuals. The general pardon, published at this coronation, contained so many exceptions, that it seemed more like a general accusation, and bore melancholy evidence to the convulsive state of the times. Bishop Gardiner commenced the office of the Mass, and after the Gospel was read, he sent the book to the queen, who kissed it. She came down from the throne to make the regal offering, an obol of bread laid upon the paten or cover of St. Edward's chalice, a cruet of wine, and a pound of gold. The fact of the queen's receiving the Eucharist is not mentioned, but it is recorded that she bowed her head, and the bishop said a prayer over her, and her grace was conveyed again to her seat royal, where she sat till the Agnus Dei. Then the pax was brought her to kiss by a bishop. Afterwards, being conducted, the Bishop of Winchester took the crown from her head and offered it. The other regalia were likewise offered on the altar, and received by the Dean of Westminster. The queen was then unclad of her robes, and other royal apparel given her by her great chamberlain. Her dress, when she returned from the abbey, was a robe of purple velvet, an open surcoat of the same, a mantle and train, furred with miniver and powdered ermine, a mantle lace of silk and gold, a riband of Venice gold, and a crown was set on her head. A rich canopy was borne over her by the barons of the Cinque Ports, and so she was conveyed in goodly order to Westminster Hall, with all her train, to dinner. The ceremony of the banquet was in all particulars the same as at the coronations of previous monarchs. To the grandson of the aged Duke of Norfolk was deputed the duty of Earl Marshal, but the Duke made the usual entry into the hall, ushering the first course on horseback, accompanied by the Earl of Derby, High Steward of England. The Queen recognized her sister in all respects as the next to herself in rank, for she sat at the royal table at her left hand. Anne of Cleves sat next to Elisabeth. Both had their especial service. These virgin princes, as Speed quaintly calls Mary and Elizabeth, were chaperoned by their father's surviving widow, whom they both treated with dutiful respect. The ambassadors of Cleves attended the coronation, notwithstanding the change of religion. They were part of that great mercantile alliance, in which the English and Flemish merchants were so closely knit. The champion of England was Sir Edward Dymoke, whose portrait, preserved in the College of Arms, in the act of throwing down his gauntlet, gives, indeed, the beau ideal of a knight, worthy to do battle, in vindication of the claims of his sovereign lady. He pronounced his challenge, viva voce, right gallantly, the first in behalf of a queen regnant. If there be any manner of man, of whatever estate, degree, or condition soever he be, that will say and maintain that our sovereign lady, Queen Mary I., this day here present, is not the rightful and undoubted inheritrix to the imperial crown of this realm of England, and that of right she ought not to be crowned queen, I say he lieth like a false traitor, and that I am ready the same to maintain with him, while I have breath in my body, either now at this time, or any other whensoever it shall please the queen's highness to appoint, and therefore I cast him my gage. And then he cast his gauntlet from him, the which no man would take up. Yet if there ever was danger of a champion being called upon to prove his words, it was at the coronation of Mary I. The gauntlet having laid the usual time, a herald took it up, and presented it to Sir Edward, who made the same challenge in 3 several places in the hall. The queen drank to the champion, and sent him the gold cup. Then followed the proclamation of Garter King at Arms, which in this reign is by no means a dead formula, but vital with historical interest, since it proves that Mary challenged the right to be considered head of the church. As it is scarcely possible to doubt that she had just taken the ancient coronation oath, which bound the sovereign to maintain the church in all things, as Edward the Confessor did, this proclamation is difficult to reconcile with such obligation. That oath, by the want of moral consistency of the English legislature, was imposed on every one of her successors, whether their principles were Protestant or Catholic, until the alteration made by Parliament at the coronations of William III and Mary II. Surely it is but moral justice to show some mercy when discussing the characters of sovereigns whose oath and practice were required to be irreconcilably adverse. Garter King at Arms, having made 3 several obeisances before the Queen's Majesty, at the upper end of the hall, proclaimed the style and title in Latin, French, and English. Of the most high, puissant, and most excellent Princess, Mary I, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, of the Church of England and Ireland, Supreme Head, largest, largest, largest. No observance, appertaining to an English sovereign, was omitted at this banquet. The feudal cups, the wafers and hippocras were all duly received by the maiden sovereign as by her ancestors. It was candlelight ere her majesty had dined, and after the tables were taken up and her hands laved, she arose and stood in the midst of the Hauptplatz, with the Princess Elisabeth and Anne of Cleves, surrounded by all the nobility, according to their degrees. She then called the foreign ambassadors. After conversing with them graciously for a short time, and thanking them for their attendance, she gave them leave to retire. The queen changed her dress in the privy chamber, and all the nobility divested themselves of their robes and accompanied her, the princess Elizabeth and the ladies, to their barges, and whilst they made their short voyage to Whitehall stairs. Nor did the fatigues of the day end here, for the evening concluded with feasting and royal cheer at Whitehall Palace. Dramatic representations were among the entertainments at Mary's coronation festival. These were superintended by Heywood, the comic dramatist, whose attachment to the royal ritual had caused him to take refuge in France. By an odd coincidence, he returned to his native country on the same day that Bayle, the sarcastic poet of the Reformers, retreated to Geneva. If we may be permitted to judge by the tone of their writings, pure Christianity and moral truth lost little by the absence of either ribald railer, for they were nearer allied in spirit than their polemic hatred would allow. There is something irresistibly ridiculous in the change of places of these persons, resembling the egress and regress of the figures of a toy barometer on the sudden alterations of weather to which our island is subject. The comedian Heywood, it has been shown, had served Queen Mary from her childhood, beginning his theatrical career as manager to one of those dramatic companies of infant performers, which vexed the spirit of Shakespeare into much indignation, and caused him to compare them to little eyases. When Heywood, on his return from banishment, presented himself before his royal mistress, "What wind has blown you hither?" asked Queen Mary. "Two special ones," replied the comedian. "One of them, to see your majesty." "We thank you for that," said Mary. "But I pray, for what purpose was the other?" "That your majesty might see me." A first-rate repartee for a player and a dramatist, and her majesty named an early day for beholding him in his vocation. He was appointed manager of the performances of her theatrical servants, and she often sent for him to stand at the sideboard at supper and amuse her with his jests, in which, it is said, the Protestant Reformation was not spared, though, according to Camden, the arrows of wit glanced occasionally at his own church, even in these interviews with majesty. 4 days after her coronation, Queen Mary performed the important office of opening her first parliament. She rode to Westminster Abbey in scarlet velvet robes, her peers, spiritual and temporal, attending her, likewise dressed in scarlet, with trumpets sounding before them. In the Abbey, the Mass of the Holy Ghost was celebrated according to the ancient custom. It did not pass over without manifestations of the sincere Protestant principles of two of the bishops, Taylor of Lincoln and Harley of Hereford, who, refusing to kneel at the Mass, were thrust violently out of the Abbey and the Queen's presence. After Mass, the Queen, the Lords, and the remaining bishops adjourned to the usual Parliament chamber in Westminster Palace. They went in grand state, the Earl of Devonshire bearing the sword before the Queen, and the Earl of Westmoreland the cap of maintenance. After Mary had seated herself on the throne, Bishop Gardiner, as Lord Chancellor, made an oration, showing the causes "wherefore the virtuous and mighty Princess Mary, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith and head of the Church, had summoned her Parliament." He concluded by signifying her pleasure, "that the Commons should, at their accustomed place, choose a speaker." The Queen had, by previous proclamation, remitted to her people 2 heavy property taxes, one on lands and the other on goods, called, in the financial language of the day, 2/10 and 2/15, granted by the last Parliament of Edward VI, for the purpose of paying the debts of the Crown. The Queen, in this proclamation, acknowledged herself answerable for these debts, promised to use the utmost economy to pay them off, from her own resources, although they had been chiefly incurred by the misrule of the Duke of Northumberland. She had no private purse of her own at her accession, and, as she had restored the estates of several of the great nobility, and had resolved not to touch any part of the church lands still retained by the crown, it must be owned that she commenced her government in a state of poverty, deep enough to exonerate her from any charge of bribing her senate. Some historians have affirmed that the emperor furnished the funds for bribing this parliament. If so, the recipient parties were strangely ungrateful, since the only measures, in which they opposed the queen's wishes, were relating to her marriage with his son, Prince Philip. The first act of legislation was to restore the English laws, regarding life and property, to the state in which they stood in the 25th year of Edward III. Since the accession of the Tudor line, a hideous change had taken place. It is only common justice to Queen Mary to describe the state in which she found the laws at her accession. In the freer days of the Plantagenets, proof of an open or overt act of war against the sovereign was required before a man could be attainted. In the 3rd year of Henry VIII, a supposed knowledge of conspiracy was sufficient to incur all the penalties of treason. Very few of Henry VIII's numerous victims could have been put to death according to the ancient laws. Towards the end of his life, English freedom was still more infamously infringed. Our Saxon chroniclers record that the Norman Conqueror and his sons made cruel laws for the protection of game. They acted as conquerors, without the sanction of the National Council. But Henry VIII found a parliament that could make it death for an Englishman to take a hawk's egg. In his 31st regnal year, the measure of his cruelty swelled higher, and conjuring, sorcery, witchcraft, were made capital. In his 33rd regnal year was the act compounded, to which Surrey fell the victim, under this mysterious title, prophesying upon arms, cognizances, names, and badges; likewise, casting of slanderous bills, that is, libel was punished with death. Conveying horses or mares into Scotland was capital. The act which punishes stealing in a dwelling to the amount of 40 shillings owes its origin to one of Henry VIII's statutes. It has been recently modified, as it had, since the decrease in the value of money, become even more cruel in the present era than in the 16th century. The state of vagabondage, into which the sudden withdrawal of the provision for the destitute, afforded by the monasteries, had thrown numbers of the lower classes, had been restrained with barbarous laws, in the reigns of Henry and his son, instead of a proper poor law. The iron sway of Henry VIII crushed not only the ancient nobility and the richly endowed monks, but also the common people. A statistic writer of those times, who is by no means properly impressed with the horror of the fact, computes that more than 72,000 persons were executed on the gibbet in his reign. It cannot excite surprise that the earliest specimens of parliamentary eloquence in the House of Commons was excited by the review of these atrocious laws, which by one consent they compared to those of Draco. As many men as there were in Parliament, so many bitter names and invectives were bestowed on those statutes. The Parliament next proceeded to annul all previous acts passed in the reign of Henry VIII, relating to the divorce of Katharine of Aragon and the illegitimation of her daughter. It has been already shown that, by power of that most unconstitutional act of Parliament, which placed the disposal of the crown at Henry VIII's will, he restored his daughters to their places in the succession. At the same time he left the acts of Parliament in force, which, by declaring his marriages with their mothers nullities, branded both sisters equally with illegitimacy. For his evil passions had caused such inextricable confusion in his family that it was impossible to do justice to Mary without injuring Elizabeth. It was indispensable for the public peace that the title of the reigning sovereign should be cleared from stigma. This could not be done without inexorable circumstances, tacitly casting a stain on the birth of her sister. Yet this was not the crime of Mary, but of her father. As far as the unfortunate case would permit, Elizabeth was guarded from reproach, for all mention of her name or that of her mother was carefully avoided, a forbearance deserving commendation when it is remembered that personal insult, as well as political injury, had been inflicted on Mary by Ann Boulais. Such conduct, in a person less systematically calumniated than Queen Mary, would have been attributed by history to good motives, especially as she had just allowed Elizabeth, at the recent coronation, the place and honours of the second person in the realm. Whilst this parliament sat, a bill of attainder was passed on Lady Jane Grey, her husband, and Cranmer, who had been the same month brought to trial at Guildhall, before the Lord Chief Justice Morgan. Lady Jane pleaded guilty and received sentence of death, to be burnt on Tower Hill, or beheaded at the queen's pleasure. Such was the ancient law of England. If women either committed high treason against the sovereign, or petty treason by killing their husbands. Lady Jane Grey conducted herself with angelic meekness, and comforted her companions in misfortune. She was followed back to the Tower by crowds, weeping and bewailing her fate. It was, nevertheless, understood, by all about the court, that the queen meant to pardon her, and she was soon after given every indulgence compatible with safekeeping. She was permitted to walk in the queen's garden, at the Tower, and even on Tower Hill. But the most important act of the same session was that which repealed the laws passed in the reign of Edward VI. For the establishment of the Protestant Church of England, and made the anti-papal Church of Henry VIII's 6 Articles the dominant religion of the country, confirming Queen Mary in the office she so much deprecated as supreme head of that church. Its functions she continued to exercise till January 1555. That this was a period of grief and alarm to the Protestant Church of England, our ecclesiastical histories amply manifest, and to their voluminous pages the reader is referred, where may be traced the arguments of those illustrious Protestants, who undauntedly defended their principles, in the convocation held for the settlement of religion at Westminster in the autumn of 1553. Likewise details of the struggles, often personal and violent, between them and the members of the newly restored Church of Henry, for possession of places of worship. The queen actually held the then despotic authority of supreme head of the church more than a year and a half. During this period, had her disposition been as bloody and implacable as commonly supposed, she had ample time and opportunity to have doomed some of her religious opponents to the flames, or at least to have inflicted personal punishment on some of her numerous libellers. But it is as certain that till Mary surrendered her great power as head of the Church of Henry VIII, the cruelties of her reign did not commence. The only anecdote preserved by Fox, regarding her private conduct towards Protestant clergymen, it would be difficult to interpret into an act of malice. The arrest of Dr. Edwin Sandys has been mentioned. His offences against the queen combined an attack on her title and insult to her worship. Nevertheless, she lent a favourable ear to the intercession of one of the ladies of her bedchamber for his pardon, in case the Bishop of Winchester had no objection. The next time Gardiner came to the privy chamber, the queen said to him, "Winchester, what think you about Dr. Sandys? Is he not sufficiently punished?" "As it pleases your majesty," answered Gardiner, who had previously promised, "that if the queen was disposed to mercy he would not oppose it." The queen rejoined, "Then truly we would have set him at liberty." She signed immediately the warrant of his liberation, and called on Gardiner to do the same. This action, which redounds so much to her credit, it may be perceived, was only performed by permission of Gardiner. A curious instance of his power occurred about the same time. He thought proper to suppress the 2 folios containing the paraphrases of Erasmus, translated by Udal, Cox, and Queen Mary. This work had been published by the fathers of the Protestant Church of England, and placed in all churches, in company with the Bible, as the best exposition of the Gospels. Thus, one of Queen Mary's first acts, as head of the church, was the destruction of her own learned labours. Surely her situation, in this instance, as author, queen, and supreme dictator of a church, by no means consonant with her principles as a Roman Catholic, was the most extraordinary in which a woman was ever placed. She did not, however, manifest any of the irritable egotism of an author, but, at the requisition of her Lord Chancellor, condemned her own work to the flames, in company with the translations of her Protestant fellow labourers, an ominous proof of Gardiner's influence, who swayed her in all things, excepting her marriage with Philip of Spain, to which he was, in common with the majority of her subjects, of whatever religion they might be, sedulously opposed. Among the other difficulties which Mary had to encounter in her reign, it was not the least that the rights of the queen regnant of England were matter of speculation and uncertainty. Her people believed that their country would be transferred as a marriage dowry to Prince Philip, and sink into a mere province, like Sicily, Naples, Aragon, and other adjuncts of the crown of Spain. The example of their queen's grandmother, the illustrious Isabel of Castile, had proved that a female regnant, though wedded to a sovereign, could sway an independent sceptre with great glory and national advantage. Yet this instance was not only distant, but solitary, for female reigns in the Middle Ages had been very calamitous, and the English people could not imagine a married woman otherwise than subject to her husband, politically as well as personally, especially if that husband were her equal in birth and rank. These ideas seem to have prompted Mary's hitherto compliant parliament to send up their speaker, with 20 of their number, to petition that the queen would not marry a stranger or a foreigner." Mary attributed this movement to Gardiner, and vowed she would prove a match for his cunning. Accordingly, she sent that night for the Spanish ambassador, and bade him follow her into her private oratory. There, in the presence of the consecrated host, she knelt before the altar, and, after repeating the hymn Veni Creator, she called God to witness, that while she lived she would never wed any other man than Philip of Spain, thus virtually making a vow to marry but one husband in case of her survivorship. This event occurred the last day of October, and for some days during the succeeding month she was extremely ill. On the 17th of November she sent for the House of Commons, when their speaker read the above-mentioned petition, and instead of the answer being given, as expected, by her chancellor, she herself replied, saying, that, for their loyal wishes and their desire that her issue might succeed her, she thanked them, but, inasmuch as they essayed to limit her in her choice of a husband, she thanked them not, for the marriages of her predecessors had been free, nor would she surrender a privilege that concerned her more than it did her commons. This interference of the House of Commons is generally supposed to have been the reason of their dissolution, which occurred on the 6th of December, when the queen came in state to the House, and at the same time gave her royal assent to 31 acts, not in the manner of modern times, when the clerk of the House names and holds up the act in the presence of the sovereign on the throne, who sits passively, till the officer, supposing silence gives consent, exclaims, La reine le veut. The queen or king wills it. The action of assent in the days of the first queen regnant was more graceful and significant, and throws a light on the ancient use of the sceptre. For the royal approval was implied by the queen extending her sceptre, and touching the act, immediately before the proclamation of La reine le veut. Traits exist of this elegant ceremonial from the time of Queen Mary down to the reign of Queen Anne. It is only mentioned in connection with female sovereigns, but it was, there is no doubt, the etiquette of all English monarchs, previous to the era of George I, whose want of English might have led to some inconvenient results, for the ceremony called sceptering the acts seems to have expired with the last queen of the line of Stuart. The queen had been informed that since her legitimacy had been confirmed by Parliament, the French ambassador, Noailles, had sought to awake discontents in the mind of her sister Elizabeth, as if it were tantamount to her own degradation, and that Elizabeth was likewise jealous, because Margaret, Countess of Lennox, and Frances, Duchess of Suffolk, were sometimes given precedence before her at court. It is improbable that the queen should wish to give undue exaltation to the mother of Lady Jane Grey. It is, therefore, likely that the precedence was in some particular instance given them, as matrons, before a young unmarried woman. No pains were spared by the malignity of partisans to create enmity between the royal sisters, but for a time these endeavours were fruitless, since Elizabeth, when questioned by the queen, cleared herself satisfactorily of receiving nocturnal visits from the intriguing Noailles. Mary took leave of Elizabeth with kindness, on her departure from court, to her seat at Ashridge, and gave her, as tokens of her affection, 2 sets of large pearls, and several jewelled rosaries magnificently mounted. After the dissolution of Parliament and the departure of her sister, the queen appears to have passed some weeks in a state of solitude, owing to the severe attack of her constitutional malady. Early in January, Count Egmont landed in Kent as ambassador from Spain to conclude the marriage treaty between Mary and Philip. The first symptoms of a political storm about to burst were then perceptible, for the men of Kent rose partially in revolt, and Egmont was in some danger of being torn to pieces by the common people for the queen's bridegroom. However, he arrived safely at Westminster, and in a set speech opened his mission to the queen. Her reply had some spice of prudery in its composition. She said, "It became not a female to speak in public on so delicate a subject as her own marriage. The ambassador might confer with her ministers, who would utter her intentions. But," she continued, casting down her eyes on her coronation ring, which she always wore on her finger, "they must remember her realm was her first husband, and no consideration should make her violate the faith she pledged to her people at her inauguration." On the 14th of January, the articles of the queen's marriage were communicated to the lord mayor and the city of London. According to this document, Mary and Philip were to bestow on each other the titular dignities of their several kingdoms. The dominions of each were to be governed separately, according to their ancient laws and privileges. None but natives of England were to hold offices in the queen's court and government, or even in the service of her husband. If the queen had a child, it was to succeed to her dominions, with the addition of the whole inheritance Philip derived from the dukes of Burgundy, namely Holland and the rich Flemish provinces, which in that case were forever to be united to England, a cause which, it is said, excited the greatest indignation in the mind of Don Carlos, the young heir of Philip. The queen was not to be carried out of her dominions without her especial request, nor her children without the consent of the nobility. Philip was not to engage England in his father's French wars. He was not to appropriate any of the revenue, ships, ammunition, or crown jewels of England. If the queen died without children, all connection between England and her husband was instantly to cease. If Philip died first, Queen Mary was to enjoy a dower of 60,000 ducats per annum, secured on lands in Spain and the Netherlands. No mention is made of any portion, or dote, brought by Mary to her spouse. One noxious article atoned to the ambitious Spaniard for the rigor of these parchment fetters, and this stipulated that Philip should aid Mary in governing her kingdoms, a fact that deserves particular notice. The week after these articles became public, 3 insurrections broke out in different parts of England. One was organized in the Middle Counties by the vassals of the Duke of Suffolk for the restoration of Lady Jane Grey, another by Sir Peter Carew in the west of England, with the intention of placing the Earl of Devonshire and the Princess Elisabeth on the throne. As Sir Peter Carew was desirous of establishing the Protestant religion, with a strong bias of Calvinism, it is surprising he was not likewise an upholder of Lady Jane Grey's title. The third and most formidable of these revolts occurred in Kent, headed by Sir Thomas Wyatt, a youth of 23. He was a Catholic, but having accompanied his father, the illustrious poet and friend of Ann Boulais, on an embassy to Spain, where the elder Sir Thomas Wyatt was in danger from the Inquisition, he conceived in his boyhood such a detestation of the Spanish government, civil and religious, that his ostensible motive of revolt was to prevent like tyranny being established in England by the wedlock of the queen with Philip of Spain. Yet it is scarcely possible to imagine anything worse in Spain than had already taken place in England under Henry VIII, such as the tortures and burning of Anne Askew, Friar Forrest, and numerous other Protestants and Roman Catholics. As Wyatt was at the same time a Catholic and a partisan of the Princess Elisabeth, his conduct is exceedingly mysterious, unless, indeed, he was an anti-papal Catholic, and, discontented at the prospect of Mary's resignation of church supremacy, was desirous of placing Elisabeth, who professed the same religion, in her sister's place in church and state. The queen was so completely deceived by the affected approbation of the Duke of Suffolk to her marriage, that she actually meant to employ him against Wyatt, and, sending for him to Sion, found he had decamped with his brothers, Lord Thomas and Lord John Grey, and a strong party of horse they had raised. They took their way to Leicestershire, proclaiming Lady Jane Grey queen in every town through which they passed, to the infinite injury of that hapless young lady, still a prisoner in the Tower. The Grey revolt was quickly suppressed by the queen's kinsman, the Earl of Huntingdon, in a skirmish near Coventry, when the duke and his brothers became fugitives, absconding for their lives. Carew's insurrection was likewise abortive, and he fled to France. This good news was brought to the queen on the 1st day of February, at the very moment when most alarming intelligence was communicated to her regarding Wyatt's progress in Kent. The queen had sent the aged Duke of Norfolk, who had ever proved a most successful general, with her guards and some artillery, accompanied by 500 of the London trained bands, commanded by Captain Brett. This person was secretly a partisan of Wyatt, and actually revolted to him at Rochester with his company. Brett's defection caused the loss of the queen's artillery, and the utter dispersion of her forces, and gave such encouragement to the rebels, that Wyatt advanced to Deptford, at the head of 15,000 men, from whence he dictated, as his only terms of pacification, that the queen and her council were to be surrendered to his custody. The queen, with her wonted spirit, preferred to abide the results of open war, and prepared with intrepidity to repel the besiegers of her metropolis. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 5, Part 1. When the news arrived that the Duke of Norfolk's army was dispersed, the greatest consternation pervaded the court and city, for everyone knew that the royal residences at Westminster possessed no means of defence, excepting the stoutness of their gates, and the valour of the gentlemen at arms. The queen's legal neighbours at Westminster Hall liked the aspect of the times so little, that they pleaded their causes clad in suits of armour, which were, however, decorously hidden by the flowing forensic robes. They followed the example set by Dr. Weston, who officiated at Whitehall Chapel for the service of Candlemas Day, early in the morning, February 2nd, before the queen, with armour braced on under his priestly vestments, a real specimen of a clerical militant. He was indeed a most truculent polemic, proving afterwards a dreadful persecutor of the Protestants and a slanderer of the Catholics. In the midst of the warlike preparations of the valiant and the dismay of the timid, Queen Mary remained calm and collected. She ordered her horse, and, attended by her ladies and privy councillors, rode to the city. She had no intention of taking refuge within the fortified circle of London Wall, then entire and tolerably efficient. Her purpose was merely to encourage the citizens by her words and example. The Lord Mayor, Sir Thomas White, the most trusty and valiant of tailors, received his sovereign lady at Guildhall, clad in complete steel, over which warlike harness he wore the civic robe. He was attended by the aldermen, similarly accoutred. Such portentous equipments were true tokens of the exigence of the hour, for the rumour went that Wyatt, then at Southwark, was preparing to storm the city. When the queen was placed in the chair of state, with her sceptre in her hand, she addressed the following speech to the citizens, with clearness of utterance, and no little grace of manner. I am come in mine own person to tell you what you already see and know. I mean the traitorous and seditious assembling of the Kentish rebels against us and you. Their pretence, as they say, is to resist a marriage between us and the Prince of Spain. Of all their plots and evil-contrived articles you have been informed. Since then, our council have resorted to the rebels, demanding the cause of their continued emprise. By their answers, the marriage is found to be the least of their quarrel. For, swerving from their former demands, they now arrogantly require the governance of our person, the keeping of our town, and the placing of our councillors. What I am, loving subjects, ye right well know, your queen, to whom at my coronation ye promised allegiance and obedience. I was then wedded to the realm and to the laws of the same, the spousal ring whereof I wear here on my finger, and it has never and never shall be left off. that I am the rightful and true inheritor of the English crown, I not only take all Christendom to witness, but also your acts of parliament confirming the same. My father, as ye all know, possessed the same regal estate. To him ye were always loving subjects. Therefore, I doubt not, ye will show yourselves so to me, his daughter, not suffering any rebel, especially so presumptuous a one as this Wyatt, to usurp the government of our person. And this I say on the word of a prince. I cannot tell how naturally a mother loveth her children, for I never had any. But if subjects may be loved as a mother doth love her child, then assure yourselves that I, your sovereign lady and queen, do as earnestly love and favor you. I cannot but think that you love me in return, and thus, bound in concord, we shall be able, I doubt not, to give these rebels a speedy overthrow. Now, concerning my intended marriage, I am neither so desirous of wedding, nor so precisely wedded to my will, that I needs must have a husband. Hitherto I have lived a virgin, and I doubt not, with God's grace, to live so still. But if, as my ancestors have done, it might please God that I shall leave you a successor to be your governor, I trust you would rejoice thereat. Also, I know it be to your comfort. Yet, if I thought this marriage would endanger any of you, my loving subjects, or the royal estate of this English realm, I would never consent thereto, nor marry while I lived. On the word of a queen, I assure you, that if the marriage appear not before the high court of Parliament, nobility, and commons, for the singular benefit of the whole realm, then will I abstain, not only from this, but from every other. Wherefore, good subjects, pluck up your hearts. Like true men, stand fast with your lawful sovereign against these rebels, and fear them not, for I do not, I assure you. I leave with you my Lord Howard and my Lord Treasurer, Winchester, to assist my Lord Mayor in the safeguard of the city from spoil and sack, which is the only aim of the rebellious crew. At the conclusion of this harangue, the crowd, who filled the Guildhall and its court, shouted, God save Queen Mary and the Prince of Spain! She mounted her horse, and rode with her train across Cheapside to the water stairs of the Three Cranes in the Vintry. When she alighted to take her barge, a hosier stepped forth from the crowd and said to her, Your grace will do well to make your forward of battle of your bishops and priests, for they be trusty and will not deceive you. The man was arrested and sent to Newgate. The queen's barge had been appointed to wait for her at the wharf of the Three Cranes. When she entered it, she bade her rowers take her as near as possible to London Bridge, where the attack of Wyatt was threatened. She then was rowed to Westminster. On her arrival she held a council, in which she appointed the Earl of Pembroke general of her forces, then mustering to defend the palaces of St. James and Whitehall. An armed watch was set that night in Whitehall Palace. The hot gospeller, Mr. Edward Underhill, presented himself to take his share of this duty, but was repulsed and driven away by his bitter adversary, Norreys, who was a Roman Catholic. Upon which, as Underhill writes, I took a link to light me home, and went away for a night or two. 3 days of suspense passed over, in which time Wyatt, finding the city defences by the riverside too strong for him, retreated from Southwark, his people contenting themselves with plundering Winchester House, the palace of Bishop Gardiner, when they made such havoc in his library, that the destructive stood knee-deep in the leaves of torn books. The storm of civil war, averted from the city, was soon transferred to the doors of Mary's own residence. At 2 in the morning, the palace of Whitehall was wakened by an alarm, brought by a deserter from the rebels, declaring that Wyatt had made a detour from the east of the metropolis on the Surrey bank of the Thames, which he had crossed at Kingston Bridge, and would be at Hyde Park Corner in 2 hours. The hurry and consternation that pervaded the palace on that winter's morning may be imagined. Barricades were raised at the points most liable to attack. Guards were stationed at the queen's bedchamber windows and her withdrawing rooms. The palace echoed with the wailings of the queen's ladies. Her royal household had been replenished with a bevy of fair and courtly dames, of a different spirit from those few faithful ladies who belonged to her little circle, when she was the persecuted princess Mary, and who shared her flight to Framlingham. These ladies, Susan Clarenceux, Mary Finch, and Mary Brown, and the granddaughter of Sir Thomas More, were with her still in places of high trust, but they had been too well inured to the caprice of Mary's fortunes to behave according to Edward Underhill's account of their colleagues. The queen's ladies, he said, made the greatest lamentations that night. They wept and wrung their hands, and, from their exclamations, may be judged the state of the interior of Whitehall. Alack! Alack! they said, some great mischief is toward. We shall all be destroyed this night. What a sight is this, to see the queen's bedchamber full of armed men! The like was never seen or heard of before. In this night of terror, everyone lost their presence of mind but the queen. Her ministers and counselors crowded round her, imploring her to take refuge in the Tower. Bishop Gardiner even fell on his knees to entreat her to enter a boat he had provided for her retreat at Whitehall stairs. She answered, that she would set no example of cowardice, and, if Pembroke and Clinton proved true to their post, she would not desert hers. In the midst of the confusion at St. James's, the hot gospeller, Mr. Edward Underhill, came again, dressed in armour, and was very thankfully admitted by the captain of the Queen's Guard, who could best appreciate his valour and fidelity to his standard. The Queen sent information to Pembroke and Clinton of the alarm in the palace. They returned the most earnest assurances of their fidelity. At 4 o'clock in the morning, their drums beat to arms, and they began to station their forces, for the most effectual defence of the royal palaces of St. James and Whitehall, the rebels being uncertain in which Queen Mary had sojourned that night. The queen had a very small force of infantry, but was better provided with cavalry, which was under the command of Lord Clinton, the husband of her friend and kinswoman, the fair Geraldine. Bands of soldiers were posted, at intervals, from Charing Cross to St. James's Palace, and on the hill opposite to the palace gateway, now so familiarly known by the name of St. James's Street, was planted a battery of cannon, guarded by a strong squadron of horse, headed by Lord Clinton. This force extended from the spot where Crockford's clubhouse now stands to Jermyn Street. The antique palace gateway and the hill still remain witnesses of the scene, but no building occupied at that time the vicinity of the palace, excepting a solitary conduit, standing where the centre of St. James's Square is at present. The whole area before the gateway was called St. James's Field, and where now extend the streets of Pall Mall and Piccadilly, with their swarming thousands, sylvan lanes then were seen, or park walls stretched on each side. After Clinton and Pembroke had arranged their plan of action, the approach of the enemy was eagerly expected. Day broke on the 7th of February, slowly and sullenly, pouring with rain, a real London wintry morning. The difficulty of bringing up artillery through roads, such as roads were in those days, made still worse by the wet weather, had delayed Wyatt's entry till 9 o'clock, when his forces, finding all access to the higher ground strongly guarded, divided into three. One part, under the command of Captain Cobham, approached Westminster, through the park, assaulting the back of St. James's Palace, as they went. The second, led by Captain Knevet, attacked Whitehall, while the other, led by Sir Thomas Wyatt, made their way down Old St. James's Lane, which seems no other than the site of Piccadilly. Wyatt had been promised, by his friends in the city, that Ludgate should be open to him, if he could make his way thither. Therefore, without providing for a retreat, he bent all his energies on the point of forcing a passage to that main entrance of the city. Lord Clinton permitted a small number of his followers to pass before he charged down St. James's Hill and commenced the contest, by severing the leader from his unwieldy army. Nevertheless, without heeding the battle in his rear, Wyatt and his men pushed on, to gain Ludgate. Two fierce assaults were, meantime, made simultaneously by the leaders of his main army, Knevet and Cobham. One attacked the palace of Whitehall, the other that of St. James. A division of the queen's guards, under the command of Sir Henry Jerningham, made good the defence of the latter, but Whitehall was in the utmost danger, for the remainder of the guards, headed by Sir John Gage, who, though a valiant cavalier, was an aged man, gave way before the overwhelming force. At that alarming crisis, Queen Mary stood in the gallery over the Holbein gateway at Whitehall, which, it should be remembered, intersected the way near the present banqueting house, and commanded a view up the vista, now called Parliament Street. Here she saw her guards broken, and utterly dispersed, by Knevet. Sir John Gage was overthrown in the dirt, but he succeeded in rising again, and made good his retreat to Whitehall. The defeated guards rushed into the courtyard of the palace, and fled to hide themselves among the wood and scullery offices. The gentlemen at arms, who were guarding the hall against attack, all ran out to see the cause of the uproar. When the porter flung to the gates, and locked all out, friend and foe, the gentlemen at arms were by no means satisfied with the precaution of the palace porter, and did not like their station with the gates locked behind them. Meantime, Sir Robert Southwell came round from one of the back yards, and the battle-axe gentleman begged he would represent to the queen that it was a scandal to lock the palace gates on them, but, if she would only trust to them, she should soon see her enemies fall before her face. "My masters," says Sir Robert, putting his morion from his head, "I desire ye all, as ye be gentlemen, to stay yourselves here, while I go up to the queen, and I doubt not, she will order the gates to be opened. As I am a gentleman, I promise you to be speedy." He entered the palace by some private door to which he had access, and made a quick return. "My masters," said he, "the queen was content the gates should be opened, but her request is, that ye go no forth from her sight, for her sole trust for the defence of her person is in you." The palace gates were then flung boldly open, and the battle-axe gentlemen marched up and down, before the gallery where the queen stood. When they were mustered, she spoke to them, telling them that, as gentlemen in whom she trusted, she required them not to leave the spot. The legal gentlemen who assumed armour when pleading at Westminster Hall did not wear it wholly for their own preservation. Some of them offered their services for the defence of their liege lady. "My father," says Ralph Rokeby, the lively historian of the family celebrated by Sir Walter Scott, "went to Westminster Hall to plead, with a good coat armour under his sergeant's robes, but hearing at Charing Cross the approach of Wyatt and his rebels, he hastened to the defence of the queen at Whitehall. There he strung and fetted an archer's bow of the livery guard that stood aside unstrung, and, throwing aside his sergeant's robe, he went to the gatehouse of the palace, and made good use of it with a sheaf of arrows." Wyatt was, in the meantime, forcing the passes down the Strand to Ludgate, which were guarded with bands of soldiers commanded by Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, and the Earl of Worcester. Courtenay scampered off at the first approach of Wyatt. It was supposed that timidity, from his inexperience in arms, had caused him to show the white feather, but he really was a secret coadjutor of Wyatt, and willing to clear the way for him, though his manner of doing it was not likely to render him very popular with the fierce people over whom he wished to reign. Wyatt and his force then approached Ludgate, and summoned the warder to surrender, but instead of his citizen partisan, who, he supposed, had the keeping of that important city entrance, Lord William Howard appeared in the gallery over the portal, and replied sternly, "Avaunt, traitor, avaunt! You enter not here." There was no resource for Wyatt but to fight his way back to his main body. The queen's forces were between him and his army. Urged by despair, he renewed the contest with great fury near Charing Cross. Meantime, Courtenay rushed into the presence of the queen, crying out, that her battle was broke, that all was lost, and surrendered to Wyatt. The lion spirit of her race rose in the breast of Mary, and she replied, with infinite disdain, "Such was the fond opinion of those who durst not go near enough to see the truth of the trial," adding, "that she herself would immediately enter into the battle, and abide the upshot of her rightful quarrel, or die with the brave men then fighting for her. And so," continues old Holinshed, "she prepared herself accordingly." Whitehall was at that moment assaulted in the rear by Cobham's forces, who had forced their way through the park from St. James's, while the contest still raged in the area of Charing Cross. The band of gentlemen at arms were very earnestly engaged in defence of the royal residence. Part kept the rebels at bay in the rear of the palace, while others defended the courtyard and gateway with their battle axes. Fugitives from the battle ever and anon took refuge in the palace, crying out, "All is lost! Away! Away! A barge! A barge!" Yet the queen never changed her cheer, nor would desert Whitehall, but asked, "Where was Lord Pembroke?" And being answered, "He was in the battle." "Well then," she replied, "all that dare not fight may fall to prayers, and I warrant we shall hear better news anon. God will not deceive me, in whom my chief trust is." Within the palace reigned the utmost terror. Such running and shrieking of gentlewomen, such shutting to of doors and windows, as was appalling to hear. While this uproar prevailed, the queen actually came out of the palace, among the gentlemen at arms, and stood between two of them, within arquebus shot of the enemy, when Pembroke made the final charge, which decided the fortune of the day. The difficulty was, in this last struggle, to tell friends from foes. The adversaries, says Holinshed, could only be distinguished by the mire, which had adhered to their garments in their dirty march from Brentford, and the war cry that morning, by the queen's troops, was, "Down with the draggle-tails!" The noise at Charing Cross, when Wyatt's forces were finally broken, was plainly heard by the Marquess of Northampton and his fellow prisoners, as they stood on the leads of the White Tower of London. The shrieking of women and children was absolutely terrific, though it does not appear that any of them were hurt in the fray. Wyatt was forced down Fleet Street, whence there was no retreat. He sat down, fatigued and dispirited, on a fish stall opposite to Bell Savage's inn, and was finally prevailed on to surrender by Sir Maurice Berkeley, an unarmed cavalier, who took him up behind him and carried him to court as a prisoner, whence he was conveyed to the Tower. The band of gentlemen at arms were soon after admitted to the queen's presence, who thanked them graciously for their valiant defence of her person and palace. They were all of them gentlemen of family, and many of them possessors of great landed estates. This was, in the time of the Tudors, the most splendid band of royal guards in Europe. The most dolorous consequence of this rebellion was, that the queen was beset on all sides with importunities for the execution of the hapless lady Jane Grey, against whom the fatal facts of her reproclamation as queen by her father and at Rochester by some of Wyatt's London allies were urged vehemently. Poinet, the Protestant bishop of Winchester, affirms, that those lords of the council who had been the most instrumental at the death of Edward VI, in thrusting royalty upon poor Lady Jane, and proclaiming Mary illegitimate, were now the sorest forcers of men, yea, became earnest counsellors for that innocent lady's death. These were the Earl of Pembroke and the Marquess of Winchester, afterwards prosperous men at the court of Elizabeth. The day after the contest with Wyatt, Queen Mary came to Temple Bar, and there, on the very ground saturated with the blood of her subjects, she was persuaded to sign the death warrant of her hapless kinswoman, on the plea that such scenes would be frequent while she suffered the competitor for her throne to exist. The warrant specified that Guildford Dudley and his wife were to be executed on the 9th of February. It was evidently a measure impelled by the exigency of the moment, before Queen Mary had lost the impression of the blood lately shed around her, and of the numerous executions which must, perforce, follow the rebellion. Sudden as the order was, Lady Jane Grey declared she was prepared for it. Dr. Feckenham, the queen's chaplain, who had had frequent conferences with the angelic victim since her imprisonment, was deputed to prepare her for this hurried death. Lady Jane was on friendly terms with him, but was naturally anxious to be spared the harassing discussion of their differing creeds. She therefore declined disputing with him, saying, that her time was too short for controversy. Upon this, Feckenham flew to the queen, and represented to her, that indeed the time was fearfully short for preparation of any kind, and how could she expect Lady Jane to die a Catholic, if she was hurried thus to the block without time for conviction? The queen immediately respited the execution for 3 days. Lady Jane smiled mournfully on her zealous friend, when he brought her news of this delay. She told him, he had mistaken her meaning, she wished not for delay of her sentence, but for quiet from polemic disputation. The meek angel added, that she was prepared to receive patiently her death in any manner it would please the queen to appoint. True it was her flesh shuddered, as was natural to frail mortality, but her spirit would spring rejoicingly into the eternal light, where she hoped the mercy of God would receive it. The memory of this beautiful message to Queen Mary, far more touching than any anecdote our Church of England historians have recorded of Lady Jane Grey, was preserved by Feckenham, who, though he succeeded not in turning the heavenly minded prisoner from the Protestant religion, won her friendship and gratitude. Her last words bore witness to the humanity and kindness she received from him. The executions of this lovely and innocent girl and her young husband must ever be considered frightful stains on the reign of a female sovereign. Since the War of the Roses, the excitable turbulence of the people would never permit any near connections of the crown to rest in peace, without making their names the excuse for civil war. But if Queen Mary considered herself impelled to the sacrifice by inexorable necessity, she neither aggravated it by malicious observations, nor by hypocritical conduct. Watch was kept night and day, in armour, at court. So great was the panic at the crisis. The city presented the most frightful scenes, for military law was executed on 50 of the trained bands, who deserted the queen's standard under Brett. These deserters, being all citizens, many were hung at their own doors, and left there. So that, according to the Italian eyewitness, the queen could not go to the city without beholding the ugly sight of dangling corpses at every turn of the street. But let those who live in our blessed times of peacefulness imagine, if they can, the agony of the harmless families within the houses, children, wife, mother, or sisters, who saw a dear, perhaps an only protector, thus hanging before his own doorway. What tragedy has ever equaled such a woe? Yet the numbers put to death in this insurrection, about 60, were trifling, in comparison with the victims of rebellions in the preceding and succeeding reigns, and few persons were sacrificed who were not guilty of a breach of trust. The prisoners taken in arms of Wyatt's army, amounting to 500, were led to the tilt-yard at Whitehall with ropes about their necks. The queen appeared in the gallery above and pronounced their pardon. Notwithstanding this act of personal forgiveness, many of these prisoners were sent to take their trials, but the sheriff of Kent sent word to the queen of the fact, when she promptly interfered, saying, "I have pardoned them once, and they shall not be further vexed." Another proof that Mary was far more merciful than her ministers. The same day that Lady Jane Grey was executed, the Earl of Devonshire was sent to the Tower, with a great company of guards, according to a letter written the same evening to the Earl of Shrewsbury, which adds, "The Lady Elisabeth was sent for 3 days ago, but yet she is not come, whatsoever the let or hindrance is." In fact, the confessions of Sir Thomas Wyatt, and some others, gave Queen Mary notice of a competitor for her crown, still nearer to her than the candid and angelic Jane, whose life she had just sacrificed. This was her sister, the Princess Elisabeth. On the outbreak of the strife, the queen had sent for Elisabeth from Ashridge by the following letter, written in her own hand. "Right dearly and entirely beloved sister, we greet you well. And whereas certain ill-disposed persons, minding more the satisfaction of their malicious minds than their duty of allegiance towards us, have, of late, spread divers untrue rumors, and by that means, and other devilish practices, do travail to induce our good and loving subjects to an unnatural rebellion against God and us, and the common tranquillity of our realm, we, tendering the surety of your person, which might chance to come to some peril, if any sudden tumult should arise, either where you now be or about Donnington, whither we understand you are bound shortly to remove, do therefore think expedient, you should put yourself in good readiness with all convenient speed to make your repair hither to us, which we pray you will not fail to do, assuring you that you will be most heartily welcome to us. Of your mind herein, we pray you return answer by this messenger, and thus we pray God to have you in his holy keeping. Given under our signet at our manor of St. James, the 26th of January, the first of our reign. Your loving sister, Mary the Queen. Elisabeth was very ill, and pleaded to the messenger, mentioned by the queen, that she was utterly unable to travel. Mary permitted her to remain a fortnight, waiting for convalescence. Accusations, however, were made against her by Wyatt, were partially confirmed by Sir James Croft, who had been made prisoner in an abortive attempt to raise an insurrection in Wales, simultaneously with those in Kent and Devonshire. The queen then sent imperatively for Elisabeth, yet showed consideration for her, by the person dispatched to bring her to Whitehall. This was Lord William Howard, who was not only her great uncle, brother to Anne Boleyn's mother, but the kindest friend she had in the world. The queen sent with all her own litter for her sister's accommodation and her 3 physicians, to ascertain whether she could travel without danger. Before the princess Elisabeth arrived at Whitehall, the queen had heard so many charges against her, that she would not see her, but assigned her a secure corner of the palace to abide in. She had formerly given Elisabeth a ring as a token, and told her to send it, if at any time there should be anger between them. Elisabeth sent it to her at this alarming crisis, but was answered, that she must clear herself from the serious imputations alleged against her before they could meet. It was fortunate for Elisabeth that the queen meant conscientiously to abide by the ancient constitutional law of England, restored in her first parliament, which required that an overt or open act of treason must be proved before any English person could be attainted as a traitor. Courtenay was, as well as Elisabeth, in disgrace. He had been arrested a few days after the contest with Wyatt and sent to the Tower. It is to Queen Mary's credit that she urged the law of her country to the Spanish ambassador when he informed her that her marriage with the Prince of Spain could not be concluded till Courtenay and Elisabeth were punished. The Spaniard thus quotes her words to his master, Charles V. The queen replied, that she and her council were labouring as much as possible to discover the truth as to the practices of Elisabeth and Courtenay, and that, as to Courtenay, it was certain he was accused by many of the prisoners of consenting and assisting in the plot, and that the cipher by which he corresponded with Sir Peter Carew had been discovered cut on his guitar, that he was intrigued with the French, and that a match had been projected between him and Elisabeth, which was to be followed by the deposition and death of her, the queen. Yet the law of England condemns to death only those who have committed overt acts of treason. Those who have merely implied consent by silence are punished but by imprisonment, and sometimes by confiscation of goods. Renaud angrily observes elsewhere, that it was evident the queen wished to save Courtenay, and of course Elisabeth, since she does not allow that her guilt was as manifest as his. Correspondence, of a nature calculated to enrage any sovereign, was discovered, which deeply implicated Elisabeth. Notwithstanding all that has been urged against Mary, it is evident, from the letters of the Spanish ambassador, that she proved her sister's best friend, by remaining steadfast to her expressed determination, that, although she was convinced of the deep dissimulation of Elisabeth's character, who was in this instance what she had always shown herself, yet proof, open proof, must be brought against her before any harsher measures than temporary imprisonment were adopted. In short, whatever adverse colours may be cast on a portion of her history which really does her credit, the conclusion, built on the irrefragable structure of results, is this: Mary dealt infinitely more mercifully by her heiress than Elisabeth did by hers. And how startling is the fact that Queen Mary would not proceed against her sister and her kinsman, because the proof of their treason was contained in cipher letters, easy to be forged. When correspondence in cipher brought Mary Queen of Scots to the block, protesting, as she did, that the correspondence was forged. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 5, Part 2. At this crisis, Queen Mary gave way to anger. She had offered, if any nobleman would take the charge and responsibility of her sister, that she should not be subjected to imprisonment in the Tower, but no one would undertake the dangerous office. The queen then expedited the warrant to commit Elisabeth to the Tower. The Earl of Sussex and another nobleman were appointed to conduct the princess thither, but she persuaded them, it does not seem for any particular object, except writing a letter to the queen, to outstay the time of the tide at London Bridge. This act of disobedience incensed Mary. She rated the offending parties at the council board, told them that they were not traveling in the right path, that they dared not have done such a thing in her father's time, and finally, as the most awful feature of her wrath, wished that he were alive for a month. Well she knew that he was never troubled with scruples of conscience concerning how the ancient laws of England regarded treasons, open or concealed, for if he supposed that even a heraldic lion curled its tail contumaciously, that supposition brought instant death on its owner, despite the genius, virtue, youth, beauty, and faithful service. There was a seditious piece of trickery carried on in the city at this time, which, if it had happened in the days of Henry VIII, would have been followed by deluges of blood. In an old uninhabited house in Aldersgate Street, a supernatural voice was heard in the wall, which the people, who gathered in the street to the amount of 17,000, affirmed was the voice of an angel, inveighing against the queen's marriage. When the crowd shouted, "God save Queen Mary," it answered nothing. When they cried, "God save Lady Elisabeth," it answered, "So be it." If they asked, "What is the mass?" it answered, "Idolatry." The council sent Lord Admiral Howard and Lord Paget to quiet the spirit, which they did, by ordering the wall to be pulled down, and soon unharbored a young woman named Elisabeth Croft, who confessed that she was hired by one Drakes to excite a mob, while Queen Mary reigned alone, and possessed that share of health which permitted her sometimes to exercise her high functions according to her own will. An amelioration certainly had taken place in the severity of punishment, for in the parallel case of mock prophecy in the time of Henry VIII, Elizabeth Barton, though undeniably an epileptic, and consequently unconscious of posture, was hung, with 7 unfortunate companions. Queen Mary took no similar vengeance. The heroine of the voice in the wall was set to the pillory for her misdeeds, but with no attendant cruelty, or the minute city chroniclers would have specified it. Thus did this grotesque incident pass on without the usual disgusting waste of human life. Another adventure, still more absurd, proves the state of excitement which pervaded all natives of England, of whatever age and degree, concerning the queen's marriage. 300 children, assembled in a meadow near England, divided themselves in 2 parties to play at the game of the Queen against Wyatt. These little creatures must have been violent partisans on both sides, for they fought so heartily that several were seriously wounded, and the urchin that played Prince Philip, the queen's intended spouse, being taken prisoner and hanged by the rest, was nearly throttled in good earnest before some people, alarmed at the proceeding of the small destructives, could break in and cut him down. Noel, the French ambassador, who relates the story, and, being a detected conspirator against the queen, maligns her on every occasion, affirms, that she wished the life of one at least to be sacrificed for the good of the public. The truth is, the queen requested that a few salutary whippings might be dispensed, and that the most pugnacious of this band of infantry might be shut up for some days, and that was all the notice she took of the matter. Conspiracies against Queen Mary's life abounded at this unsettled time. Even the students of natural philosophy, which, despite of the stormy atmosphere of the times, was proceeding with infinite rapidity, were willing to apply the instruments of science to the destruction of the queen. "I have heard," says Lord Bacon, "there was a conspiracy to have killed Queen Mary as she walked in St. James's Park, by means of a burning glass fixed on the leads of a neighbouring house. I was told so by a vain, though great dealer in secrets, who declared he had hindered the attempt. Of all things, the queen most resented the libelous attacks on her character which abounded on all sides. She had annulled the cruel law instituted by her father, which punished the libels on the crown with death; but, to her anguish and astonishment, the country was soon after completely inundated with them, both written and printed. One she showed the Spanish ambassador, which was thrown on her kitchen table. She could not suffer these anonymous accusations to be made unanswered. She said, with passionate sorrow, that she had always lived a chaste and honest life, and she would not bear imputations to the contrary silently; and accordingly had a proclamation made in every county, exhorting her loving subjects not to listen to the slanders that her enemies were actively distributing. This only proved that poisoned arrows gave pain, but did not abate the nuisance. The remonstrance from the Protestants, in verse, was found by the queen, on the desk of her oratory, when she knelt down to pray. This was couched in very different terms from the indecorous productions which had so deeply grieved her; for this poem was, excepting a verse or two, likening her to Jezebel, affectionate and complimentary. Its strains are much in the style of Sternhold and Hopkins. The commencing stanzas are: O lovely rose, most redolent, of fading flowers most fresh, in England pleasant is thy scent, for now thou art peerless. This rose, which bears such a smell, doth represent our queen. O listen that I may you tell her colours fresh and green. The love of God within her heart shall beautify her grace. The fear of God on th' other part shall establish her in place. The love of God shall aid her cause, unfeigned if it be, to have respect unto his laws and hate idolatry. Your ministers that love God's word, they feel the bitter rod, who are robbed of house and goods, as if there were no God. And yet you do seem merciful in midst of tyranny, and holy, whereas you maintain most vile idolatry. For fear that you should hear the truth, true preachers may not speak, but on good prophets you make ruth, and them unkindly treat. Him have you made Lord Chancellor, who did your blood most stain, that he may suck the righteous blood as he was wont again. Those whom our late good king did love, you do them most disdain. These things do manifestly prove your colours be but vain. God's word ye cannot well abide, but as your prophets tell, in this you may be well compared to wicked Jezebel. Therefore my counsel pray you take, and think whereof no scorn, and you'll find it the best advice ye had since ye were born. This homely posy allows the queen's good qualities in the midst of the recapitulation of her Protestant subjects' grievances. How she received it is not known, but it is an amiably disposed canticle, in comparison with the foul and fierce libels her enemies were pouring forth, to her discomfort, at the same period. Amidst all these troubles and contentions, Mary found time to examine with approbation the Latin translations of her little kinsman, Lord Darnley, and to send him a present of a rich gold chain, as an encouragement for some abstract he had made, either from Sir Thomas More's Utopia, or in imitation of that celebrated work. A letter of thanks to the queen from this child is extant, which proves that she had frequently sent him valuable gifts, and treated him kindly. Mary encouraged him to proceed in a learned education, in which he was early progressing, according to the unhealthy system of precocious study in vogue at that day, of which she herself and her brother Edward VI. Were noted instances. The little Lord Darnley in his letter designates Queen Mary as most triumphant and virtuous princess, in allusion to her late conquest of the rebels, his epistle being written on the 28th of March, 1554. In quaint but pretty language he expresses his wish, that his tender years would permit him to fight in her defence. He was the eldest son of Queen Mary's cousin german and early companion, Lady Margaret Douglas, at this time first lady in waiting, and wife to the Scottish exiled lord, Matthew Stuart, Earl of Lennox. It is matter of curiosity to trace Queen Mary's patronage of Lord Darnley and his family during his early life, since he was involved in utter historical obscurity till his important marriage with the heiress of the English crown in 1565. The queen had not only to contend with her discontented subjects, but with the machinations of most of the foreign envoys at her court. Besides the French, the Venetian ambassador was deeply involved in the plots for dethroning her. His treachery was first revealed to her by a person no less illustrious than Sebastian Cabot, the first discoverer of North America, who spent his honoured age in England, the country he had so essentially served and adopted for his own. His depositions before council show that he was unwilling to see England convulsed by the intrigues of his countrymen, for he proved that the insurgents had been supplied with arms from a Venetian ship in the river. Despite of the extreme repugnance manifested by all her subjects to her marriage with Philip of Spain, Queen Mary accepted his ring of betrothal brought by Count Egmont, who had returned to England on a special embassy in March. This distinguished man, who afterwards died on the scaffold, for vindicating the civil and religious liberty of his country, was, at the time of his sojourn in England, in the flower of his age, and was one of the most splendid soldiers, in person and renowned, that Europe could produce. The Tuesday after his arrival, the Earl of Pembroke and Lord Admiral Howard came to escort him into the presence of their royal mistress and her council, accompanied by Renaud, the resident ambassador, who describes the scene. The Eucharist was in the apartment, before which the queen fell on her knees, and called God to witness that her sole object in this marriage was the good of her kingdom, and expressed herself with so much pathos and eloquence, that the bystanders melted into tears. The oaths confirming the marriage were taken on the part of England and Spain. After which, proceeds Renaud, her majesty again dropped on her knees, and requested us to join our prayers with hers, that God would make the marriage fortunate. Count Egmont then presented Queen Mary with the ring, which your majesty sent, which she showed to all the company, and assuredly, sire, the jewel is a precious one, and well worth looking at. We took our congé after this, first inquiring, whether her majesty had any commands for his highness Prince Philip. She enjoined us to bear her most affectionate commendations to his good grace. She would that they should both live in mutual good offices together, but that, as his highness had not yet written to her, she deferred writing to him till he first commenced the correspondence. This is not the only hint that Renaud throws out respecting the neglect of the Spanish prince. He likewise shows anxiety that the gentlewomen who were most confidential with the queen should not be forgotten. Your majesty understands, he writes to the emperor, that at the coming of his highness, some little presents of rings, or such small gear, must be made to the queen's ladies, particularly to three, who have always spoken a good word for the marriage. These were Mistress Clara Sue, Jane Russell, and Mistress Shirley. In proportion of the strong willfulness with which Mary's mind was set on this marriage, was the amount of temptation, when she was artfully informed that the destruction of her sister and her kinsman Courtenay could alone secure. Her tempter was Renaud, the Spanish ambassador, who was perpetually urging on her attention, that it would be impossible for Prince Philip to approach England till his safety was guaranteed by the punishment of the rebels. To which the queen replied with tears in her eyes, that she would rather never have been born than that any outrage should happen to the prince. The spleen of the Spanish ambassador had been excited by the queen sending for him on Easter Sunday, March 27th, to inform him that, as it was an immemorial custom for the kings of England to extend their mercy to prisoners on Good Friday, she had given liberty to 8, among others Northampton, the brother of Katharine Parr, none of whom had been implicated in the recent rebellion. For a very good reason, certainly, since they were safe under the ward of locks and bolts in the Tower. The murmurings of the discontented Spaniard and his threats, that, if her majesty continued such ill-advised clemency, his prince could never come to England, occasioned the queen to weep, but not to change her purpose, though he zealously presented her with Thucydides in French, forgetting that the English queen could read the original Greek, to teach her how traitors ought to be cut off. In the next interview, which happened at the council board, Renaud spoke out plainly, and demanded by name the victims he required, before she could be blessed with the presence of her betrothed. His words are, that it was of the utmost consequence that the trials and executions of the criminals, especially of Courtenay and the lady Elisabeth, should take place before the arrival of his highness. The answer of Queen Mary is a complete specimen of the art of dismissing the direct question by a general observation. She had, she said, taken no rest nor sleep for the anxiety she felt for the security of his highness at his coming. But this answer did not spare Mary from another urgent requisition for kindred blood. Bishop Gardiner remarked, that as long as Elizabeth lived, there was no hope of the kingdom being tranquilized, and if every one went to work roundly, as he did, things would go on better. This savage speech gives authenticity to a passage which occurs in an old memoir of Elizabeth's early life, entitled England's Elizabeth, in which the following assertion occurs. A warrant came down, under seal, for her execution, Gardiner being the inventor of that instrument. Master Bridges no sooner received it, but, mistrusting false play, presently made haste to the queen, who was no sooner informed, but she denied the least knowledge of it. She called Gardiner and others whom she suspected before her, blamed them for their inhuman usage of her sister, and took measures for her better security. If the lieutenant of the Tower had not had full confidence in the attachment of Mary to her sister, he dared not have made such an appeal. The measures Heywood describes as taken by Queen Mary for the security of her sister's person were chiefly sending Sir Henry Bedingfeld, with a strong guard, to take the entire charge of her, till she could be removed to a distant country palace. This appointment, he affirms, took place on the 1st of May. Here again is another historical mystery, explained of Elizabeth's after amicable conduct to Sir Henry Bedingfeld. That gentleman, though deeply devoted to her sister, was plainly the guardian of her life, from the illegal attacks of Gardiner and the Privy Council. The perpetual delays of the trial of Elizabeth and Courtenay had been, in a series of grumbling dispatches to the emperor, attributed by Renaud to Gardiner, whom he accuses so perpetually in consequence of being the friend of Elizabeth, that the reader of these documents is half inclined to believe he was such. But the positive attack on Elizabeth's life, in which Gardiner planned the species of tragedy, afterwards successfully acted by Burleigh, in the case of Mary Queen of Scots, removes all doubts regarding his enmity to her. The apparent ambiguity of his conduct arose from the fact, that he was in reality Courtenay's friend, and Elizabeth and Courtenay were so inextricably implicated together in this rebellion, that one could not be publicly impeached without the other. Some reason existed for Gardiner's protection of Courtenay. The family of this noble had been martyrs to Catholicism. It is very doubtful if Courtenay, though politically tampering with the Protestant party, has shown the slightest personal bias to Protestantism, and he had, withal, been for some time Gardiner's fellow prisoner in the Tower. It is certain, from whatever causes, that Gardiner had always been the great promoter of Courtenay's marriage suit to the queen, and since the insurrection he must have considered the liaison between Courtenay and Elizabeth as a fresh obstacle to these views. The cruel intentions of both Renaud and Gardiner against Elizabeth had been plainly enough spoken, at the council conference narrated by the former. It is as plain that she had but one friend in the fearful conclave, and that was the sister at whose deposition and death she had connived, but whose intense constancy of disposition would not suffer her to destroy one whom she had tenderly caressed and loved in infancy. In one of these sittings of council was first started the idea of marrying Elizabeth to the brave but landless soldier, Philibert Emmanuel of Savoy, the dispossessed prince of Piedmont, thus removing her by wedlock, if not by death. This was, from the commencement of the end of Mary's reign, a favourite notion with Philip of Spain. Probably connected with it was the proposal of sending Elizabeth to the care of the Queen of Hungary. But Mary no more approved of her sister's removal from England than of her destruction, as subsequent events proved. Renaud notices a remark made by Lord Paget, that it was vain to think of remedying the disorders of the kingdom without the thorough re-establishment of religion, meaning Catholicism. This, he added, would be difficult, if the opinion of the Chancellor Gardiner were followed, who was anxious to carry through the matter by fire and blood. In some passages, Renaud himself blames the violence of Gardiner in matters of religion, and how savage must Gardiner have been if he excited the reprobation and disgust of a man whose inhumanity has been shown to be glaring? As for the queen, whenever the ambassador blames her, it is for sparing persons whose destruction was advised by the Spanish government. This council conference was held the day before the queen's third parliament met in Westminster. Mary, or rather Gardiner, had intended to summon the parliament at Oxford instead of the metropolis, as a punishment for the part the London train bands had taken in Wyatt's rebellion. This intention was overruled. The queen went in great state to Westminster Abbey, and was present with the lords and commons at the mass of the Holy Ghost. She did not go to the Whitehall chamber and open sessions. This was done by Gardiner, who in his speech observed, that the queen could not come without danger to her person, because of the furious storm of wind and rain then raging. The queen must have had some other motive for absenting herself, since the parliament chamber was but a short distance from the abbey. Gardiner introduced the subject of her marriage formally in his address, and laid before the Senate her marriage articles. From which it was apparent, he observed, that instead of the Prince of Spain making acquisition of England, as promulgated by the rebels, England had made an acquisition of him and all his father's kingdoms and provinces. Queen Mary told Renaud, that while she attended the mass in Westminster Abbey at the opening of Parliament, she saw the Earl of Pembroke, who had returned from his country house, where he had been keeping Easter, and spoke to him, and made much of him, bidding him welcome, and his wife also. She now trusts all things will go well. The parliament was earnestly employed in passing laws, in order to secure the queen's separate and independent government of her dominions, without control from her husband. They took jealous alarm that all power was vested in the name of kings in the statute book, without any mention of queen regnants, and their first care was to provide a remedy for this deficiency, lest Philip of Spain, when invested with the titular dignity of king, might legally claim the obedience of the nation, because there was no precedent of queenly authority in the written laws of the land. The speaker brought in a bill declaring, that whereas the queen had succeeded of right to the crown, but because all written laws had declared the prerogative to be the king's person, some might pretend that it did not extend to queens, it was therefore declared to be law, that such prerogative did belong to the crown, whether it were worn by a male or female, and whatsoever the law did appoint or limit for a king, was of right due to a queen regnant, who was declared to have as much right as her predecessors. This motion gave rise to another alarm in the House of Commons, which was, that as the queen derived her title from the common or oral law of the land, acknowledged by the English people before acts of parliament or statute laws existed, she might defy all written laws in which kings were only mentioned, and rule despotic queen of England. It appears this odd idea was seriously discussed by Mr. Skinner, a patriotic member of the House of Commons. Nor was his caution so superfluous as it appears at first, for a tempter was already busy with Queen Mary, dressing up this silly quibble in an attractive form for her consideration. There was a person who had been Cromwell's servant, and much employed in the suppression of monasteries, a great partisan for Lady Jane Grey, and in arms for her title, and altogether a very busy and factious character. The queen had given him her pardon, with many other minor agents of Northumberland, yet he rose again in Wyatt's rebellion, and was put once more in the Fleet prison. He had some personal acquaintance with one of the emperor's ambassadors, most likely Renaud, who was exceedingly busy with English affairs, by whose intercession with the queen, this political agitator was once more liberated. While detained in the Fleet, he had amused himself by concocting a precious plan for the establishment of despotic power in England. On his liberation he carried his manuscript, which he entitled A New Platform of Government, contrived for the Queen's Majesty, to his Spanish patron. In this treatise he argued, that, as the statute law only named kings, queens regnant were not bound by it, and therefore might claim unlimited authority, and were by right despotic sovereigns. From which quibble the author drew the inference, that the queen could, without waiting for the cooperation of Parliament, re-establish the supremacy of the Pope, restore the monasteries, and punish her enemies, by the simple exertion of her own will. After reading this unprincipled production with great approbation, the Spanish ambassador carried it to Queen Mary. He begged her to peruse it carefully, and keep its contents secret. As the queen read the treatise, she disliked it, judging it to be contrary to her coronation oath. She sent for Gardiner, and when he came, she charged him, as he would answer it at the general day of doom, that he would consider the book carefully, and bring her his opinion of it forthwith. The next day happened to be Maundy Thursday, and after Queen Mary had made her Maundy to her alms people, Gardiner waited on her in her closet, to deliver the opinion she requested on the manuscript, which he did in these words: My good and gracious lady, I intend not to ask you to name the devisers of this new invented platform, but I will say this, that it is a pity so noble and virtuous a queen should be endangered with the snares of such subtle sycophants, for the book is not, and most horribly to be thought on. Upon which Queen Mary thanked him, and threw the book behind the fire. Moreover, she exhorted the Spanish ambassador, that neither he nor any of his retinue should encourage her people in such projects. In this interview, one of the good points in the character of Mary's prime minister was perceptible, which was attachment to the ancient laws of England, and he had sometimes dared to defend them, at that dangerous period when Cromwell was tempting Henry VIII. To govern without law. Gardiner was likewise an honest and skillful financier, who managed Mary's scant revenue so well, that while he lived she was not in debt. Yet he was a generous patron of learning, and if he could benefit a learned man in distress, even the cruelty and bigotry which deformed and envenomed his great talents remained in abeyance. Having thus, by stating the for and against in the disposition of this remarkable man, humbly followed the example prescribed by Shakespeare in his noble dialogue between Queen Katharine and her officer Griffiths, on the good and evil qualities of Wolsey, it remains to quote, in illustration of his conduct, a curious anecdote concerning himself, Queen Mary, and Roger Ascham, the celebrated tutor of the Princess Elisabeth. Roger himself, in one of his epistles, being the authority. Queen Mary had promised Roger Ascham the continuation of his pension of £10 per annum, granted by her brother Edward VI., as a reward for his treatise written on archery, called the Toxopholite. And now, said he, I will open a pretty subtlety in doing a good turn for myself, whereat, perchance, you will smile. I caused the form of the patent for my pension to be written out, but I ordered a blank place to be left for the sum, and I brought it so written to Bishop Gardiner. He asked me, why the amount of the sum £10 was not put in? Sir, said I, that is the fault of the naughty scrivener, who hath left the blank space so large that the former sum ten will not half fill it, and therefore, except it please your good lordship to put £20 instead of 10, truly I shall be put to great charges in having the patent written out again, but the word 20 will not only fill up the space, but my empty purse too. Bishop Gardiner laughed, and carried the patent to Queen Mary, and told her what I said, and the queen, without any more speaking, before I had done her any service, out of her own bountiful goodness, made my pension £20 per annum. I had never done anything for her, added Ascham, but taught her brother Edward to write, and though I differed from her in religion, she made me her Latin secretary. He adds many commendations on the learning and wisdom of Gardiner, which sprang from his exuberant gratitude for the complete success of his pretty subtlety. While the session of Parliament continued, the execution of the unfortunate Wyatt took place, and, a few days afterwards, the trial of Sir Nicholas Throckmorton. This gentleman, who had given the queen the most important warning which had saved her life and crown, had become malcontent, and had, to a certain degree, intrigued by message and letter with Sir Thomas Wyatt. His trial was the first instance, since the accession of the Tudor line, in which a jury dared to do their duty honestly, and acquit a prisoner arraigned by the crown. The prisoner defended himself manfully. He would not be browbeat by his partial judge, Bromley, who had been so long accustomed to administer polluted law that he was obstinate in forcing the trial into the old iniquitous way, which had destroyed thousands in the fearful days of Henry VIII., when condemnation followed arraignment with unerring certainty. Throckmorton had an answer for every one. He appealed to the recently restored laws of England. He quoted the queen's own eloquent charge to her judges, when she inducted them into office, the memory of which would have been lost but for the pleadings of this courageous man. "What time," he said, "my lord chief justice, to please the queen's majesty to call you to this honourable office, I did learn of a great man of her highness's privy council, that, among other good instructions, her majesty charged and enjoined you, to administer law and justice indifferently, without respect to persons. And notwithstanding the old error among you, which did not admit any witness to speak, or any other matter to be heard in favour of the prisoner, when the crown was party against him, the queen told you, her pleasure was, that whatsoever could be brought in favour of the accused, should be admitted to be heard. And moreover, that you specially, and likewise all other justices, should not sit in judgment otherwise for her highness than for her subject. This manner of indifferent proceeding being enjoined by the commandment of God, and likewise being commanded you by the queen's own mouth, therefore reject nothing that can be spoken in my defence, and in so doing you shall show yourselves worthy ministers, and fit for so worthy a mistress." "You mistake the matter," replied Judge Bromley. "The queen spake those words to Master Morgan, chief justice of the common place (pleas)." This exordium of Mary to her judges was no hypocritical grimace, no claptrap at her accession. She honestly acted upon it, for the witness whose testimony acquitted Throckmorton that day came out of her own household. At the moment when the prisoner's life hung on the proof of whether he was conscious or not of the precise time of Wyatt's rising, he called on Sir Francis Inglefield, who, with his colleague, Sir Edward Walgrave, was sitting on the bench with the judges, and asked him to speak what he knew on that head. Inglefield immediately bore witness, like an honest man as he was. "It is truth," said he, "that you were at my house, in company with your brothers, at that time, and to my knowledge, ignorant of the whole matter." The moment Throckmorton was acquitted, the base judge committed the honest jury to prison, who had done their duty like true Englishmen, men deserving everlasting praise as the practical restorers of the constitution of their country, long undermined by the abuses that the queen had pointed out to her judges. The facts developed in this remarkable trial indicate that the wishes and will of the queen were distinct from those of the officials who composed her government. These were men who had been bred in the despotic ways of her father. In truth, England had been governed, since the sickness and infirmity of Henry VIII., by a small tyrannical junta, composed, for the time being, of the prevalent faction of the Privy Council. The members of this junta oppressed the people, defied the laws, bullied or corrupted the judges, cajoled and really controlled the crown, till the cup of their iniquities being full in the next century, they actually caused the reverse of the monarchy. A place in this noxious junta was the aim and end of every unprincipled man of abilities in public life, without the slightest scruple whether he had to profess the Protestant or Catholic ritual. Such was the true wellspring of the miseries and atrocities which had tormented England since the death of Sir Thomas More. This unconstitutional power had strengthened itself during the minority of Edward VI., and was by no means inclined to give ground before a queen regnant of disputed title. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 5, Part 3. It was the trial of Sir Nicholas Throckmorton which first brought the illegal proceedings of the Privy Council into popular notice, under the designation of the decrees of the Star Chamber, afterwards so infamous in English history. They had long been at work in the same way, but in the present instance, public attention had been peculiarly excited by Throckmorton's recitation of the queen's eloquent charge to her judges, and indignation was raised to a high pitch when the jury were, after unjust imprisonment, threatened by the Star Chamber, and mulcted with heavy fines, while the acquitted prisoner was as unjustly detained in the Tower. As the queen, at the intercession of his brother, set Sir Nicholas Throckmorton free, soon after, uninjured in person or estate, he considered he had had a fortunate escape. It is said that she finally remitted the fines of the worthy jury who had acquitted him, but it was alike degrading to a queen who wished to rule constitutionally, and to Englishmen whom the law had not declared guilty to give and receive pardons of the kind. The queen was extremely ill, sick almost to death, at the time of Throckmorton's trial. The public, and even Renaud, attributed her indisposition to Throckmorton's acquittal, but the decided part taken by the queen's confidential friend, Inglefield, in his favour, is a sure proof that the trial took a course not pleasing to her, however it might enrage her privy council. By the 5th of May, the queen was sufficiently recovered to dissolve Parliament in person. She pronounced a speech from the throne, in presence of her assembled peers and commons, which excited so much enthusiasm that she was 5 or 6 times interrupted by loud shouts of "Long live the Queen!" and, at the same time, many persons present turned away and wept. Such was the description given by Basset, one of the royal attendants present, to Renaud, and the courtly reporter attributed these emotions to her majesty's eloquence. It is to be hoped that those who wept were mourning over the deep degradation of the national character, since the House of Peers, which had unanimously joined in establishing the Protestant Church of England 4 short years before, now, to the exultation of the Spanish ambassador, as unanimously agreed in enacting, that the ancient penalties against heretics should be enforced, classing as heretics the members of the very church they had so recently planted. This House of Peers consisted of about 50 laymen, who were, with the exception of 5 or 6 persons, the very same individuals who had altered religion in the preceding reign. It is true that the spiritual peers who sat among them were Catholic instead of Protestant bishops, yet, had the lay peers been honest or consistent, a very strong majority might have prevailed against the enactment of cruel penal laws for the prosecution of a church they had lately founded, but they were not honest, for Renaud plumed himself on the emperor's success in bribing the most influential of their body. William Thomas was hung at Tyburn on the 18th of May. He had been clerk to the privy council of Edward VI, and had been very urgent with the rebels to destroy the life of Mary, if she fell in their power. He was the last of the victims executed for participation in Wyatt's insurrection, for the queen had pardoned her kinsman, Lord John Grey, likewise Sir James Crofts, and Admiral Winter, although the 2 last had been each the leader of a separate revolt, nor did she exercise this privilege of her high station without much murmuring from Renaud. This minister of mercilessness announced to his master, the emperor, that all the judges had pronounced that if brought to trial, the proofs against Courtenay were such as to ensure his condemnation to death, if the queen could be prevailed on to give him up to it, but besides her impracticability in his favour, her trusted servant, Sir Robert Rochester, was the staunch friend of both Courtenay and Elizabeth, and wished for their union, and that the queen trusted Lord William Howard implicitly with her ships, who made no scruple of avowing his friendship for Elizabeth, although Mary's partisans expected he would one day revolt with the whole fleet. The queen showed greatness of mind in her implicit reliance in Rochester and Howard, malgré all these insinuations. She knew that they had proved true as steel in the hour of her distress, and it is most evident, by the result, that she did not consider them as enemies, because they pleaded for her unfortunate relatives. The day succeeding the execution of William Thomas, the Princess Elizabeth was liberated from her confinement in the Tower, and sent by water to Richmond Palace, and from thence to Woodstock, where she remained under some restraint. Part of the queen's household guards under the command of Bedingfeld, had charge of her. About the same time, Courtenay was sent to Fotheringay Castle, likewise under guard, though not continued closely. In the same important week arrived Don Juan Figueroa, a Spanish grandee of the first class. He was designated, in a private letter of the Earl of Shrewsbury, as the ancient ambassador, with the long grey beard, who was here when the late King Edward died. His errand was to be ready in England for the reception of Prince Philip. The emperor had deputed this nobleman to invest the prince, at his marriage, with the kingdom of Naples, in order to render him equal in dignity with his spouse. The Lord Admiral Howard had sailed from Portsmouth with the finest ships of the Queen's navy, to join the united fleets of Spain and the Netherlands, that Prince Philip might be escorted to his bride with the utmost maritime pomp. On the appointment of Howard to this command, the emperor's ambassador offered him a pension, as a token of the prince's gratitude. He referred him to the queen, who gave him leave for its acceptance, but it had not the least effect on the Lord Admiral's independence, for his national combativeness rose at the sight of the foreign fleets, and Renaud sent a dispatch full of complaints to the emperor, saying, that the Lord Admiral Howard had spoken with great scorn of the Spanish ships, and irreverently compared them to mussel shells. Moreover, he quarrelled with the Spanish ambassador, and held him very cheap. He added, that the English sailors elbowed and pushed the Spanish ones whenever they met on shore, with which rudeness the Lord Admiral was by no means displeased. And, had it not been for the extreme forbearance of the Spanish admiral, in preventing his men from going on shore during the month the combined fleets were waiting for Queen Mary's spouse, the English would have picked a quarrel and given their allies battle royal. To add to all these affronts, Lord Admiral Howard forced the Prince of Spain's ships to do the maritime homage the English fleet always insisted on, as sovereigns of the narrow seas, by striking topsails in the Channel, though the prince was on board in person. Philip had continued until the middle of May at Valladolid, governing Spain as regent, for his distracted grandmother, the queen regnant Joanna. Queen Mary had written to him a French letter, commencing with the words, Monsieur mon bon et perpetuel Ali, in which she announced to him the consent of her parliament to their marriage. The letter is worded with great formality, and assumes the character of England writing to Spain, rather than Queen Mary to her betrothed husband. Yet she could scarcely adopt a different tone, since the prince had sedulously avoided writing to her, as may be gathered from the reiterated remonstrances of Renaud on this subject, even at so late a date as the 28th of April, 1554, 6 days after the dispatch of Queen Mary's letter. At the end of May, the bridegroom made a farewell visit to the royal maniac whose sceptre he swayed. To save time, his sister, the Princess Dowager of Portugal, met him by the way, and at the same time he bade her adieu, and resigned into her hands the government of Spain. He arrived at Corunna at the latter end of June, and, after waiting some time for a favourable wind, finally embarked for England on the 13th of July. Mary and her council meantime retired to Richmond Palace, and sat in earnest debate regarding the reception of Don Philip, and the station he was to occupy in England. Unfortunately, Mary had no precedent to guide her in distinguishing between her duties as queen regnant and the submission and obedience the marriage vow enforced from her as a wife. It is true that she was the granddaughter of Isabel of Castile, the greatest and best queen that ever swayed an independent sceptre, but then, on the other side, she was granddaughter to the undoubted heiress of England, Elizabeth of York, who had afforded her the example of an utter surrender of all her rights to the will of her husband. It is very evident that Queen Mary considered that her duty, both as a married woman and a sedulous observer of the established customs of her country, was, as far as possible, to yield implicit obedience to her spouse. All the crimes, all the detestation with which the memory of that unfortunate lady has been loaded, certainly arose, not from intentional wickedness, but from this notion. The first question on which the queen and her council came to issue was, whether, in the regal titles, her name should precede that of her husband. On this point Renaud became very earnest. I told the chancellor, he wrote to the emperor, that neither divine nor human law could surrender his highness to be named last. The result was that the queen yielded precedence to the titular dignity of Philip. Her next desire was to obtain for him the distinction of a coronation as king, but on this point Gardiner and her council were resolute. She had, they said, been crowned, and received their oaths, with all the ceremonies pertaining to the kings, her ancestors, and what more could be needed? Mary then expressed her wish that her wedded lord might be crowned with the diadem of the queen consorts of England, but that was negatived. She was forced to content herself by providing for him a collar and mantle of the Garter, worth £2,000, with which he was to be invested the moment he touched English ground. She spent the remainder of June at Guildford Palace, in order to be near the southern ports. In the middle of July, before tidings were heard of the approach of the combined fleets, when the queen dispatched Russell, Lord Privy Seal, to receive Philip, who was expected at Southampton, Mary gave her envoy the following instructions, which afford an ominous instance of the future sway that Philip was to bear, through her, in the government of England. Instructions for my Lord Privy Seal. First tell the king the whole state of the realm, with all things pertaining to the same, as much as ye know to be true. Second, to obey his commandment in all things. Thirdly, in all things he shall ask your advice, to declare your opinion, as becometh a faithful counsellor to do. Mary the Queen. The day before the royal cortege departed for Winchester, the book containing the list of the queen's attendants was brought before the Privy Council and carefully scanned by Gardiner and Arundel, when the following odd dialogue took place, whilst they were examining the list of the gentlemen-at-arms, presented to them by the lieutenant, Sir Humphrey Ratcliffe, when they came to the name of Edward Underhill, the hot gospeller, to whose journal this biography has been so much indebted. "What doth he here?" said Arundel. "Because he is an honest man, because he hath served Queen Mary from the beginning, and fought so well for her at Wyatt's rebellion," answered Sir Humphrey Ratcliffe. "Let him pass then," said Gardiner. "He is an arch heretic, nevertheless," rejoined Arundel. The carriage which conveyed the queen's ladies on this bridal expedition was a very droll vehicle, and, redolent as it was with red paint, must have surpassed the splendour of a modern wild beast show. It is graphically described in one of Mary's own royal orders, as follows: "We command you, on the sight hereof, to deliver to our well-beloved Edmund Standen, clerk of our stable, one waggon of timber work, with wheels, axle-trees, and benches, and fine red cloth to cover the said waggon, fringed with red silk, and lined with red buckram. The waggon to be painted outside with red, also collar, draughts, and harness of red leather. A hammer cloth, with our arms and badges of our colours, and all things pertaining to the said waggon, which is for the ladies and gentlewomen of our privy chamber." The queen was at Windsor Castle when the tidings arrived that Don Philip and the combined fleets of England and Spain, amounting to 160 sail, had made the port at Southampton, Friday, July 20th, after a favourable voyage from Corunna of but 7 days. The queen and her bridal retinue the next day set out for Winchester, where she had resolved her nuptials should be celebrated, not by the unfortunate Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, whose right it was to perform the ceremony, but by her prime minister, Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester. She made her public entry into Winchester on Monday, July 23rd, in the midst of a furious storm of rain and wind, and took up her abode in the episcopal palace, which had been prepared for her reception. In the meantime, Don Philip landed on the 20th of July. He was rowed on shore in a magnificent state barge, manned by 20 men, dressed in the queen's liveries of green and white. The barge was lined with rich tapestry, and a seat was provided for the prince, covered with gold brocade. Mary had sent this vessel to meet her spouse, attended by 20 other barges, lined with striped cloth, which were to accommodate, with due regard to their several dignities, his Spanish officers of state. Among these were more than one historical character. The Duke of Alva, afterwards infamous for his cruelties to the Protestants in the Netherlands, was the principal in rank, as Philip's major domo. When the prince ascended the stairs leading to the mole at Southampton, he found a deputation from the queen and a great concourse of nobles and gentry waiting to receive him. He was immediately presented with the order of the Garter, which was buckled below his knee, by the Earl of Arundel when he first set foot on English ground. He was likewise invested with a mantle of blue velvet, fringed with gold and pearl. The queen had sent, by her master of horse, a beautiful jennet for the prince's use, who immediately mounted it and rode it to the church of the Holy Rood at Southampton, where he returned thanks for his safe voyage. From thence he was conducted to a very fine palace, in which an apartment was prepared for him, with a canopy and chair of state of crimson velvet, gold and pearl. The room was hung with some of Henry VIII's best arras, figured with white and crimson and gold flowers, and bordered with the titles of that monarch, in which the words "Defender of the Faith and Head of the Church" seem to have made a remarkable impression on the minds of Philip's attendants. The prince was dressed simply in black velvet. He wore a beret cap of the same, passamented with small gold chains. A little feather drooped on the right side. There are letters and descriptions extant, which wonderfully commend his beauty of face and figure, but his numerous original pictures do not bear out such assertions. His complexion being cane colored, his hair sandy and scanty, his eyes small, blue, and weak, with a gloomy expression of face, which is peculiarly odious in a person of very light complexion. A high volume of brain, although it sloped too much towards the top of the head, denoted that this unpleasant-looking prince was a man of considerable abilities. The following day, being Friday, Don Philip went to mass, accompanied by many English nobles, to whom he behaved courteously, and gave much satisfaction, excepting only, they remarked, that he never raised his beret cap. The weather had set in with an incessant downpouring of wet, such as an English July only is capable of. It was a cruel rain, says the Italian narrator, on the Saturday, through which Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, came to welcome Don Philip, accompanied by 50 gentlemen, with rich gold chains about their necks, dressed in black velvet, passamented with gold, and 100 other gentlemen in black cloth, barred with gold. The Duchess of Alva landed in the evening, and was carried on shore in a chair of black velvet, borne by 4 of her gentlemen. Don Philip dispatched the following morning his grand chamberlain, Don Ruy Gomez de Silva, with a magnificent offering of jewels, of the value of 50,000 ducats, as a present to his royal bride. That day being Sunday, after mass he dined in public, and was waited upon by his newly appointed English officers of the household, to the great chagrin of his Spanish attendants, most of whom were, according to the marriage treaty, obliged to return with the Spanish fleet. Don Philip courted popularity. He told his new attendants, in Latin, that he was come to live among them like an Englishman, and, in proof thereof, drank some ale for the first time, which he gravely commended, as the wine of the country. In the midst of a cruel wind and downpouring rain, on the Monday morning, the royal bridegroom and his suite mounted their steeds, and set out in grand state and solemn cavalcade to Winchester, where the queen and her court waited for them. The Earl of Pembroke had arrived the same morning as their escort, with 250 cavaliers, superbly mounted, dressed in black velvet, and wearing heavy gold chains. A party of 100 archers, with their bows ready, came on horseback, dressed in yellow cloth, striped with red velvet, and wearing cordons of white and crimson silk, being the colours of the prince. 4,000 spectators, variously mounted, whom curiosity had brought together, closed the procession. Don Philip was, as usual, dressed in black velvet, but, on account of the heavy rain, he wore over all a red felt cloak and a large black hat. When the cavalcade had progressed about 2 miles from Southampton, the prince met a gentleman, riding post, who presented him with a small ring, as a token from the queen, and prayed him, in her name, to advance no further. Philip, who did not very well understand his language, and knew the violent resistance the English had made to his espousing their queen, apprehended immediately that she meant to warn him of some impending danger, and, calling Alva and Egmont apart, drew up, in consternation, by the roadside, for a consultation; when an English lord, seeing there was some misapprehension, immediately said, in French, "Sire, our queen lovingly greets your highness, and has merely sent to say, that she hopes you will not commence your journey to Winchester in such dreadful weather." When the prince rightly comprehended the queen's message, he gallantly resolved to persevere in his journey, and his line of march again moved forward on the Winchester road, but did not progress far, before another cavalier was encountered bearing a long white wand in his hand, who, addressing the prince in Latin, informed him that he had the command of the county, and entreated his leave to perform his office. This being granted, the gentleman turned his horse, and raising his wand on high, and taking off his cap, preceded the cavalcade, the rain pouring on his bare head the whole way, though the prince repeatedly entreated him to be covered. About a mile from Winchester, 2 noblemen from the queen came to meet the prince, attended by 6 of the royal pages, attired in cloth of gold, and mounted on great Flemish coursers, trapped with the same. Although Southampton is but 10 miles from Winchester, the cavalcade moved with such Spanish gravity and deliberation, that it was between 6 and 7 o'clock before Don Philip arrived at the city gate, where, says the Italian narrator, 8 first-rate officials were stationed, clothed in scarlet gowns, who swore fidelity to the prince. These worthies were no other than the mayor and aldermen of Winchester, who presented Don Philip with the keys of the city, which he returned. A great volley of artillery was shot off as he entered the city, and 12 persons from the queen, dressed in red, with gold on their breasts, probably beefeaters, conducted him to a palace, not very superbly ornamented. It was, indeed, the Dean of Winchester's house, where Philip sojourned till after his marriage. There the prince altered his dress. He wore hose and nether stocks, of white and silver, and a superb black velvet robe, bordered with diamonds. Thus attired, he went first to the cathedral, where Gardiner received him, in full pontificals, accompanied by many priests, singing Te Deum, and after prayers, conducted him through the cloisters, back to the dean's house. The queen's first interview with her affianced husband took place that evening, about 10 o'clock, when Don Philip was conducted privately to the bishop's palace. Mary received him right lovingly, and conversed with him familiarly in Spanish for about half an hour, when he went back to the deanery. The queen held a grand court at 3 o'clock the next afternoon, when she gave Don Philip a public audience. He came on foot from the deanery, attended by the Lord High Steward, the Earl of Derby, the Earl of Pembroke, likewise with some of his Spanish grandees, and their wives. He was dressed in black and silver, and adorned with the insignia of the Garter. The royal minstrels met him, and played before him, and the people shouted, "God save your grace!" He was thus conducted in great state to the hall of the bishop's palace, where the queen advanced, as far as the entrance, to receive him, and kissed him in the presence of the whole multitude. She led him to the presence chamber, where they both stood under the canopy of state, and conversed together before all the courtiers. At evensong he withdrew from the presence chamber, and attended service at the cathedral, from whence he was conducted, by torchlight, to his residence at the deanery. The morrow, being the 25th of July, and the festival of St. James, the patron saint of Spain, had been appointed for the royal nuptials. A raised causeway, covered with red serge, leading to 2 thrones in the choir, had been prepared for the marriage procession. Queen Mary walked on foot from the episcopal palace, attended by her principal nobility and ladies, her train being borne by her cousin, Margaret Douglas, assisted by the chamberlain, Sir John Gage. She met her bridegroom in the choir, and they took their seats in the chairs of state, an altar being erected between them. Gardiner came in great state, assisted by Bonner, Bishop of London, and the bishops of Durham, Chichester, Lincoln, and Ely, with their croziers borne before them. Philip was attended to the altar by 60 Spanish grandees and cavaliers, among whom were Alva, Medina, Egmont, and Pescara. He was dressed in a robe of rich brocade, bordered with large pearls and diamonds. His trunk hose were of white satin, worked with silver. He wore a collar of beaten gold, full of inestimable diamonds, at which hung the jewel of the golden fleece. At his knee was the garter, studded with beautiful colored gems. The ceremony was preceded by a solemn oration from Figueroa, regent of Naples, who declared that his imperial master, Charles V., having contracted a marriage between the Queen of England and his chief jewel, being his son and heir, Philip, Prince of Spain, in order to make the parties equal, had resigned his kingdom of Naples, so that Queen Mary married a king and not a prince. Figueroa then asked in a loud voice, if there were any persons who knew any lawful impediment between the contracting parties; if so, they might then come forth and be heard. The marriage, which was both in Latin and English, proceeded, till it came to the part of the ceremony where the bride is given. The question was then asked, who was to give her? And it seems to have been a puzzling one, not provided for. When the Marquess of Winchester, the Earls of Derby, Bedford, and Pembroke came forward and gave her, in the name of the whole realm. Upon which the people gave a great shout and prayed God to send them joy. The wedding ring was laid on the book, to be hallowed. Some discussion had previously taken place in council regarding this ring, which the queen decided by declaring she would not have it adorned with gems, for she chose to be wedded with a plain hoop of gold, like any other maiden. King Philip laid on the book 3 handfuls of fine gold coins and some silver ones. When the lady Margaret Douglas saw this, she opened the queen's purse, and her majesty was observed to smile on her as she put the bridal gold within it. Directly the hand of Queen Mary was given to King Philip, the Earl of Pembroke advanced and carried a sword of state before the bridegroom, which he had hitherto kept out of sight. The royal pair returned hand in hand from the high altar. They seated themselves again in their chairs of state, where they remained till mass was concluded. At the proper period of the mass, Philip rose from his place and went to the queen, and gave her the kiss of peace, for such was the custom. The titles of the royal pair were then proclaimed in Latin and English, after which sops and wine were hallowed and served to them, of which they took part, and all their noble attendants. Don Philip then took the queen's hand and led her to the episcopal palace. Both walked, when they returned from their marriage, under one canopy. The queen always took the right hand. The ceremonial in the cathedral lasted from 11 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. The queen was dressed at her marriage in the French style, in a robe richly brocade on a gold ground, with a long train splendidly bordered with pearls and diamonds of great size. The large rebras sleeves were turned up with clusters of gold set with pearls and diamonds. Her chaperon or coif was bordered with 2 rows of large diamonds. The close gown or kirtle worn beneath the robe was of white satin, wrought with silver. On her breast the queen wore the remarkable diamond of inestimable value, sent to her as a gift from King Philip, whilst he was still in Spain, by the Marquis de los Naves. So far the dress was in good taste, but the addition of scarlet shoes and brodequins, and a black velvet scarf, added to this costume by the royal bride, can scarcely be considered improvements. The chair on which Queen Mary sat is still shown at Winchester Cathedral. Report says it was a present from Rome and was blessed by the Pope. The hall of the episcopal palace in which the bridal banquet was spread was hung with arras striped with gold and silk. It had a stately dais raised at the upper end, ascended by 4 steps. The seats for Queen Mary and her spouse were placed on this, under one canopy, before which their dinner table was set. Below the dais was spread various tables, where the queen's ladies, the Spanish grandees, their wives, and the English nobility were feasted. Bishop Gardiner dined at the royal table, which was served with plate of solid gold, and a cupboard of 9 stages full of gold vases and silver dishes was placed in full view, for ornament rather than use. In a gallery opposite was placed a band of admirable musicians, who played a sweet concert, till 4 heralds entered, attired in their regal mantles, and, between the first and second courses, pronounced a congratulatory Latin oration in the name of the realm, likewise a panegyric in praise of holy matrimony. The Winchester boys had written Latin epithalamiums, which they recited, and were rewarded by the queen. After the banquet, King Philip returned thanks to the lords of the Privy Council and the other English nobility, and the queen spoke very graciously to the Spanish grandees and their noble ladies in their own language. The tables were taken up at 6 o'clock, and dancing commenced, but the whole gay scene was concluded at 9 o'clock, when the queen and king Philip retired from the ball. While these grand state festivals were proceeding, private grudges and quarrels were going forward among her majesty's Protestant and Catholic attendants. The hot gospeller, Mr. Edward Underhill, whose lively journal gives the best idea of the interior of the palace during the reign of our first queen regnant, was on duty in the presence chamber at Winchester, and performed his office of assisting in carrying up the dishes at the wedding banquet. He never chose to give up his post of guarding the queen's person, though his adversary, Norreys, who was promoted to the place of queen's usher, again renewed his persecutions. A day or two after the royal marriage, Norreys came from his station, at the door of the queen's private sitting room, into the presence chamber, when the gentlemen at arms all made reverence to him, as his place required. He fixed his eyes on Edward Underhill, and asked him, "What he did there?" "Marry, sir," replied the undaunted Protestant, "what do you do here?" "You are very short with me," observed Norreys. "I will forbear," rejoined Underhill, "out of respect for the place you be in. If you were of the outer chamber, I would be shorter with you. You were the doorkeeper when we waited at the queen's table. Your office is not to find fault with me for doing my duty. I am at this time appointed to serve her majesty by those who are in authority under her, who know me well." "They shall know you better," returned his foe, "and the queen also." Mr. Calverley, one of Underhill's comrades, brother to Sir John Calverley of Cheshire, then interposed, saying, "In good faith, Mr. Norreys, you do not well. This gentleman, our fellow, hath served Queen Mary a long time. He has been ever ready to venture his life in her service, and at the last troubles was as forward as any one to guard her. He is now appointed, at very great charges, as we all are, to serve her again. Methinks you do more than the part of a gentleman to seek to discharge him." "Ye all hold together," growled Norreys. "Else we were worse than beasts," retorted Calverley. The master Norreys retreated, grumbling, to his post at the queen's door. If he ever carried his threats into execution, of telling tales to her majesty of the valiant hot gospeller, it is certain that he never succeeded in injuring him. The Spanish fleet sailed for the coast of Flanders the next day, having first landed 80 genets belonging to Don Philip, of such perfect beauty that they could not be surpassed. A number of Spaniards, to the amount of 4,000, who had intended to land in England with Don Philip, were extremely disappointed at finding that their presence was forbidden in the island by the queen's marriage articles. 400 or 500 persons, among whom were a number of fools and buffoons, belonging to the suites of the grandees of high rank, immediately attending on Don Philip, were permitted, however, to come on shore. This was the sole Spanish force that accompanied the queen's bridegroom. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 6, Part 1. Queen Mary and her spouse went to Basing House the morning after their marriage, and were splendidly entertained there by the Lord Treasurer Paulet, Marquess of Winchester. They finally left Winchester within a week of the marriage, and went to Windsor Castle, where a grand festival of the Garter was held on Sunday, August 5th, in celebration of the admission of King Philip to the order. The following Tuesday was devoted to a species of hunting little practised in England. Toils were raised in Windsor Forest, 4 miles in length, and a great number of deer slaughtered. The queen and her spouse removed to Richmond Palace, August the 9th, and stayed there till the 27th, when they embarked on the Thames, and rode in great pomp to Southwark, where they landed at Gardiner's Palace, and, passing through Southwark Park to Suffolk Place, once the pleasant residence of Mary Tudor and Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, they sojourned there for the night. At noon next day they crossed London Bridge on horseback, attended by a stately retinue of English nobles and Spanish grandees. They were received in the city with the usual display of pageantry, among which the circumstance most noted was, that a figure representing Henry VIII. Held a book, as if in act of presentation to the queen, on which was inscribed, Verbum Dei. The queen was offended, and the words were obliterated so hastily with a painting brush that the fingers of the figure were wiped out with them. Philip brought over a quantity of bullion, sufficient to fill 97 chests, each chest being 1.25 yards long. This treasure was piled on 20 carts. It was displayed with some ostentation on this occasion in its progress to the Tower to be coined. The citizens were much pleased with this replenishment of the currency, so dreadfully exhausted and debased by Henry VIII. And the regencies of his son. The queen, after holding her court at Whitehall, dismissed for a time the crowds of English nobility and gentry who had assembled there, from all parts of the country, to celebrate her marriage. It was the death of the Duke of Norfolk which interrupted the nuptial festivities, since Mary ordered a court mourning for him, because, adds Heylin, she loved him entirely. On occasion of this mourning she retired to Hampton Court, where she remained for some time in profound retirement with her husband. Here an important change took place in the customs of English royalty, which gave mortal offence to the people. Formerly, murmured the populace, the gates of the palace where the royal family resided were set open all day long, and our princes lived in public, but since the Spanish wedlock, Hampton Court gates are closed, and every man must give an account of his errand before entering. It is a point of no little difficulty to ascertain the precise time when Queen Mary was reconciled to her sister, since the whole tenor of the facts and the chronological arrangement in which they are cast by general history are totally at variance. The difficulty seems to have arisen from Fox's assertion that Elizabeth continued in hard durance 1.5 years longer than she really did. Recent discoveries indubitably prove that Mary permitted her sister to appear in state at the festivities of the ensuing Christmas of 1554. It is extremely probable that such a step was taken previously to the private reconciliation of the royal sisters. We therefore venture to suggest that the following dialogue took place between Queen Mary and the Princess Elizabeth at Hampton Court in the autumn of 1554. Instead of the spring of 1555. Queen Mary received the Princess Elizabeth, who had been brought under a strong guard from Woodstock, in her bedchamber at Hampton Court at 10 o'clock at night. When the princess entered the queen's presence, she fell on her knees, and protested, with streaming eyes and in earnest language, her truth and loyalty to her sovereign majesty, let whosoever assert the contrary. Queen Mary replied, somewhat sharply, "You will not confess your offense, I see, but rather stand stoutly on your truth. I pray God your truth may become manifest." "If it is not," said the princess, "I will look for neither favor nor pardon at your majesty's hands." "Well then," said the queen, "you stand so stiffly on your truth, belike you have been wrongly punished?" "I must not say so to your majesty," replied Elizabeth. "But you will report so to others, it seemeth," rejoined Mary. "No, and please your majesty," replied the princess, "I have borne and must bear the burden thereof, but I humbly beseech your grace's good opinion of me, as I am, and ever have been, your majesty's true subject." The queen turned away with a half soliloquy in Spanish, uttering audibly, "God knoweth." If the intercepted correspondence between Elizabeth and the French ambassador was, at that moment, in Mary's thoughts, she could scarcely say less. The story goes, that King Philip had interceded for Elizabeth, that he caused her to be sent for, that she might partake the marriage festivities, and that he was, during this interview, hidden behind the tapestry, to prevent his wife's harsh treatment of her sister. But those who know how eagerly the Spanish ambassador sought Elizabeth's life the preceding spring, will find some difficulty in believing that Philip was a better friend to her than the queen. The interview terminated amicably between the sisters. for the queen put on Elizabeth's finger a costly ring as a pledge of amity, and Letty adds that she said impressively, "Whether you be guilty or innocent, I forgive you." The queen had given her a ring at her accession as a token to recall their love if Elizabeth ever stood in danger. Elizabeth had sent it to her in the hour of deep distress at Whitehall. Mary had probably retained it till this instant. The queen recommended Sir Thomas Pope to her sister as comptroller of her household. She mentioned him as a person of humanity, prudence, and altogether of such qualities as would render her home pleasant and happy. And the sequel proved that the queen really placed about her sister no jailer, but a man of honour and good feelings. Whenever this celebrated interview took place, it is certain that, although most trying circumstances afterwards occurred, owing to Elizabeth's own prudence in listening to fortune-tellers, and, moreover, 2 or 3 dangerous plots were concocted among her servants, yet she never lost the privilege of access to her sister, or was again put under durance. The meeting of Mary's third parliament, November 11th, drew her from her autumnal retirement to her palace of Whitehall. Her procession to open it was an equestrian one of peculiar splendour. King Philip rode by her side, wearing his beret cap and black velvet doublet. A sword of state was borne before each, in token of their independent sovereignties. The queen was mounted on a trained courser, whose ample chest was decorated with rosettes and bands of gems, while a housing of cloth of gold descended below the saddle step. The attitude of her equestrian portraits proves that she rode on the bench-side saddle, although Catherine de Medici had already introduced the pommelled one now in use. She wore a small coif, a band of the most costly jewels passed over her head, and clasped under the chin. The Spanish mantilla veil hung in broad lappets from the crown of her head to her waist. Her dress opened from the throat to the chest, with a small ruff called a partlet. It showed a carcanet of jewels round the throat, connected with a splendid ouche and pear pearl fastened on the chest. The sleeves, slashed, and moderately full towards the elbow, were gathered at the wrist, into ruffles and jewelled bracelets. The corsage of the dress, tight and tapering, was girt at the waist with a cordeliere of gems. The skirt of the robe was open from the waist, but closed at pleasure by aglets, or clasps studded with jewels. Such was the riding dress of ladies of rank before the monstrous farthingale was introduced, which was worn even on horseback. The queen was extremely urgent with her parliament to restore the lands, which had been seized by her father from the church and distributed among the partisans of his measures. Had the English parliaments been as firm in the defence of the Protestant faith and of the lives of their fellow creatures as they were of these ill-gotten goods, the annals of the first queen regnant would have been clear of all stain of persecution. But the reckless facility with which they passed laws for burning their Protestant fellow subjects forms a strong contrast to their earnestness. When a hint glanced against the mammon they really worshipped, many struck their hands on their swords, affirming, with oaths, that they would never part with their abbey lands while they could wield a weapon. Which resolution being told to the queen, she said, she must content herself with setting them a good example by devoting the lands she found in possession of the crown to the support of learning and the relief of the most destitute poor. Her council represented that if she gave these revenues away, she could not support the splendour of her crown. She replied, that she preferred the peace of her conscience to 10 such crowns as England. Mary knew that Cardinal Pole was on his way to England, with authority from Pope Julius, to reconcile the country to the see of Rome. He likewise brought a bull, confirming these worshippers of their own interest in possession of their spoils. She had sent her trusty knight, Sir Edward Hastings, who was the cardinal's nephew, as his escort to England, accompanied by Lord Paget. Sir William Cecil, afterwards Lord Burleigh, attached himself as a volunteer agent, on this mission of inviting the papal supremacy into this country, thus affording an additional instance of the many furnished by history, that the leaders of persecutions had been almost invariably renegades. But the ardent aspirations of this man of many religions for office were utterly slighted by Queen Mary, for which he bore her memory a burning grudge. The queen bestowed on Cardinal Pole every mark of honour on his arrival in England. He came by water from Gravesend, and fixing the large silver cross, emblem of his legantine authority, in the prow of his state barge, its progress was surveyed with mixed emotions by the citizens, who lined the banks of the Thames, as he was rowed to Whitehall. Bishop Gardiner received him at the Watergate, King Philip at the principal entrance, and the queen herself at the head of the stairs. Festivities on a grand scale succeeded his arrival. A tournament was held, the last in England, which was attended by royal and noble foreigners. It was published in the queen's presence chamber, to take place November 25, 1554. Her majesty distributed the prizes with her own hand, and King Philip was one of the combatants. The first prize Mary gave was for the best armour and the most gallant entry. King Philip was pronounced only second best in this case, and the queen bestowed her prize of a rich ouche on Don Frederick de Toledo. The candidates for the sword prize are thus described. Sir George Howard, brother to the unfortunate Queen Katharine Howard, fought very well. Don Adrian Garcias better, and Sir John Perrot best of all, and to him the queen gave in reward a ring set with a fine diamond. Public report insisted that Sir John Perrot was the queen's half-brother. He was a knight of gigantic stature, and bore a strong resemblance to Henry VIII. He was a noted character in the reign of Elizabeth. At the pike in rank, Thomas Percy, afterwards restored by Queen Mary as 7th Earl of Northumberland, acquitted himself right valiantly. Don Carlo di Sanguine with better fortune, but Don Ruy Gomez best of all, and to him the queen's majesty gave a ring. The last course was a tourney with the foil. Lord William Howard, the high admiral, fought with high commendation. The Marquess of Torre Mayore exceeded him, but King Philip surpassed all, to whom Queen Mary gave, nothing loath, the prize of a diamond ring. The queen was extremely ill on the day she had appointed to introduce the mission of Cardinal Pole to Parliament, and as she could not go, as usual, to Westminster, she was forced to take the privileges of an invalid, and convene her peers and commons in her great presence chamber, at the palace of Whitehall. Here she was carried to her throne, attended by all her ladies. King Philip was seated under the same canopy, but at the queen's left hand. A seat of dignity was placed for the cardinal at the queen's right hand, but at a due distance from the royal canopy. The Lord Chancellor Gardiner commenced the business of the day with this quaint address. My lords of the upper house and my masters of the nether house here present, the right reverend father in God, my lord Cardinal Pole, legate a latere, is come from the apostolic see of Rome as ambassador to the king and queen's majesties, upon one of the weightiest causes that ever happened in this realm, which ambassade their majesties' pleasure is, to be signified by his own mouth, you giving attentive and inclinable ear to his grace, who is now ready to declare the same. Cardinal Pole then stood up, and, in a speech of considerable length and eloquence, recapitulated his own sufferings and exile, and with the ingenuity of a great barrister pleading a cause, uttered everything that could be urged in favor of the Roman Catholic side of the question. He mentioned the queen with emotion, declaring, the time was when, on her grace's part, there was nothing but despair, for numbers conspired against her, and policies devised to destroy her right, yet she, a virgin, helpless and unarmed, prevailed, and had the victory, and her faith, like a lamp assaulted by adverse winds, through a dark and stormy night, yet kept alight, to the hopes of many, and now shed a bright radiance. In the course of the speech the cardinal hinted that he had the power from Pope Julius III to absolve the English, without previous restitution of the church lands distributed by Henry VIII. The immediate consequence of this understanding was, that the Houses of Parliament, by general consent, prepared a petition to the throne, praying for reconciliation with the See of Rome. The next morning the queen, her ladies, King Philip, and the cardinal took their places as before, when the peers and commons, led by Gardiner, again entered the presence chamber, and presented the petition of Parliament to the royal pair. Philip and Mary rose, and doing reverence to the cardinal, delivered this petition to him, who received it with glad emotion at their hands. He delivered a few words of thanks to God, and then ordered his commission from the Pope to be read aloud. This ended, the peers and commons fell on their knees, and the cardinal pronounced solemnly his absolution and benediction. The whole assembly then followed the queen and her spouse to St. Stephen's Chapel, where Te Deum was sung, which ended the ceremony. Queen Mary was struck with a relapse of illness during this solemnity, so agitating was it to her. She, however, trusted that her indisposition was owing to her situation, which promised, she persuaded herself, an heir to her crown. Her health rallied sufficiently to permit her appearance at the Christmas festival, which was kept with more than usual splendor, on account of her marriage, and the reconciliation to Rome. Just at this time the queen expressed her pity for Sir John Cheek, but did not pardon him of her own accord. She referred this case to Gardiner. His offense was not a small one, for he had written a letter from the council, which branded the queen with illegitimacy in the coarsest terms, and tauntingly advised her to offer her homage to Queen Jane. It was the office of Sir William Cecil to write all letters of counsel, but he shifted this on poor Sir John Cheek, with a dexterity on which he afterwards greatly plumed himself. In one of Sir John Cheek's supplicatory letters to Gardiner, from Padua, dated December 1544, he makes use of these words: I hear Queen Mary's noble highness, pitying the extreme state of my case, hath referred unto your lordship to take order in my matters, after what sort your lordship listeth. Therefore all now lieth in your hand, that either of this endless misery you may ease me, or else cast me into extreme beggary. I envy not others to whom the queen's grace was merciful, but I crave the same mercy in a like cause. The festivities on Christmas Eve were peculiarly splendid. Here it was evident that a degree of reconciliation between the queen and her sister Elisabeth had taken place, for the princess was not only permitted to join in them, but to take her place at the banquet, as the heir presumptive of the realm. The great hall of the palace was lighted with 1,000 lamps of various colors, artificially disposed. Here Queen Mary, her husband, and a splendid assembly of English, Flemish, and Spanish nobles supped. The Princess Elisabeth sat at the same table with her sister, next the royal canopy, called by the chronicler the cloth of estate. Elisabeth was likewise present at the grand tourney, that took place 5 days afterwards, according to the proclamation the queen had made on the arrival of the Prince of Savoy. The Earl of Devonshire had been released from Fotheringay Castle, and was introduced at court, with the honours due to his rank, at these Christmas festivities. He expressed a wish to travel, that he might improve his mind, and was offered by the queen an honourable introduction to the emperor's court. His flight from the battle of Charing Cross, conduct unheard of in the annals of his race, perhaps made his residence at the English court unpleasant to him, want of physical courage being deemed a greater disgrace than if he had committed as many murders and treasons as his great uncle Richard III. As the bridal festivities of Queen Mary had been postponed to the Christmas season, great magnificence was expected on the occasion. Yet it was the queen's desire that they should be conducted with a regard to economy, which was perfectly disgusting to the functionaries whose offices were to arrange the amusements of the court. Sir Thomas Cardan, who had seen the spoils of many a goodly abbey tossed to him, as funds for finding his puppets, was indignant at the change of times, and remonstrated, through Sir Henry Jerningham, that he had already shown all his novelties to King Philip, and wanted new properties. Upon which Sir Henry penned, under the queen's direction, the following curious epistle, wherein her majesty plainly intimated her desire that something elegant should be furnished forth for the entertainment of King Philip, without any further drain on the royal purse. Mr. Cardan, I have declared to the queen's highness that you have no other mass than such as has been showed already before the king's highness, and for that he hath seen many fair and rich beyond the seas. You think it not honourable but that he should see the like here. Her highness thinks your consideration very good, notwithstanding she has commanded me to write to you, saying to me, she knows right well you can make a shift for need. requiring you to do so, and you shall deserve great thanks at her highness's hands. And if you lack stuff, you may have some here at hand. I told her you lacked nothing but time, but she trusted you will take more pains for the present. And thus I commit you to God. Your friend, Henry Jerningham. To my very friend, Master Cardan. Queen Mary's court at this season was the resort of men, whose undying names fill the history of that stirring century, whose renown, either for good or evil, is familiar in memory as household words. There met together, in the palace halls of St. James, or Whitehall, the ministers and the victims of Philip II's long career of vigorous tyranny, while they were yet in early manhood, just starting for their devious course of life. There appeared, in all the grace of manly beauty, Alva the terrific, whose fine person disguised a disposition of demoniac cruelty, afterwards exercised on the unfortunate Protestants of the Low Countries. By his side was the magnificent Fleming, Count Egmont, and his fellow patriot, Count Horn, afterwards the resistors and victims of the cruelties and despotism with which Philip and Alva desolated the Protestant cities of Flanders. There might be seen, then a youthful gallant, a contender in tournaments for lady smiles and royal prizes, the grandee Ruy Gomez, afterwards the celebrated Prime Minister of Spain, and, as if to complete the historic group, there arrived, soon after, Philibert Emmanuel, Duke of Savoy, the suitor of Elisabeth, and the future conqueror of St. Quentin. Last and greatest came that illustrious Prince of Orange, who wrested Holland from the grasp of Philip II. The queen sent her Lord Privy Seal to welcome the princes of Savoy and of Orange to Gravesend, and they came through London Bridge to Whitehall in royal barges, and landed at Whitehall Palace, January 9, 1555, where brilliant festivities were at that moment held. All this splendor soon closed in the darkest gloom. The queen's health had been sinking since November set in, yet, inspired by her elusive hopes of offspring, she kept up her spirits with more than usual energy. She was carried to her throne in the House of Lords, January 16, for the purpose of dissolving Parliament, when she went through the ceremony of sceptering those demoniac acts, passed by her third Parliament, which let loose the fiends of persecution over her country. A singular act was likewise passed, declaring it treason to pray publicly for her death, which it seems was done in some meetings of Protestants, but a clause was added, probably by her desire, that, if penitence was expressed, the parties were only to be obnoxious to minor punishment, awarded by their judge. The two houses had joined in a petition to Philip, requesting that if it should happen to the queen otherwise than well in her travail, he would take upon him the government of the realm during the minority of her child with its guardianship. Lord Paget had raised an objection to this measure, but the friends of Philip declared he had protested on his honour that he would resign the government when his child came of age. Ay, replied Paget, but should he not, who is to sue the bond? A witticism taken extremely ill by the king and queen. But the act was passed, notwithstanding Lord Paget's opposition, and it certainly threw great power into the hands of Philip during the queen's long illness. Her hope of bringing offspring was utterly delusive. The increase of her figure was but symptomatic of dropsy, attended by a complication of the most dreadful disorders which can afflict the female frame, under which every faculty of her mind and body sunk for many months. At this time commenced that horrible persecution of the Protestants, which has stained her name to all futurity. But if eternal obloquy was incurred by the half-dead queen, what is the due of the parliaments which legalize the acts of cruelty committed in her name? Shall we call the House of Lords bigoted, when its majority, which legalized this wickedness, were composed of the same individuals who had planted, very recently, the Protestant Church of England? Surely not, for the name implies honest, though wrong-headed, attachment to one religion. Shall we suppose that the land lay groaning under the iron sway of a standing army, or that the Spanish bridegroom had introduced foreign forces? But reference to facts will prove that even Philip's household servants were sent back with his fleet, and a few valets, fools and fiddlers, belonging to the grandees, his bridesmen, were all the forces permitted to land, no very formidable band to Englishmen. The queen had kept her word rigorously, when she asserted, that no alteration should be made in religion without universal consent. 3 times in 2 years had she sent the House of Commons back to their constituents, although they were most compliant in every measure relative to her religion. If she had bribed one parliament, why did she not keep it sitting during her short reign? If her parliaments had been honest as herself, her reign would have been the pride of her country instead of its reproach, because, if they had done their duty in guarding their fellow creatures from bloody penal laws regarding religion, the queen, by her first regal act, in restoring the ancient free constitution of the great Plantagenets, had put it out of the power of her government to take furtive vengeance on any individual who opposed it. She had exerted all the energy of her great eloquence to impress on the minds of her judges that they were to sit as indifferent umpires between herself and her people. She had no standing army to awe parliaments, no rich civil list to bribe them. By restoring the great estates of the Howard, the Percy, and many other victims of Henry VIII. And Edward VI. Regency, by giving back the revenues of the plundered bishoprics and the church lands possessed by the crown, she had reduced herself to poverty as complete as the most enthusiastic lover of freedom could desire. But her personal expenditure was extremely economical, and she successfully struggled with poverty till her husband involved England in a French war. The fact of whether the torpid and half-dead queen was the instigator of a persecution, the memory of which curdles the blood with horror at this distance of time, is a question of less moral import at the present day than a clear analyzation of the evil with which selfish interests had infected the legislative powers of our country. It was in vain that Mary almost abstained from creation of peers and restored the ancient custom of annual parliaments. The majority of the persons composing the houses of peers and commons were dishonest, indifferent to all religions, and willing to establish the most opposing rituals, so that they might retain their grasp on the accursed thing with which their very souls were corrupted, for corrupted they were, though not by the unfortunate queen. The church lands, with which Henry VIII. Had bribed his aristocracy, titled and untitled, into cooperation with his enormities, both personal and political, had induced national depravity. The leaders of the Marian persecution, Gardiner and Bonner, were of the apostate class of persecutors. Flesh-bred in murder, they had belonged to the government of Henry VIII., which sent the zealous Roman Catholic and the pious Protestant to the same stake. For the sake of worldly advantage, either for ambition or power, Gardiner and Bonner had, for 20 years, promoted the burning or quartering of the advocates of the papal supremacy. They now turned with the tide, and burnt, with the same degree of conscientiousness, the opposers of papal supremacy. The persecution appears to have been greatly aggravated by the caprice, or the private vengeance, of these prelates, for a great legalist of our time, who paid unprejudiced attention to the facts, has thus summed up the case. Of 14 bishoprics, the Catholic prelates used their influence so successfully as altogether to prevent bloodshed in 9, and to reduce it within limits in the remaining 5. Bonner, whom all generations shall call bloody, raged so furiously in the diocese of London as to be charged with burning half the martyrs in the kingdom. Cardinal Pole, the queen's relative and familiar friend, declined all interference with these horrible executions. He considered his vocation was the reformation of manners. He used to blame Gardiner for his reliance on the arm of flesh, and was known to rescue from Bonner's crowded piles of martyrs the inhabitants of his own district. It is more probable that the queen's private opinion lent to her cousin, who had retained the religion she loved unchanged, than to Gardiner, who had been its persecutor. But Gardiner was armed with the legislative powers of the kingdom, unworthy as its time-serving legislators were to exercise them. Yet all ought not to be included in one sweeping censure. A noble minority of good men, disgusted at the detestable penal laws, which lighted the torturing fires for the Protestants, seceded bodily from the House of Commons, after vainly opposing them. This glorious band, for the honor of human nature, was composed of Catholics as well as Protestants. It was headed by the great legalist, Sergeant Plowden, a Catholic so firm as to refuse the chancellorship when persuaded to take it by Queen Elizabeth, because he would not change his religion. This succession is the first indication of a principle of merciful toleration to be found among any legislators in England. Few were the numbers of these good men, and long it was before their principles gained ground. For truly the world had not made sufficient advance in Christian civilization at that time to recognize any virtue in religious toleration. End of section 24. Section 25 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 6, Part 2. One of Mary's earliest cares had been to provide a series of orthodox masses for the soul of her father, and for this purpose she wished to appropriate certain rectoral tithes belonging to Kendal Church, then in possession of the crown. She consulted her ecclesiastic confidants on the matter, but they assured her that the Pope would never permit the endowments of a parish to be appropriated to the assistance of so determined an enemy of the Church as Henry VIII. She, in the hope that her father's soul was not wholly beyond the reach of intercession, presented the advowson to a college he had refounded at Cambridge, saying, that as his benefaction to this college was the best thing he had done for himself, the best thing she could do, to show her duty, was to augment its revenues for his sake. Among the popular accusations against Mary is a very terrible one, no other than that she instigated an ecclesiastical council to exhume her father's bones, to be burnt for heresy. At the very time when Mary is represented as encouraging such parricidal insults on her father's body, she was occupied in fond, vain solicitude for the comfort of his soul, and was actually sparing endowments from her poverty, in hopes that his state might be ameliorated. Dr. Weston, whose name has been already mentioned, was the author of this scandal, and Fox himself owns that his motive for promulgating it was because Cardinal Pole insisted on suspending him from his functions in the Queen's Chapel on account of his immoral life. Mary, of course, acquiesced in this decree, or at least did not interfere to prevent it. Weston was one of the furious persecutors of the Bonner and Gardner class. A good Benedictine historian records, with disgust, a repartee of this bad man, in reply to one of the Protestant martyrs, who said, in answer to his accusations of heterodoxy, "We have the word." "Aye," replied the persecutor, "but we have the sword." The proto-martyrs of the Protestant Church of England were men of blameless lives and consistent conduct. Their leader was Prebend Rogers of St. Paul's, who was burnt at Smithfield, February 4th, 1555. The same week were burnt Sanders, rector of All Hallows at Coventry, Dr. Rowland Taylor at Hadley, and Bishop Hooper at Gloucester. All were offered their lives as the price of apostasy, but all remained firm in their faith. The martyrdom of Bishop Hooper was a peculiar instance of ingratitude in Mary's government, for his loyalty to her had been as firm as his adherence to his church. He wrote a narrative of his conduct, in which he says, with native simplicity, "When Queen Mary's fortunes were at their worst, I rode, myself, from place to place, as is well known, to win and stay the people for her party. And whereas when another was proclaimed, that was Lady Jane Grey, I preferred our queen, notwithstanding the proclamations. I sent horses to both shrines, Gloucester and Worcester, to serve her in great danger, as Sir John Talbot and William Lygon, Esquire, can testify." At the end of the week of crime, which saw the sufferings of these four good men, Alfonso de Castro, a Franciscan friar, confessor to King Philip, preached before the court a sermon, inveighing against the wickedness of burning them, he boldly declared the truth, that the English bishops learn not, in Scripture, to burn any one for conscience sake. This truly Christian sermon produced an order from court, whether from the queen or her husband is not known, to stop the burnings for upwards of 5 weeks, which raised hopes of future clemency, but in vain; for, at the lowest computation, above 200 human creatures perished, before the persecution and Mary's reign ceased together. In February 1555, Christian III, King of Denmark, wrote an excellent letter to Queen Mary, claiming Bishop Coverdale, the translator of the English Bible, as his subject. Thus, to the joy of all humane persons, was a good and learned man delivered from a dreadful death. So much ridicule has been cast on the mistake made in the queen's situation, that no person has asked the obvious question of who governed England during the time which embraced the commencement of the Protestant persecution and her violent illness? How violent that illness was may be learned from the testimony of the Venetian ambassador, Michel. From the time of her first affliction, she was a prey to the severest headaches, her head being frightfully swelled. She was likewise subject to perpetual attacks of hysteria, which other women exhale by tears and piercing cries. From this notice may be implied, that the wretched queen still retained sufficient command of herself to suppress all audible plaints, as unbecoming her royal station. Who can, however, believe that a woman in this state of mortal suffering was capable of governing a kingdom, or that she was accountable for anything done in it? Fox, in his narrative of the sufferings of the Protestant martyrs, whenever the queen is mentioned, really confirms the description of Michel. Sometimes, he reports, she laid weeks without speaking, as one dead, and more than once the rumor went that she had died in childbed. The females of her household and her medical attendants still kept up the delusive hope that her accouchement was at hand. Prayers were put up for her safe delivery in May 1555, and circulars were written, similar to those prepared at the birth of Queen Elizabeth and Edward VI, in which blanks were left for dates, and for the sex of the royal offspring. The news was actually carried to Norwich and Flanders, that a prince was born, and some public rejoicings made in consequence. She continued in a deplorable state of health throughout the summer, and was advised to remove, for the air of the country. This removal is thus minutely described by Strype's manuscript chronicler. July 21, 1555. The queen removed from St. James's Palace in the Fields. Passing through Whitehall and the Park, she took her barge at Whitehall Stairs to Lambeth, my lord cardinal's house. There she mounted into her chariot, and rode through St. George's Fields to Newington, and over Newington Fields to Eltham Palace, where she arrived at 5 in the afternoon. Cardinal Pole, Lord Pembroke, Lord Montague, and many more of her court, following on horseback, and a vast conflux of people to see her grace, above 10,000. This seems her first appearance since her illness. Whilst Mary lay between life and death, only animated by a hope which every day became fainter, the conduct of her young husband was by no means edifying to her court. Fortunately, the queen had chosen maids of honor, whose correctness of life was unimpeachable, who were not only ladies of approved virtue, but ready to do battle, if any audacious offender offered an incivility. Of this praiseworthy spirit, the beautiful Lady Magdalen Dacre, who married, in the next reign, Viscount Montague, afforded a signal instance. One day, as she was at her toilet, King Philip, who had observed a small window which lighted her dressing room, from a corridor at Hampton Court, contrived to open it far enough to put in his arm. When the fair maid of honor, justly indignant at a liberty she never encouraged, took up a staff which stood apropos in the corner, and gave the intruding arm so sound a rap, that Philip was glad to withdraw it back in a hurry, and to make a speedy retreat. He took no offence at this specimen of an English lady's spirit, but was ever afterwards observed to treat the heroine of the staff with remarkable deference. The fair Dacre was of so stately a presence, that she towered above all the ladies of the court in height. She was maid of honor afterward to Queen Elizabeth, but was accustomed to speak with infinite scorn of the immorality of her court, when compared to that of Queen Mary. When Philip found that the ladies of his wife's household were too respectable to give the least encouragement to his advances, it is affirmed that he formed disreputable acquaintances with females of low condition. At least, such is the testimony of a contemporary pamphlet, published for the purpose of inflaming the English against the Spanish influence in the Privy Council. This singular pamphlet is affirmed to be written by John Bradford, afterwards martyred for religion, but the tenor of it is such that good proof ought to be afforded that Bradford really wrote it, before it is seriously attributed to him, so completely is it at dissonance with his venerated character. Whoever wrote it, the whole may be considered as a collection of the popular reports afloat concerning King Philip. The author accounts for his knowledge of the king's conduct as follows. Ye would say, what could this fellow hear and see? In truth, I was chamberlain to one of the Privy Council, and with all diligence gave myself to write and read Spanish, which once attained, I kept secret from my master and fellow servants, because I might be trusted in my master's closet or study, where I might read daily such writing as I saw often brought into the council chamber, which thing I did as opportunity served. I saw certain letters sent from the emperor half a year before King Philip left England, wherein was contained these secrets. That King Philip should make his excuses to Queen Mary, that he would go to see his father in Flanders, promising to return immediately. The good simple queen is so jealous of my son, I term it as the letters doth. We shall make her agree to all our request before his return, or else keep him here exercised in our affairs. No man can think evil of the queen, though she be somewhat moved, when things are beaten into her head by her gentlewomen. This was the idea of her adopting her husband as heir of England, to the exclusion of Elisabeth. God is my witness, that my heart will not suffer me to declare the vile reports that I have heard the Spaniards speak against the queen, and yet her grace taketh them from her faithful friends. He goes on to draw a laughable picture of what the English court will be, if the Spaniards have entire rule in England. The court shall be kept more like a hostelry or tavern than a noble house. Let them report that have been at Brussels, at the emperor's court, where is to be sold both wine and beer out of the emperor's cellar, as at any vintner's in the city. Yea, and the best of your lordships shall never be trusted to stay at home, but shall have to wait on King Philip abroad, and be glad to lie in a victualling house, where ye shall think to fare well, if ye have half a lean roasted capon to dinner, and as much to supper, perhaps a pint of thin wine and water, or else half a loin of lean mutton, a pig's petito, and half a dozen green salads. Then ye will say, would to God we had kept the crown for the right heir! But peradventure, her grace the queen thinketh King Philip will keep her more company and love her the better, if she will give him the crown. A ribald rhyme is then quoted, alluding to one of Philip's supposed intrigues. It seems part of a ballad of no great edification, saying that the king liked the baker's daughter in her russet gown better than Queen Mary without her crown. The Council of Spain, continues the author, purposeth to establish other nations, and to appoint in England a viceroy, with an army of Spanish soldiers, and let the queen live at her beads, like a good ancient lady. For the king, he likes better Antwerp, where he may go mumming and masking, yea, even in the holy time of Lent, night after night. I will tell you a true tale, in which the Spaniards glory. He then proceeds to tell a long story of the king and his noble attendants disguising themselves in women's apparel, and joining a company of merchants' fair wives at Antwerp, who were met together at the accouchement of one of their number, and that he shared in the gossip festival at the birth of the little Fleming, and assisted in the good woman's chamber. This true tale concluded with an apology, which indeed it needed. I would not have written this, had not the good Bishop of Carlisle been checked in his sermon, for he desired King Philip to leave his loathsome conduct and keep to his own wife. Not one word of virtuous sympathy is there in behalf of the suffering Protestants, neither does it accuse Mary of the least participation in the cruelties thus transacting. On the contrary, the author's tone is that of compliance with the prevailing religion. This tract seems to have been published soon after King Philip's departure from England, which took place September 1555, being occasioned by an event which filled all Europe with astonishment. This was the abdication of his father, the Emperor Charles, who, tormented with gout and weary of the cares of sovereignty, summoned his son to receive the resignation of his hereditary sceptres. The queen had, in September, somewhat recovered, owing to the sagacity of an Irish physician, who ventured to pronounce a true opinion of her case, and apply proper remedies for her agonizing maladies. Mary then moved in state, by water, from Hampton Court to Greenwich Palace, from whence King Philip embarked to receive the Spanish sceptre. For a few afternoons, the queen struggled to pay attention to business she had formerly done, but her health gave way again in the attempt, and she was seen no more at council. With her married life, the independence of her reign ceased. From whatever cause, whether owing to her desperate state of health, or from her idea of wifely duty, Philip, whether absent or present, guided the English government. When he left England, the queen desired Cardinal Pole to make minutes of the king's last injunctions for the privy council, and they are still preserved in his handwriting. In another privy council journal extant, the English government, consisting of Gardiner, Winchester, Arundel, Pembroke, Page, and Peter, and the bishops of Ely and Rochester, gave Philip, as king, minute accounts of their proceedings, ecclesiastical and domestic. He wrote his mind on the opposite column, with no more recognition of his wife's authority than was observed by Henry VII to Elizabeth of York, and he very coolly, in his own name, orders 12 ships of the English fleet to escort his abdicated father to Spain, without the ceremony of asking the leave of their royal mistress. These documents afford incontestable proof that Philip of Spain, not Mary of England, was the reigning sovereign after their hands were united. If this had not been the case, how could the truthful Fuller, the Protestant historian of the Church, who lived too near the times of Queen Mary to be deceived, thus speak of her? She had been a worthy princess, if as little cruelty had been done under her as by her. She hated to equivocate, and always was what she was, without dissembling her judgment or conduct, for fear or flattery. In the time of Queen Mary, says a minute of council, quoted by Strype, after the King of Spain was her husband, nothing was done in England without the privity and directions of the said king's ministers. Sir Thomas Smith, in an oration recommending single life to princes, by which word he means queen regnants, traces all the cruelty of Mary's reign to her marriage. This view of the subject is borne out by the contemporary biographer of Fox, the martyrologist, who calls Queen Mary a woman every way excellent, while she followed her own inclination. It is a historical mistake to suppose that Philip II had no power in the government of England. There was none legally given him by Parliament, but at the time of the Queen's dreadful illness he possessed himself of it. Although every generous feeling is naturally roused against the horrid cruelties perpetrated in her name, yet it is unjust and ungrateful to mention her maiden reign with unqualified abhorrence. For if the tyrannical laws instituted by her father had remained a few years more in force, the representative government of England would gradually have withered, under the terrors of imprisonment and executions without impartial trial, and regal despotism would have been as successfully established here as it was in France and Spain, by the descendants of Henry VIII's associates, Francis I and Charles V. This change arose from the queen's own ideas of rectitude, for the majority of her privy councillors, judges, and aristocracy had as strong a tendency to corrupt and slavish principles as the worst enemy to national freedom could wish. Many wholesome laws were made or revived by her. Among others, justices of the peace were enjoined to take the examination of felons in writing, at the same time binding witnesses over to prosecute. Without these regulations, a moment's reflection will show that much malignant accusation might take place in a justice room, unless witnesses were bound to prove their words. All landholders and householders were made proportionably chargeable to the repairs of the roads. The jails were in a respectable state, since Fox allows that the persons imprisoned for conscience' sake were treated humanely in the prisons under royal authority, while the persecuting bishops made noisome confinement part of the tortures of the unhappy Protestants. Queen Mary is commended for the merciful provision she made for the poor. There is, however, no trace of poor rates levied from the community at large, like those established by her sister Elisabeth at the close of the 16th century. But that the poor were relieved by Mary is evident by the entire cessation of those insurrections, on account of utter destitution, which took place in her father's and brothers' reigns, and now and then under the sway of Elisabeth. This is more singular, since corn was at a famine price throughout the chiefest part of Mary's reign, owing to a series of inclement years and wet harvests. It seems likely that part of the church lands she restored were devoted to the relief of the destitute, since very few monasteries were refounded. In her reign was altered that mysterious law called the benefit of clergy. It had originated in the earliest dawn of civilization, when the church snatched, from the tyranny of barbarous and ignorant chiefs, all prisoners or victims who could read, and claiming them as her own, asserting the privilege of bringing them to trial. Thus were the learned judged by the learned, and the ignorant left to the mercies of those savage as themselves. This law tended to the encouragement of learning, in times when not more than one person out of 2,000 laymen knew a letter in the book. Since the comparative cessation from civil war, after the accession of Queen Mary's grandfather, general knowledge had surged forward in such mighty waves that the law of benefit of clergy, with many others of high utility 5 centuries before, were left without an object, their actual purposes having ebbed away in the transitions of the times. The law of sanctuary was one of these. Mary wished, when she refounded the monastery of Westminster, for the privileges of its sanctuary to be abolished, but Sergeant Plowden made a stand for them on legal grounds. Many customs and usages existed in the reign of our first queen regnant, which form amusing contrasts with the luxury and refinement witnessed under the sway of our present sovereign lady. Domestic cleanliness, in the reign of Queen Mary, was by no means an English characteristic. When a room was out of order, the floor was neither swept nor washed, but received a fresh strewing of green rushes, just like the littering of a farmyard when it is newly spread with straw, for the accommodation of the cows or pigs, and the old surface remains a fermenting mass beneath. Thus, layer of rushes accumulated over layer, covering up bones, fragments from the wasteful dining table, and other abominations. On occasions of dancing, all this litter was disturbed, by a circle being swept in the midst of the hall. The stone floor was thus made clear of encumbrances, while the extra littering was heaped up all around. This custom explains an expression used by Shakespeare and the early dramatists and chroniclers of a hall, when persons wished to dance. Such was the call by which the domestics understood they were to sweep the dancing ring in the hall. How noxious the vapors of the newly disturbed compost must have been to persons warm with dancing may be supposed. The great philosopher of the 16th century, who evidently was not used to such dirty ways in his native Holland, attributed the various plagues which then desolated England to these horrid habits. His description is as follows. As to the floors, says Erasmus in his letter to Dr. Francis, they are usually made of clay, covered with rushes, that grow in fens. These are so little disturbed, that the lower mass sometimes remains for 20 years together, and in it a collection of every kind of filth. Hence, upon a change of weather, a vapor is exhaled, most pernicious to the human body. He declares this to be the reason England was so frequently afflicted with pestilence. The nobles were not a whit cleanlier than the country gentry, but as they usually were possessed of several seats, they indulged in the luxury of removing from one to another, when the insects, cherished by their dirty customs, became inconvenient. These progresses were elegantly termed going to sweeten. The most pitiful complaints were made by Lord Paget to Edward VI Privy Council, because, being in disgrace, He was confined to Bow Desert, which he assured them, though pretty, was too small, and had withal become, by some months' residence, horribly unsavory, and could not be sweetened, without the removal of his family. The dwellings of the lower and middle classes were made of timber and clay, or of wattled sticks and mud. The Spaniards who came over with King Philip at first expressed great scorn of these mud edifices, which they termed the national architecture, but when they beheld the good living of the inhabitants, "The English," they said, "live in houses made of dirt and sticks, but they fare therein as well as their monarch." Queen Mary, having overcome the repugnance of the English to be governed by a sovereign lady, was disposed to place her own sex in stations of authority, of which there had been few examples before or since. She made Lady Berkeley a justice of the peace for Gloucestershire, and Lady Rous she appointed of the quorum for Suffolk, who did usually sit on the bench at assizes and sessions, among the other justices, cinque da glaudo, girt with the sword. The houses of parliament had some customs now obsolete. It was necessary for a peer to obtain leave from the sovereign if he found it needful to absent himself when parliament was sitting. Francis, Earl of Shrewsbury, being sick in the autumn of 1555, the queen granted him license of absence, and appointed the person she chose, or rather her government, for his proxy. Sir William Peter thus wrote to the sick earl: "This bearer, your servant, bringeth to you the queen's majesty's license to be absent from parliament. I thought it good also to signify unto your lordship, that her majesty is very sorry for your sickness, and trusts, that giving yourself well to the recovery of your health, you shall, by God's grace, shortly grow strong again. In your proxy, her majesty prays you to name the Lord Montague and Bishop Ely jointly and severally." The earl thanked her majesty for appointing him such honourable representatives, and sent his proxy by his son. If a member of the lower house absented himself contumaciously, he lost his wages. The English drama assumed some likeness to its present form under her patronage. The old mysteries and moralities had given way before the regular plays of Plautus and Terence, acted in Latin by the boys of Westminster or St. Paul's School, who were chiefly the acolytes or assistants of the mass. Heywood, the queen's poet and dramatic writer, was frequently sent for in her long illness, and when she was able to listen to recitation, he repeated his verses, or superintended performances, for her amusement. The queen remained at Greenwich the remainder of the year 1555, so very sick and weak, that it was daily expected she would surrender her life where she drew her first breath. The autumn was unhealthy, owing to the incessant floods of rain. The Thames rose so high that Westminster Hall was under water, and wherries rode through it. Gardiner, the Lord Chancellor, died at the close of the same year. Mary severely felt his loss as a financier, for his integrity and sagacity were remarkable in pecuniary affairs. He managed her income so well, that her expenditure did not exceed the ancient revenues of the crown as long as he lived. Queen Mary permitted the Duchess of Northumberland to retain a maintenance sufficient to support her rank, through the intercession of Don Diego de Mondesa. There is reason to suppose the queen carried her generosity so far as to repossess the duchess in the royal palace at Chelsea, since she was buried at Chelsea Church in 1555, and left in her will to her son-in-law, Sir Henry Sidney. The green and gold hangings in the gallery in the manor house, Waterside, Chelsea. An alarming accident happened whilst the queen dwelt at Greenwich, owing to the forgetfulness of a gunner belonging to a ship passing down the Thames, who, intending to salute the palace, discharged a small cannon, or falcon, loaded with ball, which broke the windows of the queen's chamber, and the ball even penetrated into her room. The unlucky marksman was not punished for this unwelcome salute, as he pleaded accident. Mary once more appeared in public at the commencement of the year 1556, pale as a corpse, and looking 10 years older than when she was last seen. She reviewed her band of gentlemen pensioners in Greenwich Park, after which a tumbler came forth from the crowd, and volunteered so many droll antics for the royal diversion, that he elicited a hearty laugh and a reward from the sick queen. A deep obscurity remains on her locality through the chief part of this year, which was marked with persecution, insurrection, and famine; and the dreadful martyrdom of Cranmer took place in the spring. The utter paucity of all intelligence concerning the residence and movements of Mary, and her total absence from council, lead to the conclusion that she was on a sick bed again. She made no progresses in the summer; indeed, such movements were impossible, in her desperate state of health, for, when she attempted them in her father's reign, she was usually carried home ill in a litter. Her affectionate maid of honour, Jane Dormer, who married a Spanish grandee, the Conde de Feria, and wrote her own memoirs, affirms that her royal mistress, when convalescent in the summer, retired to the palace at Croydon, which had been a dower residence to her mother, Katharine of Aragon. When her sole amusement was walking, plainly dressed, with her ladies, and entering the cottages of the poor, and, unknown to them, relieving their wants. She likewise chose those of their children that seemed promising, for the benefits of education. This account agrees with her extreme love of children, and the numerous godchildren and infant protégés on whom she lavished a great part of her narrow income, in her youth. The invalid queen, in her moments of convalescence, soothed her cares and miseries at the embroidery frame. Many specimens of her needlework were extant in the reign of James I., and are thus celebrated by Taylor, the poet of the needle. Mary here the sceptre swayed, and, though she were a queen of mighty power, her memory will never be decayed, which by her works are likewise in the Tower, in Windsor Castle, and in Hampton Court. In that most pompous room called Paradise, whoever pleaseth thither to resort, may see some works of hers of wondrous price (value). Her greatness held it no disreputation to hold the needle in her royal hand, which was a good example to our nation to banish idleness through her land, and thus this queen in wisdom thought it fit, the needle's work pleased her, and she graced it. Where the pompous room called Paradise at Hampton Court may be must remain a mystery. But it was probably one of the ancient state apartments, destroyed by William III. To make way for the quadrangle, built and ornamented in the mode à la Louis Quatorze. It is easy to surmise that it was hung with tapestry representing the Garden of Eden, with beasts, birds, and plants, depicted according to such artistic ideas as Mary and her maids of honour might possess, when delineating subjects of natural history and cross-stitch. Katharine of Aragon, the mother of Queen Mary, commenced ornamenting the state apartments in the Tower. According to Taylor, Mary finished the splendid and elaborate tapestry begun by her mother, but all vestiges of the royal apartments of the Tower were swept away by the destructive warfare in the succeeding century. The very site has become a matter of dispute. And with these antique palatial lodging rooms vanished the united labours that Queen Mary and her mother had bestowed on their hangings and furniture. It is possible that some remains of Mary's needlework may exist at Windsor Castle. It is known, from her privy purse expenses, that she worked an enormous armchair, as a New Year's gift for her father, Henry VIII., and there is reason to suppose it is the specimen of Mary's needlework Taylor alludes to, as well known at Windsor. A series of plots and insurrections took place, agitated by a younger brother of the Stafford family, who was a nephew of Cardinal Pole, and had been malcontent before his uncle returned to England. The French ambassador was, as usual, concerned with this rising, which had several ramifications, in which two of the household of the Princess Elisabeth were again concerned, and when arrested, they accused their mistress of participation. The princess, however, had not the least difficulty in convincing her sister of her innocence, who sent her a ring, in token of her confidence. The officers of Elisabeth were executed. A new disturbance was raised in July by an impostor, who personated the deceased Earl of Devonshire, and who actually proclaimed himself and Elisabeth king and queen. This trying circumstance produced no division between the royal sisters, nor did the populace take the slightest interest in the attempts of any of the disturbers. Lord Bray, the son-in-law of the Earl of Shrewsbury, was confined in the Tower, being accused of participation in Stafford's revolt. Lady Bray was admitted to the queen's presence, and pleaded the cause of her lord very earnestly and successfully. Mrs. Clarenceux, the queen's old maid, came to Lady Bray, with kind words from her majesty, and invited her to dine with her, and led her by the hand through the court to her chamber. And this was thought to be by the queen's special commandment. The queen, 2 days after, spoke of the devotion of the young wife with great praise, but added with emphasis, which it was thought alluded to her own case, that God sent ofttimes to good women evil husbands. The stout gospeller, Edward Underhill, escaped all persecution for his religion, though he had been in some danger whilst the queen's severe illness lasted. His enemies sometimes would tell him that warrants were out against him. To which the valiant Protestant said, if they were, and he found them not duly signed, he should go farther than Peter, who only cut off the ear of Malchus, for he should cut off the head and ears, into the bargain, of any messenger who served such warrant. Thus it is certain that the sick queen's signature was not appended to these tyrannical instruments of the cruel inquisition that performed the enormities in Mary's reign after her marriage, for Underhill added, that he considered himself legally authorized in resisting to death any warrant which was not signed by 5 of the council. But if the royal sign manual had been affixed, he could not have said this. Burnet expressly says, neither Mary nor Cardinal Pole were ever at these councils, and that, in the midst of the persecutions, seldom more than 3 sat in consultation. Underhill took the precaution of walling up, with a good barrier of bricks, all his polemic library, in a niche of his bedchamber in Wood Street. He assures his reader they were all released from their concealment, as good as new, when the scene changed, at the accession of Elisabeth. Thus this gallant gentleman of the pen and sword weathered all the political and religious storms of the reign of Mary, and lived prosperously till a good old age, under the sway of Elisabeth. In truth, being a country gentleman of family and fortune, he was in little danger, for the ugliest feature of the Marian persecution was, that the vengeance of the inquisitors was principally wreaked on the poor and lowly, whose tortures and sufferings were made terrific examples to their superiors, a mode of proceeding the direct reverse to all former policy in England. Those who were of rank sufficient to have access to the queen were generally pardoned, if she could induce Gardiner to consent. In the cases of Edwin Sandys, Sir John Cheek and her sister Elisabeth, and afterwards Lord Bray, she actively interfered for their preservation. The flight of the Dowager of Suffolk to the Continent seems to have originated as much from her stolen match with Richard Barty as on religious account. In February 1556–57, visits of friendly intercourse were exchanged between the queen and her sister Elisabeth, who spent some weeks at Somerset House. This palace seems to have been granted to the princess by her sister, as her town house. The trouble, and even persecution, with which Dudley had plagued Elisabeth, regarding her claim to Durham House, a much inferior domicile, and her complaints of being bereft of any town house, are the chief topic of her correspondence at the close of Edward VI's life. A contemporary chronicler shows Elisabeth living, with great royalty, at Somerset House, built by the Protector Somerset, by which he had impoverished his family and lost his popularity. Queen Mary returned the frequent visits her sister had made her, during her spring abode at Somerset House, by a progress to Hatfield. Here the next morning, after mass, she was entertained by Elisabeth with a grand exhibition of bear baiting, with which, says the chronicler, their highnesses were right well content. To do Mary justice, this is the only instance recorded of her presence and satisfaction at any exhibition of cruelty. Neither letters, account book, nor any other evidence we have yet discovered, represent her as an encourager or rewarder of the cruel amusements in vogue at her era, and in this, with the exception of her mother, she stands alone among her family. She seldom hunted, even in her youth, and she never swore, either on paper or by utterance. Negative good qualities which candor demands should be recorded to her credit, when so many evil ones have been alleged against her. The evening recreations of Hatfield, it may be considered, were more to the taste of the musical queen than morning bear baiting, for they consisted of concerts, at which her sister Elisabeth amused her by playing on the virginals, accompanied by a chorister boy, who possessed a divine voice. Before the end of the summer, Queen Mary returned the hospitalities at Hatfield by a fête champêtre and alfresco concert at Richmond Palace, of peculiar elegance. The queen sent her barge for her sister, who was again resident in London, at Somerset House. Surely the decorations provided for the triumphal passage up the Thames of Elizabeth, then in the prime of her life and hopes, might have been exceeded by that princess in costliness, when in the zenith of her regal splendour, but never in taste. For Mary had caused her barge to be festooned, for her sister's voyage, with rich garlands of flowers, and covered with an awning of green silk, embroidered with branches of eglantine and golden blossoms. Under this canopy Elizabeth sat in state, attended by the comptroller of her household, Sir Thomas Pope, and 4 of her ladies of honour. 6 boats followed, with the gentlemen of Elizabeth's retinue, who were dressed in russet damask and blue satin, with caps of silver cloth and green plumes. Queen Mary received her sister and her brilliant train in Richmond Palace gardens, and entertained her with a sumptuous banquet, in a pavilion constructed in the labyrinth, in the form of a castle made of cloth of gold and violet velvet, embroidered with silver fleur-de-lis, and her mother's device of the pomegranate in gold. A concert succeeded the banquet, at which the best minstrels in the kingdom gratified the high musical tastes of the royal sisters, but there is no mention made that either bulls, bears, badgers, or any other creatures, were baited for their diversion. In the evening, the queen's barge, with its gay garlands, was again launched on the silver Thames for the homeward voyage of the heiress of England, and, followed by the attendant boats, the beautiful water procession safely arrived the same night at Somerset House. The queen had reason soon after to express her high approbation of the dutiful conduct of Elizabeth, regarding the reception of the king of Sweden's proposal of marriage for his heir. Mary's conduct, if examined through the medium of documents, appears conscientious and unexceptionable, regarding all overtures for her sister's marriage. She sent for Sir Thomas Pope, and, after declaring her approval of Elizabeth's reference to herself, respecting the Swedish offer, requesting him to learn her sister's real sentiments, as to whether her constant refusal of suitors proceeded from any objection to the marriage state in general. End of section 25. Section 26 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, Chapter 6, Part 3. King Philip returned for a short time in March, 1557, for the purpose of forcing his queen into a war with France. It is certain she had received every provocation from Henry II, who had incited all the plots that had agitated England since her accession, yet she was very loath to involve her kingdom in the expenses of a war, which her finances were totally inadequate to support. She, however, took the opportunity of pardoning most of the rebels that had been engaged in the late insurrection, on condition of their joining the English quota of Philip's army, then mustering near Calais. Lord Bray was among the number, which likewise comprised the surviving sons of the Duke of Northumberland, the queen having restored their property as well as their freedom. She raised money to equip her army by borrowing from the country gentlemen and citizens, who had capital to spare, small sums at the enormous interest of 12%. Philip left England in the summer, and the queen never saw him more. His friend, the Prince of Savoy, won for him the Battle of St. Quentin in August, but this victory seemed an illustration of the Irish adage of gaining a loss, since the principal result was that the French got possession of Calais a few months afterwards. The recent visit of Philip and the martial excitement around her had roused Queen Mary for a short time from the deadly torpor of disease, and she became sufficiently convalescent to be occupied with a series of vexations. Not the least of these was the pertinacity with which Philip II insisted on forcing her sister Elisabeth to give her hand to his friend, the Prince of Savoy, who was at this time the hero of the day. It must be owned, that if Mary wished to disinherit or banish her sister, it was strange that she encouraged her in her objections to every foreign match. When Philip urged arguments in behalf of his friend, Queen Mary answered, that she had consented to the match while she thought Elisabeth would approve of it, but that, as she found her exceedingly averse, in consequence she could not force her into an unwilling marriage. The queen added, that she was certain that Parliament would not suffer her sister to quit the kingdom, a clear acknowledgment of Elisabeth's position, as second person in the realm. This controversy produced an angry letter from Philip, in which he charged Mary, on her conscience, and as she regarded the future welfare of her religion, to bring this matter to bear. This produced a singular letter from Queen Mary, written in French. It is worded in the self-denying and humble style conventional in epistles of the era, but contains a distinct avowal of determination to act, in regard to her sister's marriage, only as her Parliament should agree. A principle which governed her in every act of her regal life, although she has been made singly responsible for all the evil enacted by her parliaments, as if she had been an autocrat, who issued ukases expressive of her sole will. Queen Mary to King Philip. Monsieur, I have received the letters from your highness, by Francisco, the 18th instant, humbly thanking you for the same, especially as you are pleased to write that you took mine in good part, which were, indeed, I assure your highness, written with good intention, and assuredly, seeing that yours was written with the same, I can say nothing more than to entreat your highness, seeing that you think it right that I examine my conscience to discover whether it is founded in truth or not, to name what persons your highness may think most proper to communicate with me on this affair, and I will willingly listen to them sincerely, whomsoever they may be. Nevertheless, in my last letter to your highness, I made an offer to agree to this marriage on this occasion, provided I have the consent of this realm, and so I will. But without this consent, I fear that neither your highness nor this realm will be well served on this occasion, for your highness will remember that once I procured of myself an opportunity of listening to the friars of your highness, but they then and Alfonso propounded questions so obscure or irrelevant, that, to my simple understanding, there was no comprehending them. As, for instance, who was king in Adam's days? And said withal that I was bound to conclude this marriage by an article in my creed. Yet if he had not propounded things too difficult to be understood, it was nevertheless impossible for him, in so short a time, to direct my conscience. But one thing I promise your highness, whomsoever you appoint will not find me obstinate, or without reason, I hope. Meantime your highness has written in the said letters, that, if a parliament shall go contrary, your highness will impute the fault to me. I beg, in all humility, that your highness will defer this matter till your return, and then it will be manifest whether I am culpable or not. Otherwise I shall live in apprehension of your highness's displeasure, which would be worse to me than death, for I have already begun to taste too much, to my regret. Truth to say, in my simple judgment, under the correction of your highness, and seeing that the Duke of Savoy will be at this hour entered on the campaign, unless a number of the council, the nobility and kingdom, are with your highness, I cannot find by what means the matter can be properly treated, nor how, in my judgment, even if my conscience were as completely satisfied as yours is, this matter can be brought to the end which your highness desires, without your presence. Wherefore, monsieur, in as humble wise as it is possible for me, being your very loyal and very obedient wife, which to be I confess myself justly obliged to be, and in my opinion more than any other woman, having such a husband as your highness is, without speaking of the multitude of your kingdoms, for that is not my principal motive, I entreat your highness that we both pray to God, and put our first confidence in him, that we may meet and live together. And that same God, in whose hand is the direction of the hearts of kings, will, I hope, without fail, enlighten us in such manner that all at last shall tend to his glory and your satisfaction. It is very plainly to be gathered from this letter that Mary did not choose to use any indirect and illegal methods of influencing her parliament in favor of a marriage which was equally against the wishes of her sister and the kingdom. This letter has been mentioned, but surely by persons incapable of reading the original, as an instance of the utter slavery of Mary's disposition, when, in truth, she makes in it a proper distinction between the tenderness of a wife and the duties of an English queen. She will discuss the marriage with whomsoever her husband appoints, but she will not be influenced to act against her regal integrity, either by the mysticism or the bigotry of his friars. She means to leave the whole to her parliament, but deprecates his unreasonable displeasure in making her accountable, when she has no right to control their acts. She shows that nothing but trouble will follow any exertion of despotism in the affair. Yet, if her husband wishes to influence her people, he had better do it in person, for she wants much to see him. And she concludes with a prayer, almost in the words retained in our liturgy, that God, in whose hand are the hearts of kings, will direct this matter to his glory. And, when it is considered that the matter was providing Elisabeth with a Catholic spouse, the whole tends to clear Mary's character of some stains of bigotry. The ambassador to whom Philip confided the negotiation of this marriage was his beautiful and fascinating cousin, Christina of Denmark. Like all the female descendants of Isabel of Castile, this young lady possessed great talents for government. She was daughter of the deposed tyrant, Christiern II, King of Denmark, and the virtuous Isabel, sister of the Emperor Charles V. Early inured to misfortune, Christina was reared in exile and became the ornament and darling of the imperial court. She married the Duke of Lorraine, and was at this time a widow. Philip II was suspected of cherishing a passion for his lovely cousin, who had great influence in his councils. Christina was an active politician, but, to her credit be it spoken, she had an enthusiastic turn for negotiating peace. Some rumors of Philip's partiality for his cousin had reached the ears of Mary, who, either displeased with the embassy, or jealous of the ambassadress, gave her, though a near kinswoman of her own, anything but a gracious reception. She warned Elisabeth that if she did not wish to marry Savoy, she must keep close to Hatfield. Thus, Christina never saw her. After the departure of the lovely diplomatiste, it is said Queen Mary, in an excess of jealousy, cut her husband's picture to pieces with her own hand. She had recently received a portrait of him, to which a curious anecdote is annexed. She had no great idea of the valor of her spouse, but when she was told that for the first time in his life he had appeared in armor at the siege of St. Quentin, she was smitten with an extreme desire to have his picture, representing him in his warlike panoply. Philip very gallantly complied with her wish, and sent her his portrait, in armor all but the helmet, for he did not consider it was consistent with etiquette that the head should be covered before the queen. Perhaps this was the picture on which she wreaked her vengeance. Mary was exasperated at the thought that her husband had deserted her, and given to his cousin the confidence and influence she ought to have possessed. Her health again received a mortal shock from the attacks of chronic disease, but, like a self-deception like monomania, she once more fancied that she was about to become a mother. She made her will in the autumn of 1557, under this impression. In many clauses she alluded to a hope of offspring, as futile as that she had formerly cherished. Michel, the Venetian ambassador, who saw Queen Mary at the close of the year 1557, will not allow that she was otherwise than an interesting-looking woman. He thus minutely describes her person. She is of low stature, but has no deformity in any part of her person. She is thin and delicate, altogether unlike her father, who was tall and strongly made, or her mother, who, if not tall, was massive. Her face is well formed, and her features prove, as well as her pictures, that when younger she was not only good looking, but more than moderately handsome. She would now be so, saving some wrinkles, caused more by sorrow than age. She looks years older than she is, and always appears very grave. Her eyes are piercing, and inspire not only deference, but even fear in those on whom she bends them. Yet she is nearsighted, being unable to read or do anything else without her eyes being close to whatever she would peruse or well discern. Her voice powerful, and high-pitched, like that of a man, so that when she speaks she is heard at some little distance. This is a peculiarity often observed in females who sing well, for a very fine voice in singing is often counterbalanced by most unpleasant tones in speech. In short, resumes Michel, she may, at her present age, be considered very good looking, not only as a queen, but a woman, and ought never to be despised for ugliness. Such is the opinion of a contemporary ambassador, whose national interest by no means led him to be her adulator, rather the contrary. The real portraits of Mary are as much historical mysteries as her private character and conduct. Her portraits, as a girl and young woman, vary much from each other, on account of the extreme fluctuations of her health. Her early portraits are often mistaken for those of Lady Jane Grey, to whom she bore, in youth, a strong family resemblance. The immense size of the foreheads of these kinswomen, in breadth as well as in height, is extraordinary. It is possible that the early erudition of both, and their great capacity for learning, is, in some degree, connected with this mighty development of frontal brain. The enormous breadth of music in Mary's forehead is well accounted for, by her early proficiency in that science. Perhaps the musical development in Queen Mary's forehead is the largest that can be instanced in any female head. Her passion for music must have amounted to mania. The youthful portraits of Mary fully justify the continual praises we have been forced to quote, from contemporary documents, of the attractiveness of her person. The portrait, preferred by Sir Frederick Madden, is at Burleigh House. She has brown hair, large open dark eyes, full red lips, and a good complexion. In the possession of E. Wenman Martin, Esquire, is a fine portrait by Holbein, representing Mary as a girl of 16. She is pretty, excepting a slight degree of pettishness about the full red lips. This expression is mentioned by Sir Frederick Madden, as pertaining to another pretty girlish portrait, engraven by Hollar, from the Arundel collection. In the Holbein family group, at Hampton Court, she is a pleasing woman of 28. Indeed, till after her marriage, all portraiture represents her as a pleasing woman. Virtue's picture, lately at Strawberry Hill, gives her a pretty face, exceedingly resembling the portrait in possession of Mr. E. Wenman Martin. But, in some of the engravings from the celebrated Burleigh picture, her face is what the Americans would call awful, not in majesty, but in ugliness. She is, in an original picture, from which the Granger Society have engraved, seated in state under a canopy, dressed with royal magnificence in a gold cloth brocaded kirtle, hanging rebreast sleeves, and a jeweled hood. Her husband, who is a young man of mean presence and carroty complexion, stands near her canopy. Two little fair hounds are at her feet. The room in which the royal pair are represented is some state chamber at Whitehall, which commanded a view of old St. Paul's, for that cathedral is seen through an open window. The date is 1558, and it must have been painted during Philip's last visit to England, when the effects of dire disease were painfully apparent in the queen's visage. A woman's portrait ought to be taken for futurity in the prime of life. It would be hard, even upon Helen of Troy, to form our ideas of beauty, when shaken by decay and verging to the tomb. A series of the most dismal, wet, and cold seasons, such as have been observed to occur in many instances in the middle of centuries, plagued the reign of Mary. Famines and burning fevers succeeded this atmospheric irregularity, and were regarded by many as judgments inflicted by God for the tortures of the Protestants, without considering that the insalubrity of the seasons were alike inimical to the health and comfort of the professors of each faith. But gloom and superstitious excitement pervaded the whole population of England in the middle of the 16th century, and every aberration from the common course of nature was viewed through their medium. Phosphoric exhalations of a luminous appearance have been much seen, even on high grounds, after the wet and unhealthy autumn of 1841, and these have been viewed with some awe by the simple country people in these enlightened days. But these same phenomena were observed at the latter end of the reign of Mary, and were fully believed to be the spectra of those horrid fires which had consumed the Protestant martyrs. These phosphoric meteors certainly boded no good to human health, for general pestilence succeeded them. Strype's chronicler thus mentions these appearances. Apparitions of strange fires were seen by persons, in many places in the neighbourhood of London, as in Finsbury Fields, Moorfield, near the windmill, and at the dog-house, by one Dame Annis Clears, and in many open places. The natural result of hostilities with France was war with Scotland, which was then united under one royal family. The Scotch having made a desperate inbreak over the English border, Queen Mary took the resolution of heading an army against them, and she summoned the northern militia, by a proclamation to that effect. She had sufficient energy of mind for such an exploit, had her sinking frame seconded her intentions. The unexpected loss of Calais, with which the year commenced, overwhelmed both the English and their queen with dismay, and, during the remainder of her miserable life, she was harassed with schemes to regain that fragment of France, the sole fruits of all the conquests of the Plantagenets. This town was maintained, by the sovereigns of England, at an expense equal to a fifth of the revenue. It had often been the nursery of faction, and several revolts, which shook the English throne, had been concocted within its walls. Yet it was dearly prized by the English, as the key to France, whenever they should possess a monarch sufficiently combative to renew the invasions of Edward III. And Henry V., a consummation the nation devoutly wished, not having sufficient statistic wisdom to trace the long miseries of civil strife in the 15th century, to the evil qualities induced in the population by such diabolical warfare, from which they gained nothing but the expensive possession of Calais. It is little known that this town sent 2 representatives to the English House of Commons. The Duke of Guise captured the citadel of Homs by a coup de main in the first days of January, and, before the end of the month, Calais itself was reunited to the French crown. "When do you English intend to visit France again?" was the taunting question asked by a French chevalier of an English veteran, as Lord Grey was marching out of Calais. "When your national crimes exceed ours," was the admirable reply, and this prediction, recorded by the historic pen of Lord Bacon, has been fulfilled by the Duke of Wellington. But neither Mary nor her subjects could foresee a futurity so consolatory to national pride. The English insisted that King Philip should make no peace with France till Calais was restored, and this involved the queen in such a mesh of disputes that she declared, "She should die, and if her breast was open, Calais would be found written on her heart." Her death was near at hand. She had resided at Richmond in the spring, where she had a bad, intermittent fever, induced by the series of wet, ungenial seasons, prevalent throughout her reign. Before the Jesuits discovered the specific of Peruvian bark, agues and other intermittents were the scourge of the country, and often degenerated into the worst typhus fevers. So little was understood of the nature of malaria, that the queen removed to Hampton Court for change of air, which is situated nearer the level of the Thames than was Richmond Palace. Finding she grew worse, she removed from thence to St. James's, which has the most marshy site that London could offer. Here, however, the fever somewhat abated, but her spirits were oppressed with extreme melancholy, at the tidings of the death of her kinsman, Charles V., which occurred in September 1558. While the queen lay very sick and ill, persons were punished with the pillory, for falsely reporting that she had expired. It is evident her unfortunate subjects were treated with increased cruelty by the council, who directed the religious persecution which raged in the land. A poor woman, named Alice Driver, was burnt to death for heresy. She had a short time previously been condemned, by Sir Clement Hyman, a judge more clement in name than nature, to have her ears cut off, for railing on her majesty and calling her Jezebel. There is a strong contrast between these horrid sentences and that inflicted on an expert scold at Bedford, who, for the same offence, was, when Mary presided over her council, condemned, for railing against her majesty, to the ancient constitutional punishment of the cucking stool. King Philip did not visit England, but sent the Count de Feria with a message and ring to his dying wife. Feria was likewise empowered to confer with the English Parliament. The dispatches of this ambassador contain some curious particulars. He found Parliament very uneasy at the loss of Calais, extremely averse to imposing heavy taxes for the purpose of regaining it, and, above all things, unwilling to break the alliance with Flanders, which, it was affirmed, was indispensable, since the union of France and Scotland. King Philip advised Queen Mary to take some steps for the proper recognition of Elizabeth as her successor. A proposition which Mary, says Feria, greeted with great satisfaction. The queen likewise sent her jewels to her sister by the Countess de Feria, formerly Jane Dormer. To these, by King Philip's orders, was added a very precious casket of gems he had left at St. James's Palace, which he knew Elizabeth particularly admired. The queen, when she sent the jewels, charged her sister to pay all the debts she had contracted on privy seals, and to keep religion as she found it, both which injunctions the Countess de Feria affirmed Elizabeth swore to regard. Thus it is evident that Mary was on good terms with her sister when she lay on her deathbed. Cardinal Pole was dying of the same intermittent fever as his royal cousin. It was doubtful which would expire first, and messages hourly passed between these early friends. The whole court had deserted Mary's palace since her recognition of Elizabeth as her successor, and were seen passing and repassing on the road to Hatfield. Of this desertion the queen never complained. Perhaps she thought it natural, and she had devoted friends round her, who paid her requisite attention, but Elizabeth often recalled it with horror when pressed to name a successor. The hand of death was on the queen throughout the 16th of November, but her previous sufferings had blunted the usual agonies of dissolution, for she was composed and even cheerful. Between 4 and 5 in the morning of November 17th, after receiving extreme unction, at her desire, mass was celebrated in her chamber. At the elevation of the host, she raised her eyes to heaven, and at the benediction bowed her head, and expired. These particulars of the last moments of Queen Mary were given by an eye-witness, White, Bishop of Winchester, in her funeral sermon. Cardinal Pole survived her. Being informed of her departure, he expressed the greatest satisfaction at the prospect of his speedy dissolution, which actually took place within 2 days. The deceased queen was embalmed and then removed from the chamber in which she expired into the chapel of St. James's Palace on the evening of the 10th of December, where she laid in state with the usual watch of ladies. It was the custom of the body of an English sovereign to be buried in royal array, but Mary had earnestly entreated that no semblance of the crown, which had pressed so heavily on her brow in life, might encumber her corpse in death. She requested that she might be interred in the habit of a poor religious. Leti is the only historian who records this request, but it is more probable that Mary made it than it was fulfilled. Her funeral took place on the 13th of the same month, and it proves how completely the Gothic etiquette, followed at such ceremonials, recognized alone the warlike and masculine character in a sovereign. For our first queen regnant's helmet, sword, targe, and body armour were carried before her corpse, and a stranger in the country, trusting only the eye, would have supposed the English were attending the burial of a king. The procession set out from the palace of St. James, where she died. A herald, who was an eyewitness of the scene, thus describes it. So up the highway went the foremost standard, the falcon and the hart. Then came a great company of mourners. Then another goodly standard of the lion and the falcon, followed by King Philip's servants, riding 2 and 2. Then the third standard, with the white greyhound and falcon. The Marquess of Winchester bore the banner of England on horseback. Chester herald, the helm, the crest, and the mantle. Norrie the target, with the crown of England and the order of the Garter. Clarencieux the sword, and Mr. Garter, king at arms, her coat armour, all on horseback. The Somerset, Lancaster, Windsor, and York heralds carried 4 white banners of saints embossed in fine gold. Then came the corpse in a chariot, with an exact image representing Queen Mary, dressed in crimson velvet, with many gold rings on the hands. The pall over the coffin was black cloth of gold, intersected by a cross of cloth of silver. The body was followed by the chief mourners. The queen's ladies came after on horseback, but their black trains were long enough to sweep after them on the ground. Before the corpse and following after came processions of monks, mourning their own fate as well as the death of Mary. Such was the procession which passed by Charing Cross, and arrived at the great door of Westminster Abbey, where every one alighted from their horses. There waited gentlemen, ready to take the queen out of her chariot. The earls and lords went before her, towards the hearse, which, it must always be remembered, was erected in the abbey, near or over the grave. The effigy above mentioned was carried between men of worship. At the great door of the abbey, 4 bishops and Abbot Feckenham, in pontificalibus, met this procession and censed the corpse. The royal corpse was placed on the hearse, and watched the livelong night on December 13th. The 100 poor men, in good black gowns and hoods, bearing long torches with the queen's guard, in black coats, bearing staff torches, stood round the hearse that night, and wax chandlers were in attendance to supply any torches that burnt out. The next morning, December 14th, was the queen's mass, and all the mourners offered, and the queen's body armour, her sword, her helmet, her target, her banner of arms, and 3 standards were all offered, her heralds standing round her coffin. The Bishop of Winchester preached a most remarkable funeral sermon for the deceased queen, being often interrupted by his tears. The historical circumstances attending this oration prove that Queen Elizabeth was present at the ceremony. The herald, who is our guide for this curious ceremonial, proceeds to say: Then her grace was carried up to that chapel King Henry VII built, attended by mitred bishops. When the heralds brake their staffs and flung them into her grave, all the people plucked down the hangings and the armorial bearings round about the abbey, and every one tore him a piece as large as he could catch it. What a scene of uproar and confusion must have concluded the last state funeral rites of the Roman Catholic Church in England! However, the Bishop of York, in the midst of the hurly-burly, proclaimed a collation, and as soon as he finished, the bishops, Abbot Feckenham, the lords, ladies, and knights, went into the abbey to dinner. Mary was interred on the north side of Henry VII's chapel. No memorial exists of her, saving her participation in the following inscription, inscribed on 2 small black tablets, erected by the order of James I, which point out the spots where her body reposes with that of her sister, Queen Elizabeth. Regno consortis et urnam, hic abdormimus Elisabetta et Maria, sores, in spe resurrectionis. Elizabeth dispatched Lord Cobham on the 23rd of November to Philip II, who was then in Flanders, with the news of her sister's demise. Mary's widower celebrated her requiem in the Cathedral of Brussels simultaneously with her burial, and on the same day, by a singular coincidence, the like service was performed for his father Charles V, and for his aunt, the Queen of Hungary, so busy had death been in the royal family of Spain. In her testament, Mary styled herself Queen of England, Spain, France, both Sicilies, Jerusalem, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Archduchess of Austria, Duchess of Burgundy, Milan and Brabant, Countess of Habsburg, Flanders, and Tyrol. She named her husband as principal executor, and her cousin, Cardinal Pole, as the acting executor, to whom she left £1,000. She considered that she had a right to dispose of, by will, the church property she found still unalienated by her father and brother. The income arising from it she seems to have devoted to the maintenance of the most miserable of the poor, with which the country abounded, and the capital, which she might have granted to hungry courtiers during her lifetime, she was exceedingly anxious should return to purposes of charity. And she seemed to think that, As she had not dissipated it in life, she had a right to direct its destination after death, a point that would admit some controversy. The principal use to which she devoted this fund was so noble, that it seems grievous her will remained altogether a dead letter. And forasmuch, she says, as there is no house or hospital specially ordained and provided for the relief and help of poor and old soldiers, namely, of such as have been hurt or maimed in the wars and service of this realm, to which we think both honor, conscience, and charity willeth should be provided. And therefore my mind and will is, that my executors shall, as shortly as they may, after my decease, provide some convenient house, within or nigh the suburbs of the city of London, the which house I would have founded and created, being governed with one master and two brethren. And I will that this hospital be endowed with manors, lands, and possessions, to the value of 400 marks yearly. She recommended that good rules and ordinances should be made for the hospital by her executors, and specially I would have them respect the relief, succor, and help of poor, impotent, and aged soldiers, chiefly those that be fallen into extreme poverty and have no pension or other living. She devotes her jewels and every kind of property to the payment of her debts by privy seal, and the debts of her father and brother, which seem to have hung very heavily on her mind. She devotes about £2,000 in all to the refoundation of the convents of Sion, Sheen, and the Observants, for works of charity and relief of the poor, and the support of the Savoy Hospital. There is not a penny bestowed on any devotional observance unconnected with active charity. Neither image, lamp, nor pilgrimage are mentioned, and here the will is in coincidence with her privy purse expenses. One passage in it is extremely interesting, which is her desire to be united in death with her dearly beloved and virtuous mother, Queen Katharine. And further I will, she says, that the body of my most dear and well-beloved mother, of happy memory, Queen Katharine, which lieth now buried at Peterborough, shall, within as short a time as conveniently it may after my burial, be removed, brought and laid nigh the place of my sepulture. In which place I will my executors cause to be made honorable tombs, for a decent memory of us. This, it is scarcely needful to say, was never done, and both mother and daughter repose without such honorable tombs. When, however, the Catholic altars in Westminster Abbey, that in Henry VII's chapel, and the high altar were torn down in the reign of Elisabeth, the consecrated stones were carried and laid on Queen Mary's grave. Queen Mary left to Philip, to keep for a memory of her, one jewel, being a table diamond, which the Emperor's Majesty, his and my most honorable father, sent unto me, by Count de Egmont, at the insurance or betrothal of my said lord and husband. Also one other table diamond, which his Majesty sent unto me, by the Marquis de los Naves, and the collar of gold set with 9 diamonds, which his Majesty gave me the Epiphany after our marriage. Also the ruby, now set in a gold ring, which his Highness sent me, by the Count de Feria. She very anxiously provided in her will for her state debts, raised for the support of the war on her privy seals, bearing the enormous interest of from 12 to 20%. These would have been blended with the national debt in modern times, but Mary, like other sovereigns of her era, treated them wholly as her personal obligations, and, at the same time, considered the goods of the state as her private property, for she pointed out in her will, that she left ships, arms, and crown jewels, far beyond the value of these debts, on which she clearly implied that the state creditors had just claim, an extraordinary feature in the history of finance, and perhaps not wholly undeserving the attention of our fund holders. Mary built the public schools in the University of Oxford, but in the style more suited to her poverty than love of learning. They were afterwards taken down and rebuilt, yet the university remembers her in the list of its benefactors. She likewise granted a mansion on Bennett's Hill, near St. Paul's, to the learned body of heralds, and it is to this day their college. However fatally mistaken either Mary or her ministers were in the principles of religious government, her last testament proves that she was not insensible to the prosperity of her country. The codicil of her will, added after her strange mania of maternity was dispelled by the near approach of death, provides for the amicable continuance of the alliance between England and Flanders, that great desideratum which had been a national object, since the alliance of William the Conqueror with Matilda of Flanders. Mary, in her codicil, thus solemnly addressed her husband and her successor: "And for the ancient amity's sake, that hath always been between our noble progenitors, and between this my realm and the Low Countries, whereof his majesty King Philip is now inheritor, as God shall reward him, I hope, among the elect servants of God, I pray that it may please his majesty to show himself as a father in his care, or as a brother of this realm in his love and favor, and as a most assured and undoubted friend in his power and strength to my heir and successor." With this sentence concludes a biography which presented a task, at once the most difficult and dangerous that could fall to the lot of any Englishwoman to perform. It was difficult, because almost the whole of the rich mass of documents lately edited by our great historical antiquaries, Madden and Tytler, are in direct opposition to the popular ideas of the character of our first queen regnant; and dangerous, because the desire of recording truth may be mistaken for a wish to extenuate cruelty in religious and civil government. A narrative, composed of facts drawn from contemporaneous authorities, is here presented to the public, as little blended with comment as possible. Readers will draw their own inferences, and when their object is historical information rather than controversy, these are really more valuable than the most elaborate essay that the pride of authorship can produce. If such inferences should induce an opinion that our first queen regnant mingled some of the virtues of her sex with those dark and stormy passions which have been attributed to her, there will but be fulfilled the motto which, in a mournfully prophetic spirit, she adopted for herself, that "Time unveils truth." End of Section 26. End of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 5, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland.